Chapter 3062. The Arrival of the Prince. You still have the nerve to say that? Naples was clearly blasted into pieces by your cannon. This prince only participated in the scheme against him. When Yixin truthfully told Naples everything that had happened, the latter was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, when he came back to his senses, his face was full of embarrassment. After a short while, he said weakly, "In that case, this old subject seems to have tricked your highness again. But this time, you really can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Wenxing for being too unlucky. As a demon spy who had been bought over by our human race, he had already muddled his way to the high position of High Priest of the Demon Imperial City. But in the end, he ended up like this. He was killed by our own people without knowing anything. It's really more sad than being F***ed. In addition, this is also a turning point for us." At this point, Naples grinned and said, "Although we still don't know which higher-up on the side of the Myriad Luo Federation directly contacted a high-level insider like Wenxing to be in charge of this matter. The last time I led the fleet to the Demon Domain, there was a high-level chess piece like Wenxing on the side of the Demon Domain, but this person actually didn't inform me at all. He clearly committed the crime of dereliction of duty. In general, he also has to bear a part of the responsibility for Wenxing's death. In the future, when you return to the Immortal Star, if the first Imperial Uncle of the Federation's Overwatch Council wants to use this matter to make things difficult for your highness, at that time, although you and I will more or less bear some responsibility, with this person to share the burden, the responsibility that can fall to the two of us will be neither painful nor itchy. The first Imperial Uncle, Long Huai, will never think that we have such a trump card in our hands. At that time, I'm afraid all his efforts will be in vain, and he will also reveal his sinister face of abusing power for personal gain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In that case, this old subject actually hopes that he will make things difficult for your highness early on. At that time, Long Huai's sinister scheme will be exposed, but it will instead set off your highness methods an unshakable. I'm afraid it will leave an even deeper impression in the Immortal Emperor and the entire Imperial family. We will have profited from this disaster." At this point, Naples was already beaming with joy. His previously incomparably worried appearance was instantly swept away. In response, Yixin shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. In reality, he did not take what Naples said to heart at all. Even if the so-called Great Imperial Uncle Long Huai had the status of director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Yixin still did not take him seriously. Although he hadn't been in the first universe for a long time, and Yixin's cultivation base had improved rapidly upon his return, he was only about to break through to the fourth major realm, the planet grade. He could only be considered passable. He was still far from a true expert. However, in terms of foundation, he was already worlds apart from when he had left. His gains in the first universe this time were enough for Yixin to look down on the Grotto Heaven realm, and even the supreme existence of the Mystic Light realm. He did not want to reveal some of his methods, but if he was forced into a corner, he could just fall out with them. With his current reputation in the three universes, even if he fell out with some of the higher-ups of the Immortal Emperor dynasty, they would definitely not dare to brazenly defame him. Not long after, the fortress beneath his feet trembled slightly and stopped. It was obvious that they had arrived at the Skyriver planet. Even the Skyriver planet Stardock could not contain 5 such huge starry fortresses, so they all stopped in the void. In any case, they did not need to resupply. This time, they had not been in the first universe for a long time, and they had not experienced any great battles. The 5 starry fortresses were not very rich in resources yet. As for why they stopped here temporarily, it was just a formality. After all, billions of fans were gathered here. Since Prince Xian had returned to the human race from the first universe, if he directly returned to the immortal planet, it would seem too unreasonable. The billions of fans would be greatly disappointed, and this would be extremely detrimental to Prince Xian's reputation. Hence, the fleet temporarily stopped at the Skyriver planet this time. In fact, it could be seen as a show. It was also because of this reason that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba did not even show his face, let alone leave the fortress. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Similarly, in order to show that they were close to the people, there was no ostentatious effect. Not many people walked out of the fortress. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, the Neapolitan admiral, and his two trusted generals were present. Apart from that, there was also a group of personal guards, all of whom were lieutenants of the Immortal Army. There were only 20 people in total. Such a huge fortress fleet, but after the doors of the flagship fortress opened, less than 30 people appeared. This scene even seemed a little cold and cheerless. This made the welcoming party and the prince's fans, who were already crowded outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet, feel very surprised. At the same time, there were also exclamations of astonishment. Sigh, as expected of a prince. The higher the position, the more approachable he is. Look at him, and then look at us. This realm is really not just a little bit different. Yes. If it were me, I would probably have thousands of troops opening a path in front of me. Seeing Prince Xian like this, I seem to have understood something. It's him. It's really him. Back when Prince Xian was on the Skyriver planet, I was very familiar with him. I recognized him at a glance. F***CK, can you be any more shameless? Scram, I was going to say that Prince Xian is our big brother. As these words rang out, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were at the forefront of the crowd, turned their heads and looked at each other. Immediately, they came up alone with smiles on their faces. Originally, they were followed by hundreds of personal guards, but at this moment, when they saw that the prince was so low-key, they immediately retreated. In this kind of situation, all the tones had to be in tune with the prince. Seeing these two guys, the purplish warbler's face instantly darkened. When she came to the Skyriver planet before, she was preoccupied with important matters and didn't have the time to argue with these two insidious people. But today it was different. Yi Xian keenly noticed this and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" When you and Luo were taken away by the black light of the black wind, the escort fleet of these two guys immediately returned. However, it was not to rescue you, but to kill you. The space pirates were killed by them. Even I, at that time, would have died if it weren't for the protective treasure of my clan. In addition, after these two guys returned to the Skyriver planet, they didn't immediately report the news that you were taken away by the demons. Instead, they concealed it and pretended not to know. Later, when you suddenly rushed into the ranking list of young masters, I knew that you were still alive. Only then did the experts of the Skyriver planet know that Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demons and launched a counterattack. What? Such a thing happened? Chapter 3063. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation to kill, or not to kill. Who would have thought that these two fellows would turn hostile so quickly? They had just sent Yi Xian away, and now that he had been captured by the demons, they wanted to kill him immediately. They were rotten to the core. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shouted angrily, "Men, give this prince. Take him." Who would have thought that there would be such despicable, shameless, and daring people in this world? Back when Prince Xian was captured by the demon scouts, not only did you not report it immediately, you even wanted to kill him to cover up the truth so that he would not be implicated. How preposterous! Admiral Naples heard the purplish warbler's words clearly and was immediately enraged. Following Yi Xian's roar, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were approaching but were completely stunned by Yi Xian's roar, and reprimanded, "Take them down immediately, including their direct descendants and confidants. Kill them all on the spot." Boom! Rumble! As soon as Admiral Naples' words fell, 100 small fortresses, each with a diameter of 5,000 meters, rushed out from the 5 starry sky fortresses behind him and spread out in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire heavenly river star. Not to mention the human masters, even a bird couldn't escape. This was the advantage of an interstellar fortress. Normal battleships, even if they were huge fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m, would only carry mini patrol ships. However, for a colossus like an interstellar fortress, the patrol ships inside would be upgraded to mini fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 m. A space fortress could easily carry dozens of small fortresses. Now that 100 of them were deployed together, it was obvious that they were still holding back. Very quickly, from these 100 small fortresses, elite troops of the Immortal Army rushed out. Some of them began to capture outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet, while more rushed into the atmosphere to capture. Although Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had controlled the military and political power of the Heavenly River planet for many years, it was impossible for them to corrupt all the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly River planet. Those who had been lying low saw the opportunity and immediately broke out and pointed out the culprits, which made it very convenient for the capture. For a moment, the entire Skyriver planet was filled with killing intent. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The large number of Prince Xian's fans, who had come to welcome him, now understood the truth of the matter. When they thought of how Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had almost killed Prince Xian, if it weren't for Prince Xian's shocking methods, they would have been killed in a foreign land. No one would know. After this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar and commotion both inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. The elite battle teams of the Immortal Legion, escorted by Jingjun and Zhao Long's trusted aides, to gather at the atmosphere. Along the way, they were occasionally met with some angry fans of the prince who rushed into the crowd and shouted for them to be killed. This continued for nearly 2 hours before everything finally came to an end. The efficiency of the Immortal Army's elite troops was indeed amazing. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been operating on the Skyriver planet for many years, so their influence was very deep. However, no matter how deep the hidden forces were, they were all dug out in just 2 hours. At this moment, a large number of people were escorted to the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet. Around them were the elite troops of the Immortal Army. In the center, there were more than 10,000 of the Skyriver planet's vermin, led by Jingjun and Zhao Long. These guys were the two's confidants who had followed them for many years. Naples even let some people who didn't have a deep relationship with him go. He only gave them a warning. At this time, these 10,000 people were all kneeling in the void, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Almost all of them were crying in pain. There were also experts among them, such as Zhao Long, who was in the Black Hole realm. However, with Naples, a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm, at the side, he couldn't even think of resisting. What's more, they were facing the Immortal Army from the Imperial Capital's Immortal Planet, and the one who gave the order was Prince Xian. Even if they escaped, no matter how big the third universe was, there was no place for them to hide. Their only chance of survival was to beg for mercy. Long Xian, what are you doing? Do you want to carry out a massacre? There are more than 10,000 people here, and many of them are soldiers of the Heavenly Dust Empire. Although you are a prince of the Empire, you have no right to kill them. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who had been holed up in the flagship fortress all this time, came out with a group of personal guards. He deliberately shouted, so that all the powerhouses watching from outside Heavenly Riverstar could hear him clearly. Naturally, he wasn't here to save people. He couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of these people. The reason why Long Tianba had appeared was because this was clearly a good opportunity to suppress Prince Xian's reputation. He couldn't miss it. If Yi Xian gave up on killing these 10,000 Skyriver planet vermin because of his shout, then this matter would leave him with a weak impression. If Yi Xian insisted on doing things his own way, then the result would also be disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He would give others the impression that he killed indiscriminately and cruelly. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who had taken advantage of the situation. At this moment, Long Tianba's heart was blooming with joy. He thought to himself, "You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on creating more problems, then don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Yi Xian and Naples exchanged glances. Just as the latter was about to step forward and take responsibility for this matter, Yi Xian reached out and stopped him. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he glanced at Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was gradually approaching him. He coldly laughed and said, "Imperial Uncle Tianba, aren't you being a bit of a busybody?" "You." Long Tianba's expression darkened when he heard such unrestrained ridicule. He was about to explode. However, Yi Xian didn't give him the chance to do so. He pointed at Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who were kneeling on the ground, and said in a clear voice, Bai Zhengjun has a mysterious fleet in his hands and has been robbing people all over the Skyriver Galaxy. This matter has long been a public secret. Ask all the experts on the Skyriver Galaxy. How many of them don't know about this? Zhao Long has spies planted in the Skyriver Galaxy Federation's platform all year round. As soon as he discovers that any expert has a large amount of planet core source or has exchanged for a precious treasure, he immediately sends people to follow them. As soon as that person leaves the Skyriver Galaxy, he secretly sends out a fleet to intercept and kill them. How many experts in the Skyriver Galaxy have silently disappeared all these years? Even this prince was targeted by him when he exposed himself on the Skyriver Galaxy Federation's platform and was almost killed. That's right, this prince doesn't have an official position, so I don't have the qualifications to kill the two of them and their accomplices. However, this prince registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Skyriver Galaxy. This is the place where this prince began his path to the final trial. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Skyriver Galaxy is this prince's second home. Chapter 3064. Confident in his mind today, I won't say whether I should kill him or not. I'll leave this matter to the countless experts of the Federation, both inside and outside the Skyriver Star. Yi Xian then turned to look at the tens of thousands of Prince's fans in the distance and shouted, "This bunch of scumbags, tell me, kill him or not?" Using the situation to his advantage actually made him more popular. Long Tianba's expression instantly changed, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. This person was not easy to deal with. Kill. 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 Yi Xian's words ignited the anger of countless experts inside and outside the Skyriver Star. Shouts of kill could be heard from the experts outside the Skyriver Star's atmosphere. Even within the Heavenly River Star, waves of killing cries rang out. They also heard Yi Xian's words, so it was impossible for them not to react. In an instant, Yi Xian neutralized Long Tianba's sinister plan and used it to win the hearts of the people. After this incident, Prince Xian gave people the impression that he was not only unafraid of power, but he even dared to refute the imperial uncle's rebuke. He was the embodiment of justice and would never hide his sins. Furthermore, he was vigilant in his actions and his methods were brilliant. All of this was clearly beneficial to his reputation. It was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. The hearts of the people were not to be bullied. At this time, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long finally realized this point. They were not going to die at the hands of Yi Xian today. Instead, they were going to die at the hands of the countless experts in the Skyriver Star sector who had been bullied by them. Kill. Following Yi Xian's order, the large number of elite soldiers of the Immortal Army who were watching over these 10,000 vermin raised their swords and chopped off their heads one by one. With the development of the current era, this kind of execution by decapitation had long been abolished. The scene of more than 10,000 people being beheaded at the same time was not worth mentioning. However, Yi Xian still did it. He would not let go of this opportunity. If it were any other occasion and he dared to do so, it would definitely cause a commotion. Someone with ulterior motives would secretly fan the flames, and Prince Xian's image would be shrouded in a bloody and bloodthirsty shadow. But today was different. Today, countless experts in the entire Skyriver sector were speaking out in unison. Therefore, even if the scene of tens of thousands of people being beheaded at the same time spread, which was shocking, no one would dare to make a fuss about it. That would be a crime against the whole world. Instead, it was Emperor Xian who took advantage of this matter without any risk and displayed an iron fist. It was not a bloodthirsty slaughter, but a righteous and iron-blooded one. There was a big difference between the two. The former was disadvantageous to him, while the latter could increase his reputation. And this time, Yi Xian had successfully achieved this with the help of the anger of countless experts in the Skyriver sector. Not only did Long Tianba fail to add insult to injury, but he also added fuel to the fire by increasing Yi Xian's reputation. This result made him so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. At the same time, it made him deeply realize how difficult it was to deal with this Prince Xian. Suppressing his anger, he looked deeply at Yi Xian with an expressionless face and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and led his personal guards back to the flagship fortress. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. The atmosphere of the Sky River sector was filled with blood. However, the entire Sky River sector was filled with thunderous cheers at this moment. The name Prince Xian gradually became the main theme of the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. Some experts who were not fans of the prince had also become fans of Yi Xian after this incident. This was because he had swept away the haze of the Sky River sector and returned this sector to a clear and bright sky. Many of these experts were not citizens of the Sky River sector, but they had stayed here for many years. This was because this sector was rich in star nuclei, which are the best resources for cultivation. Following the deaths of Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the military and politics of the entire Sky River sector fell into a state of vacuum. Yi Xian did not take this opportunity to plant his own men. That would make his previous actions suspicious of him for personal gain. The losses would outweigh the gains. He had only appointed a high-ranking officer from the remaining garrison of the Heavenly River planet who had not colluded with Zhao Long. He ordered him to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the Heavenly River planet, while waiting for a new planet manager and garrison commander to be assigned to the Heavenly Dust planet. After news of this spread, Prince Xian's reputation increased again. In fact, after Yi Xian eliminated Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, there were many people secretly watching his subsequent actions. Without a doubt, Yi Xian did not disappoint them. In order to avoid suspicion, he left with the Naples fortress fleet on the second day and headed to the Tianqian Star, the capital of the Tianqian nation. There was a large wormhole there. After jumping through it, one would be able to reach the Tianming Star, where the capital of the Tianming Empire was located. After jumping through a few more wormholes, one would be close to the Immortal Star, the imperial capital of the Everlasting Dynasty. At this moment, Yi Xian, Admiral Naples, a few of his trusted advisors, and the Purplish Warbler were having a meal in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. The food was simple but exquisite. There was also some spirit wine specially prepared for Prince Xian and the Purplish Warbler. Naples was still on the march and was not allowed to drink. Although he did a good job on the Sky River sector this time, it's still a bit of a pity there were no outsiders here. They were all on the same side. Therefore, Naples did not hide anything in his words. He said, bluntly, although the Sky River sector is only an administrative planet under the jurisdiction of a small country like the Tianqian nation, due to its extraordinary geographical location, it is the closest administrative planet to the graveyard sector of the human race. Therefore, it is of special significance. The graveyard sector is not only rich in star core sources, but the wormhole from the third universe to the first universe is also deep in the graveyard sector of the graveyard sector. Although your highness has a great reputation now, you don't have a territory. If you could get the Sky River sector. Speaking of this, Naples shook his head again and sighed. Obviously, he was quite regretful that he could not seize the opportunity to take down the Heavenly River Star. How do you know that the Sky River sector does not belong to me? Due to this rescue incident, Naples and his military forces had long since been branded with Prince Xian's brand. In addition, he himself had followed him wholeheartedly, so Yi Xian had long since treated him as one of his own. Similarly, there was nothing taboo in his words. With a grin, Yi Xian continued, "Don't forget, the reason why Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long are able to control the military and political power of Heavenly River Planet isn't just because of their own abilities, but because they have people behind them. In the Tianqian nation's capital, the Tianqian planet, the Zhao family is quite powerful. Bai Jingjun also has a son who is an important official in the capital. So, at this point, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 10,000 or so experts of the Federation that he had released from the Myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Mosquito sector. Among them, a small number were the children of the aristocrats and even the upper echelons of the Tianqian nation. Chapter 3065. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio First Order Planet. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's current influence, even if Yi Xian didn't look for them, they would have taken the initiative to curry favor with him. hoping to make use of his influence to achieve a meteoric rise. Picking two from this group of people to control Star was the best strategy. No one knew that they were related to Yi Xian. This way, not only would they be able to control Tiana planet, but they would also be able to avoid suspicion of Prince Xian's previous actions. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. This trip to Tianshan Nation seemed to be quite interesting. Now that Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been dealt with, if they didn't give the Purplish Warbler an explanation for the Luluo incident, it would be even more difficult to explain in the future. As such, after dinner, Yi Xian decided to take the opportunity to take a stroll and tell them the entire truth. He wouldn't hide anything and would tell them everything. As a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was 100 kilometers, not only did it have many levels, but each level was also very spacious. Even the command cabin on the top floor had a leisure area that was more than 10 kilometers in radius. The walls of the fortress around this area were one-way transparent. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but from the inside, you could see the boundless starry sky. As a leisure area for the officers and soldiers of the command cabin on the top floor to relax, it was completely like a vacation area. There was a large amount of tropical rainforest plants, a natural beach, and a swimming pool. There were even some open-air bars and the like. At this time, Yi Xian and the Purplish Warbler were strolling in this area. The surrounding environment gave them the illusion that they were in a vacation area on an administrative planet, not a space fortress. The two of them didn't stroll in the crowded areas. Instead, they walked in the secluded tropical rainforest. The Purplish Warbler seemed to have realized something and kept silent. She clenched her small fist slightly and was a little nervous. Yi Xian didn't mention Luluo, so it was impossible that she didn't notice. I'm sure you've guessed it. Luluo, she sighed. With a sigh, Yi Xian revealed everything that happened that day. In the end, he said, when Luluo was smashed into pieces by Ba Chai, I was caught off guard and couldn't react at all. What made me feel most guilty was that at that time, in order to delay and wait for a chance to escape, I deliberately released the warbler's mind to deceive Ba Chai and make him think that I was a warbler. And this happened to Luluo. She was killed by Ba Chai's favorites. She was deceived by someone she trusted. This is my greatest guilt. As he spoke, ye warblers and warbler, 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 warbler studio, warbler, warbler to studio, warbler, 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 warbler studio, to studio, warbler, studio, T warbler, S mind. Wardo him, to demons level power, T test strength, S him. Wardo to 2 to S tus war. Sigh, seeing that Yi Xian had displayed the demonkin's mental power in front of him. This was a huge secret. Yi Xian had already shown his sincerity. Thinking about this, Xin Yuan Xing sighed and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, forget it. You can't be blamed for this. It wasn't easy for you to survive that situation. If you didn't have the demon's mental power to confuse the other party, I'm afraid you would have died. Luluo grew up with me, and she was also an orphan. Now that she's gone, at least she won't have to worry about her family anymore. I'm sure she'll find out the truth in heaven and forgive you. After all, in that situation, no one could have done better than you. Ba Chai is still alive. He's in a Black Wind ship. Moreover, I've already subdued him and made him my demon slave. During this period of time, I haven't used him to do anything for me because I was worried that if I used him too much, I might develop feelings for him as a servant. When that time comes, I won't have the heart to kill him. I've kept him especially for you. When the time is right, I'll hand him over to you. You should personally avenge Luluo. You can actually subdue a rank 9 black hole being as a slave? What's your cultivation level? Although Yi Xian had already revealed his pet, the Bloodbend Prince, and the Bloodbend Prince was a supreme existence at the first level of the Origin Realm, it was still a mosquito beast. Subduing a mosquito beast as a pet beast and subduing a demon as a slave were two completely different things. Even if a mosquito beast had developed some intelligence, how could it have the intelligence of a demon powerhouse? Therefore, subduing a rank 9 black hole realm demon as a slave was more shocking to the purplish warbler than subduing a rank 1 origin realm mosquito beast as a pet beast. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. She turned to look at Yi Xian with disbelief. If I were to say that my true cultivation level is rank 9 black hole realm, maybe I'll be a rank 1 planet warrior after reaching Tianqin Star because I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate later. Also, I'm not Prince Xian, I'm just Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian paused and looked at the purplish warbler with a strange expression. He continued, "You're my friend, and I don't want to lie to you. Would you believe me if I said this? Like hell I believe you. How can you go from rank 9 black hole realm to rank 1 planet warrior after one seclusion? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl?" The purplish warbler immediately rolled her eyes and blushed. She glared at Yi Xian flirtatiously. "You big bad guy, how dare you say you treat me as a friend? I'm calling you Big Brother Yi again and again. Haven't you lied to me before? Bad guy." After she finished speaking, Xianyuan Xing lowered her head and immediately ran away with small steps. This girl, it seems like she's falling in love with him. Don't tell me she's in love with this prince. In all honesty, I'm a little handsome, but I really don't intend to make a move on her." Seeing the purplish warbler run away shyly, Yi Xian made a small joke. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No one believes me when I say the truth. What kind of world is this? Sigh. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding." After dealing with Lu Luo's matter, Yi Xian's state of mind suddenly became clear. The knot in his heart completely disappeared. This was also why he said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate later. This kind of huge change in state of mind was the easiest to trigger a breakthrough in cultivation level. Yi Xian had encountered this kind of thing twice before, so he could be considered to have a lot of experience and insight. In addition, he didn't hesitate to invest a large amount of planetary core origin, and he also had the devouring system to help him absorb the planetary core origin. A small breakthrough in cultivation level was really nothing. Although the purplish warbler couldn't understand or accept this, to Yi Xian, this was completely normal. After returning to his cabin, Yi Xian immediately began his seclusion. Chapter 3066. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Celestial Dust. Stare. A day later, when he finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm. First Order Planet Warrior. Yi Xian clenched his fists and smiled silently. The planet realm was the 4th major realm. Once one reached the planet realm, they would no longer be considered weak. He had finally entered the planet realm after entering space. After walking out of the cabin, he bumped into the purplish warbler in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. Yi Xian waved his hand excitedly. "Look, Xing, I told you. I can break through after one seclusion. I'm now a first-order planet warrior." The purplish warbler froze for a moment. Then her face turned red. "Liar! How dare you flirt with me? Shameless!" Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Even when Xianyuan Xing ran away with a bashful expression, he still wasn't able to react. In all honesty, this prince was just stating a fact. When did it become a big lie? Also, what the hell was with flirting with her and being shameless? How could one speak the truth in this world? On the side, Naples took in all this. He turned his head and exchanged a look with the 2 trusted advisors behind him. The 3 of them smiled mysteriously. The Xianyuan family is only a big family in the capital of Tianming Empire, one of the 3 empires under the imperial court. However, the Xianyuan family is in the business of genetic cultivation fluid. It's no small matter. That's right. Although they can't produce level 9 fluids, level 8 fluids are important. In the 3 empires, there aren't many families that can produce level 8 fluids. The direct descendant of the Xianyuan family is a good match for our Prince Xian. The key is that Xianyuan girl is not bad. If she can get together with our prince, the Xianyuan family will definitely support our prince. We'll pass by Tianming Empire on our way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. We'll make sure of this. Don't worry, General. When we get back to Tianming Imperial City, the two of us will personally pay a visit to the Xianyuan family. The three of them huddled together to conspire. With a few words, they settle the matter. However, the person involved, Yi Xian, was kept in the dark and was completely unaware. Half a day later, they finally arrived at Heavenly Dust Star. The Tianshan Star was a small country within the Tianming Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. It was the capital star of the Tianshan Empire. Although the three empires under the rule of the dynasty were all emperors, that was not the case for the small countries within the three empires. Some small countries had a monarch system, while others had a federation system. Tianshan country belonged to the former, a monarch system. The Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Heavenly Dust country, but it was located at the edge of the Heavenly Dust Star field. As a small country, the monarch of the Heavenly Dust country was nothing in the eyes of the Tianming Empire. In a large empire, there were many small countries like this. If they were placed in a dynasty that was above an empire, they were even less important. A three-star general of the dynasty, the monarch of such a small country, could only carefully accompany him. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Therefore, when the news of what happened in the Heavenly River Star reached the Heavenly Dust Star, the monarch of the Tianshan country was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Prince Xian's ruthless methods made the entire Heavenly Dust Star anxious. Everyone felt threatened. After all, the Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Tianshan country, and by Zhengjun and Zhaolong were appointed by the Tianshan country's capital. Strictly speaking, the two of them had almost killed Prince Xian, and the monarch of the Tianshan country could not say that he was not responsible. More importantly, even if Prince Xian did not intend to pursue this matter, the Tianshan country might not be able to avoid this crisis. The Tianming Empire's capital also needed to curry favor with Prince Xian. If the Tianshan country was used by the Tianming Empire as a sacrifice to curry favor with the prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the prince had immediately left the Heavenly River Star and came to the Heavenly Dust Star. The Heavenly Underworld Empire had not reacted so quickly. Now that the prince's fleet had arrived, if the prince expressed that he would not pursue this matter further, the Heavenly Underworld Empire would naturally not pursue this matter further. Even if they wanted to curry favor with the prince, they would have other plans. Hence, to the Heavenly Dust Kingdom, no matter what, they had to do their best when Prince Xian descended on the Heavenly Dust Star. They had to strive to get the prince to express his stance and pardon their negligence. Otherwise, just the Tianming Empire's capital alone would not let them live peacefully. They would definitely be punished. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected this. Therefore, he thought that the monarch of the Tianshan country would have already made arrangements for this matter when he arrived at the Heavenly Dust Star. However, the grandeur of the other party still gave Yi Xian a huge shock. This time, the 5 starry sky fortresses were still parked in the void outside the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere. Just like the previous time on the Heavenly River Star, there were less than 30 people who walked out of the flagship fortresses. They were led by Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and his 2 major generals. The rest were a few guards. In front of them, outside the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere, there was a black mass of people. Other than the welcoming party arranged by the monarch of the Tianshan country, there were close to 10,000 people kneeling in the void. There were men and women, old and young. They were the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family and their trusted aides. They were all tied up by the monarch of the Tianshan country and brought out of the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere. This was clearly a sincere apology to Prince Xian. All the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family, regardless of whether they were in cahoots with Bai Jingjun or Zhaolong, were all used as sacrificial lambs. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. "Welcome, Your Highness." Just as Yi Xian saw this scene and frowned slightly, the black mass of people in front of him all knelt down, including the monarch of the Heavenly Dust Star and a bunch of important ministers. With Prince Xian's status as a prince of the royal family, he might not have to do this in the 3 big empires. The emperor was also an important minister of the empire, I didn't need to kneel. However, in the small countries under the three big empires, the monarchs of these small countries had to kneel in front of the princes of the empire. These people are all from a Bai family and the Zhao family. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back and raised his hand. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the tens of thousands of sinners to the swollen monarch of the Tian Chen country. Monarch, please stand up and speak. Everyone, stand up. I don't like this. We don't dare. Your Highness, you are the monarch. The monarch of the Tian Chen country was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he stood up, he hurriedly tried to be polite. All of you, stand up too. Chapter 3067. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations receiving gifts until hand cramps. However, I see that many of these Bai and Zhao family members are women and children. How could they be related to this matter? Disperse. The empire will not tolerate those who are guilty. However, we cannot kill innocent people, even if they are the family members of the guilty. Otherwise, how can the empire's laws be followed? Among these Bai and Zhao family members, if they have an official position, we can investigate whether they have committed any crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished accordingly. As for those who are innocent, we will treat them like other family members without an official position and release them together. This prince is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Emperor of Tian Chen country, don't ruin this prince's reputation. With the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone turned stern, scaring the emperor of Tian Chen country so much that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said that he did not dare to do so. Then, he followed Yi Xian's instructions and ordered the surrounding Tian Chen country soldiers to disperse the Bai and Zhao family members who were kneeling on the ground. Of course, they were brought into Tian Chen Star. Next, they had to follow Prince Xian's instructions and investigate whether these two family members with an official position had committed any crimes. As for those innocent officials and the family members of the two families, the emperor of Tian Chen country obviously didn't dare to act rashly. He could tell that his attempt to flatter Prince Xian had hit the nail on the head. Prince Xian was righteous and wasn't the kind of person who would cut the grass for personal gain. This was something that even he secretly admired. In fact, Yi Xian's words and actions surprised even Naples and the two trusted advisors behind him. Usually, when faced with such a situation, since Prince Xian did not catch the culprit himself, he would just go with the flow and eliminate the source of the trouble. However, Yi Xian did the exact opposite. Once this matter spread, Prince Xian's reputation would obviously rise to another level. Regardless of whether it was Prince Xian's deliberate actions or whether he had always been this way and acted as he pleased, just this point alone was enough to make Naples and his direct subordinates follow Prince Xian even more loyally to conquer the world. Such a master was either benevolent and brave or wise and resourceful. If she didn't follow him, who else could she follow? Even the purplish warbler was staring at Yi Xian from behind. She didn't speak for a long time, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. She could see that all of this was Yi Xian's true intentions. It was also because of this that the purplish warbler's intentions towards Prince Xian became even stronger. Thinking of this, Purplish Warbler's face turned red. She spat in disdain and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Big liar, seizing the opportunity to tease me again. How shameless." If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. When this woman was unreasonable, she was truly invincible. As a large number of Heavenly Dust Nation soldiers moved out, the people of the Bai and Zhao clans who were originally kneeling on the ground, thinking that they would not be able to escape today and would most likely be beheaded like the 10,000 people outside the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star 2 days ago, stood up one by one. Their faces were filled with surprise as they walked toward Heavenly Dust Star one after another. Among them, some were expressionless, while others were full of gratitude. Prince Xian was so righteous as to let go of the opportunity to implicate them. This was something that no one could remain indifferent about. No one noticed that among the thousands of people from the Bai and Zhao clans, there were two people whose gazes were particularly special. One of them was full of hatred. The other, however, was like the purplish warbler, exuding a glimmer of brilliance and vaguely carrying the intention to overthrow. The matter of the Bai and Zhao clans was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the rest entered Tianqian planet under the protection of the Tianqian Emperor and the Tianqian nation's Chongqing soldiers. Although the Tianqian Emperor's flattery hit the nail on the head, the effect was more or less the same as what he had planned. It could be said that Prince Xian's words could be considered as a declaration of his position on this matter. To him, the crisis had already been resolved. Since even Prince Xian was no longer fussing over this matter, Tianming imperial capital could not possibly continue to pursue this matter. If they really wanted to use this matter to curry favor with Prince Xian, the result would probably be another slap on the horse's leg. Therefore, at this moment, the king of the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was in a very good mood. Even though the process was out of his expectations, in the end, he had achieved his goal. Moreover, he had also avoided the negative impact that too much killing would bring to his reputation. The ending could be said to be perfect. All of this was bestowed upon him by Prince Xian's righteousness. At this moment, the Tianqian Emperor, as well as the important officials of the Tianqian nation, were filled with heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Prince Xian. They were all convinced. This time, Yi Xian didn't plan to stay in Tianqian planet for too long. The wormhole entrance to the Tianming imperial capital was in a void not far away from Tianqian planet. Originally, the stronghold fleet was heading there directly. The reason why Yi Xian decided to make a trip to Tianqian planet was actually only because of the Heavenly River planet. In order to hold the Heavenly River planet in his hands, he had no choice but to stay here for a short period of time. After entering Tianqian planet, the Tianqian Emperor directly arranged for Yi Xian to stay in the palace. However, Yi Xian rejected and chose to stay in the guest house outside the palace. That night, a grand banquet was naturally unavoidable. Imperial Uncle Long Tianba didn't think highly of such a small country, so he still didn't appear. After the banquet, in the guest house where Yi Xian was staying, several influential figures of the Tianqian nation started to come to deliver gifts one after another. Among them were the representatives of the Tianqian nation's emperor. This night, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he received so many gifts that his hands were cramping up. However, the one who was cramping up wasn't Yi Xian, but the wretched mosquito butcher. Yi Xian let this fellow out. He was the most suitable person to handle this kind of situation. Although the wretched mosquito butcher was a demon, his appearance was no different from humans. No one would probe his primordial spirit. Furthermore, he had a spiritual barrier, so Yi Xian wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. In fact, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xian had previously said that he had subdued many demon slaves in the demon domain. This matter would be exposed one day. It was just a matter of time. There was no need to deliberately hide anything. That night, Yi Xian and Naples were discussing some matters in his guest house. Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The red-faced, purplish warbler walked in, holding something like an account book in her hand. With a bang, she smashed the book onto the tea table in front of Yi Xian. Following that, the purplish warbler glared fiercely at him, her face full of bashfulness. Big liar. Do you still have any shame? It's fine if you're acting like a hoodlum, but you actually sent your old servant to tease this young lady. You're so shameless. After saying this, the purplish warbler turned around and ran away with a red face. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Earlier, when the wretched mosquito butcher brought the account book over, he said, "This is the list of gifts received tonight. Mistress, please take a look." It was this sentence that made the purplish warbler secretly happy, but at the same time, her face turned red. Chapter 3068. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Tianming Imperial Capital Xuanyenzing was actually quite pleased with the way the wretched mosquito butcher addressed her as mistress. However, her reserved nature as a little girl made it impossible for her to remain indifferent to these two words. She did not react at all. Therefore, she immediately grabbed the account book and threw it at Yi Xian. After the purplish warbler left, the wretched mosquito butcher sneaked and stealthily. Looking at the dumbfounded Yixian, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened to Mistress? I didn't tamper with the gift account book." At the side, Naples was dumbfounded. Black lines crawled out of his forehead as he looked at the wretched mosquito butcher with admiration in his eyes. This old man was truly an awesome person. She was a virgin, and she even addressed him as mistress upon meeting him for the first time. Thinking of this, Naples seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yixian thoughtfully. There was clearly a complicated look in his eyes. Like master, like servant. This old Guan was so wretched and acted so matter-of-factly just now, as if he had long been used to it. It seemed that this Prince Xian of ours was quite used to this. F***CK. Feeling the complicated look in Naples' eyes, Yixian instantly understood. His face darkened visibly as he opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he waved at the wretched mosquito butcher at the door and shouted through gritted teeth, "Come here. Come here. I promise I won't beat the *T out of you." Master, I'm still boiling soup for Mistress. I'll go check on the temperature first." The wretched mosquito butcher's neck shrunk as he instantly stiffened. He casually found an excuse and turned to run away. Seeing all this, Yixian was dumbfounded. Could he still be considered a demon slave? The next day's lunch banquet was actually a farewell banquet. It was held in the National Banquet Hall of Tianqin Country. Other than the Emperor of Tianqin Country, some of the rich and powerful families of Tianqin Country were also present. In a huge national banquet hall, there were dozens of tables. It was a grand scene. This was also what Yixian had requested. Yesterday, he had expressed to the Emperor of Tianqin Country that he would depart for Tianming after the lunch banquet. At the same time, he hinted that before he left, he wanted to make friends with the younger generation of the Tianqin Country. The Emperor of Tianqin Country naturally agreed and didn't think too much about it. After all, Prince Xian was also a young man. It was understandable that he liked to make friends with young people of the same generation. Therefore, he gave the order to relax the conditions. Some of the upper echelons of the prominent families in the heavenly dust Star Nation could bring one or two of their geniuses to attend the banquet. At this moment, it was time for lunch. After entering the banquet hall, Yixian looked around. There were more than 1,000 people at dozens of tables, and there were quite a few familiar faces. About 30 to 40 years old. They were the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had released from the Black Mosquito ship's Demon Scout fortress. After all, the Tianqin Country was the small country closest to the Graveyard Meteorite Star region. Under such circumstances, among the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had rescued from the Black Mosquito ship, only a few dozen of them belonged to the Tianqin Country. This was actually a very small proportion. These people didn't know that Yixian was Prince Xian of the Empire of Tianming back then. Therefore, they had always been upset that Yixian had cheated them of many treasures and made them swear a Dao oath. But now, as Yixian's identity as Prince Xian was made public, they didn't beat their chests and stomp their feet. In their opinion, the Dao oath that Prince Xian made back then was clearly a test for them. Otherwise, with Prince Xian's identity, why would he need to do that? At this moment, seeing Prince Xian again in the Tianqin Country's National Banquet Hall, these people were all excited. However, due to the restrictions of the environment, they couldn't take the initiative to meet Prince Xian. Otherwise, they would have swarmed up to him. These dozens of people were basically the young geniuses of some of the clans in the Heavenly Dust Country, or important figures in their clans. Yixian took in their figures, and at the same time, gave a devouring system the order to connect to the Heavenly Dust Country's star network and search for and investigate the backgrounds of these fellows. Soon, he chose 2 clans as his subordinates to control the Heavenly River planet for him. Of course, everything didn't need to be said. Outsiders couldn't see anything strange, but Yixian and these people knew each other very well. It was impossible that these 2 clans didn't appreciate his help and instead treated the Heavenly River planet as their own private territory. With that kind of intelligence, it was impossible for them to be qualified to appear in the Tianqin Country's National Banquet Hall today. These 2 clans were the Wang clan and the Li clan of the Tianqin Country. The young masters of these two clans were the people that Yi Xian rescued in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito Star. At this moment, they were looking at Yi Xian with shining eyes. These two brothers have handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. One look, and I can tell that they are people who can take on important responsibilities. Your Majesty, it just so happens that there isn't anyone in charge of the Heavenly River Planet's military and government. It can't be empty forever. This is all because of me, so I can't completely ignore it. If I can't make a decision on this before I leave, I'm afraid I'll always be worried about it. It's rare to see two extraordinary young people in this banquet hall today. Why don't the two of them take on the role of Heavenly River Planet's planet leader and military commander? As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the two young masters of the Wang clan and Li clan. The two of them trembled violently, and they were so excited that blood flowed out of their noses. Although they were indeed good-looking, it was a little unsightly when they were mixed with the blood gushing out of their noses. However, Prince Xian had already said that the two of them had handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. The Tianqin country's upper echelons couldn't help but take a few more looks. Needless to say, the more they looked at the two of them, the more they found them pleasing to the eye. Anyway, someone had to take on the role of planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River Planet. It didn't matter who these two positions were given to, right? If they could take this opportunity to give Prince Xian some face, it was naturally the best. It was definitely a good deal with no losses. With that thought, the Tianqin country's emperor immediately decided on this matter. The Li clan and Wang clan could be considered to have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The young masters of their clans were already the planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River Planet at such a young age. It was probably impossible to find such a promising young talent in the entire Tianqin country. More importantly, all of this was personally appointed by Prince Xian, who was like the sun in the sky in the entire everlasting dynasty. The significance of this was extraordinary. The grand future of these two young people was just around the corner. After the banquet ended, Yi Xian and the people from Naples exchanged a few pleasantries with the grateful young Master Li, young Master Wang, and their various aunts. Then, they fled back to the fortress fleet outside the Tianqin Star and headed straight for the wormhole, embarking on the journey to the Tianming imperial capital. Chapter 3069. This was a family feast. Heavenly Underworld Empire was one of the three great empires under the human race's technology faction in the Third Universe. There were countless small countries under it, and countless administrative planets under the small countries. It could be said that the Heavenly Underworld Empire's territory was boundless. Although the emperors of the three great empires were foreign officials, they were still considered as vassal kings in the entire immortal dynasty. Their status was extremely high. Even if Prince Xian and the three-star general of the empire's immortal army, Naples, and the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor still had to express goodwill, it was basically just a gesture on the surface. It was done for the empire to see. However, it would be a joke if the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor were to flatter Prince Xian's three-star general, Naples, like the Heavenly Dust Empire's emperor. After all, he was one of the three vassal kings of the dynasty. Whether it was his status or the authority he held, he was definitely not comparable to a three-star general of the immortal army or a popular prince with no real power. As for Emperor Tianming's imperial uncle Long Tianba, he had to be more low-key. After all, Long Tianba was the immortal emperor's brother. There was something that had to be said here. The current immortal emperor was ranked 8th among the brothers, and was the 8th prince of the previous generation. Therefore, whether it was the first imperial uncle or the second imperial uncle Long Tianba, they were both the immortal emperor's brothers. Of course, the imperial uncles here were only relative to Prince Xian's generation. Above Long Tianba and the immortal emperor, there was a generation of grand imperial uncles. They were the true elders of the immortal emperor's generation. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, they rarely showed themselves. They were all in seclusion, and the only thing in their hearts was to comprehend the great Tao. Regarding the arrival of the Stronghold fleet, the heavenly underworld empire's emperor didn't need to show himself. It was enough for the empire's royal family and important officials to receive them. However, because Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was also in the fleet, Emperor Tianming, who rarely showed himself on the heavenly underworld planet, came out of seclusion and showed his face at the banquet. On the surface, Emperor Tianming looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a dignified appearance. But his actual age was clearly much higher. No one would care too much about this. In the context of the starry sky, even the lifespan of an ordinary citizen was close to 300 years, not to mention the lifespan of a cultivator. Any random starry sky cultivator in the crowd would be a 1,000-year-old monster, and some extremely powerful existences would have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Although Emperor Tianming showed up, he didn't stay for long. He only stayed for about 10 minutes before he excused himself and left. But before he left, he stared deeply at Yi Xian. His gaze lingered on him for more than 3 seconds. This was extremely unusual. It made Yi Xian, who was originally a fake, feel his heart skip a beat. He felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Emperor Tianming didn't say anything. He quickly retracted his gaze and turned to leave. Yi Xian pondered about this for a while and felt that there shouldn't be any other problem. Perhaps Emperor Tianming was just a little curious about Prince Xian's recent rise, so he took a few more glances. There was no deeper meaning. Therefore, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The banquet was held in the Imperial Palace's National Banquet Hall, and the scene was very grand. After the banquet, Yi Xian and the others were arranged to stay in the Imperial Hall outside the palace. This was the hall where the Empire entertained the most distinguished guests. As a prince of the Empire, Yi Xian naturally had the right to stay here. When the fleet arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, it was morning, so the banquet just now was considered a luncheon. What surprised Yi Xian was that not long after he returned to the Imperial Hall with the Neapolitan Admiral, the Purplish Warbler, and the wretched Mosquito Slayer, he received a new banquet invitation. Someone actually came to invite him to the banquet. The banquet invitation had the Xianyuan family's emblem. Seeing this emblem, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He probably had to attend this banquet. No matter what, he still had to give face to the Purplish Warbler. The reason why the Xianyuan family sent over the banquet invitation so quickly was actually related to Naples. His 2 confidants, who were at the level of major generals, didn't attend the national banquet in the heavenly underworld Empire's imperial palace. Once they arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, they went to the Xianyuan family. On behalf of Prince Xian, they sent over a huge gift. Previously, because of the Purplish Warbler, the Xianyuan family had already decided to fully support Prince Xian. Later on, as Prince Xian's reputation became more and more prominent, the entire Xianyuan family was very pleased with their decision back then. Now, Prince Xian was definitely the kind of person that countless families would fight to submit to. Not to mention the families of the 3 great imperial capitals, even those imperial families on the Undying Star of the Undying Dynasty, who hadn't yet sided with a prince and had been observing from the sidelines, felt that it was time to choose a side after Prince Xian made it to the heaven roll. Under such circumstances, Prince Xian was about to arrive at the heavenly underworld planet. Furthermore, the Purplish Warbler had always been with him. They had entered the first universe twice in a row. Not to mention the feelings between the 2 of them, just this huge contribution made the Xianyuan family very happy. Originally, the Xianyuan family was still considering how they should approach Prince Xian this time. However, with the arrival of the 2 major generals of the Undying Star Army, this problem was no longer a problem. As a popular prince of the dynasty, he immediately sent someone to deliver a huge gift the moment he arrived at the heavenly underworld planet. This was clearly the rhythm of a betrothal gift. With the arrival of the 2 major generals, the entire Xianyuan family was as festive as the new year. Family head Xianyuan Duo, who was also the Purplish Warbler's father, immediately issued a series of orders. The entire Xianyuan family started to move and prepare for the wedding banquet immediately. The reason why it was called a wedding banquet was because the entire Xianyuan family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The big red Shi character could be seen everywhere. It was almost no different from a wedding banquet. Of course, Prince Xian was a prince of the dynasty. Not to mention a real wedding banquet. Even an engagement banquet was not something the Xianyuan family dared to easily hold in private without a representative from the dynasty present. However, although the wedding banquet and engagement banquet could not be held formally, it was completely possible to create such a spectacle on the surface. As such, everyone knew that although it was a formal wedding banquet, it was also equivalent to half announcing the marriage between Prince Xian and Xianyuan. Even the purplish warbler did not know about all these arrangements, let alone Yi Xian. After receiving the banquet invitation and seeing the Xianyuan family emblem on it, Yi Xian immediately shook his head helplessly and bitterly smiled. We just finished one meal, and now there's a second one. Furthermore, we have to go. This is too much. Chapter 3070. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, it might be my younger brother. Naples was stunned when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words. He was shocked. This old man was really something. Why'd he seem to know everything? Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He just rolled his eyes and ignored him. The wretched mosquito butcher was getting weirder and weirder. Sometimes just a casual sentence from him could make him so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Yi Xian had already made plans in his heart. This time, when he returned to the Immortal Star and took care of all the matters properly, he would have to find some time to dissect this old fellow from the inside out and figure out what the problem was. Coincidentally, Xianyuan Xing had already been invited over. When she heard that the Xianyuan family's banquet invitation had arrived, the girl was stunned for a moment before taking the banquet invitation from Yi Xian's hands. After glancing at it, the expression on her face couldn't help but become even more strange. There's even a Xianyuan family's emblem? Isn't this a little too formal? Normally, an invitation with the emblem represents the wishes of the head of the Xianyuan family. What's wrong with my father? After muttering to herself for a while, the purplish warbler seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly blushed and threw the invitation in Yi Xian's hand. She curled her lips and said, "Didn't you just eat? Could it be that he could still eat it? In my opinion, it's better not to go." "How can that be?" Yi Xian immediately shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "Didn't you just say it? An invitation with the Xianyuan family's emblem represents your father's wishes. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. But since it's your uncle's invitation, how can I not go? Not to mention that I'm only half full just now. Even if I'm so full that my stomach is about to explode, I still have to go." Yi Xian wasn't being glib when he said this. On the one hand, although he had been in the Starry World for quite some time, it wasn't long either. Because of his special experience, he spent most of his time behind enemy lines. Therefore, after he entered the Starry World, he made very few friends. Basically, the purplish warbler was the only one. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't neglect the warm invitation of the other party's family. On the other hand, Yi Xian always felt guilty towards the purplish warbler because of Lu Luo. Therefore, he subconsciously lowered his attitude towards this matter. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that Yi Xian actually had a good impression of the purplish warbler. It was just that this last reason wasn't particularly clear to him. Yi Xian's reply was obviously quite effective in the purplish warbler's ears. Compared to Yi Xian's impression of the purplish warbler, the purplish warbler's impression of Yi Xian was extremely clear. Therefore, Yi Xian's attitude made the purplish warbler happy in her heart. It was just that girls were shy and thin-skinned. Even if they were happy, they couldn't express it too easily. Sometimes they would even say something sarcastic. For example, right now, "At least you still have some conscience. But this is your own decision." Although the purplish warbler was secretly happy, she rolled her eyes and said to Yi Xian, "Don't blame me if you get too full when the time comes." Yi Xian naturally saw that this was the attitude of a little girl. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He was also speechless. Because this was a private banquet, Naples didn't even bring any bodyguards to the Xianyuan family this time. There were only 4 people in the party: Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and Yi Xian's personal butler, the wretched mosquito butcher. After the four of them left the Imperial Gymnasium, they directly rushed to the Xianyuan family. The purplish warbler was just going home, so she was familiar with the way. Yi Xian and Naples' behavior was also very normal. Only the wretched mosquito butcher, who followed behind the three of them, took advantage of the fact that the three of them didn't turn around to look behind them. His servile demeanor unknowingly disappeared, and he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The only thing missing was a folding fan in his hand and waving it 3 times with each step he took. He had the attitude of a master. Yi Xian and the other 2 people walking in front of him seemed to have been reduced to servants and maids opening the way for him. Yi Xian was the prince of an immortal dynasty, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky. He could be said to be very popular. Even the wretched mosquito butcher was greatly surprised by this. Previously, when they were on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demon Domain, this guy deliberately put on airs because of Yi Xian's status as the Holy Sun. Now that he was in the human race, he realized that his qualifications to show off seemed to be much greater. As long as Yi Xian turned around, his attitude of being the #1 in the world would immediately be transformed into one that was incomparably familiar to him. Of course, this old guy also knew that if Yi Xian turned around and saw his current appearance, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp on the spot. Therefore, while he puffed out his chest and walked with his feet splayed out, the wretched mosquito butcher's triangular eyes were always locked on Yi Xian's back. As soon as he realized that something was wrong and Yi Xian was about to turn around to look, he would immediately puff out his chest and bow his head, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Of course, only one of the triangular eyes was locked on Yi Xian's back. As for the other one, it was looking around, left and right, looking for someone to show off his superiority. No one but him had this kind of ability. Soon, the Xianyuan family arrived. From afar, Yi Xian saw the festive scene of the Xianyuan family's red wedding. He was stunned and turned to the purplish warbler beside him. Is there someone in your family getting married today? Huh? The purplish warbler was also confused. He was stunned for a moment before he replied uncertainly, "Maybe. It's my younger brother. Then you'll have to prepare a gift. Otherwise, it'll be too rude." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He flipped his hand and took out a small space box from his undying world. He opened it and saw 10 level 99 colored star core sources, each the size of a baby's fist, lying quietly inside, emitting a dreamy aura. This is too precious. No way. The purplish warbler was shocked. 10 level 99 colored star core sources were rare even on the undying planet, let alone in the Tianming imperial capital. Yi Xian's generosity shocked even her. "It's fine." Yi Xian waved his hand and settled the matter. Level 99 colored star core sources were indeed precious, but the purplish warbler couldn't compare to others. Besides, he already had more than 100 of them, and then he obtained another cube from the Blackwind ship, so he had more than 1,000 of them. 10 was really nothing. The four of them soon arrived at the Xianyuan family's entrance. A young man ran over with a smile on his face, calling out "sister" happily. The purplish warbler beside him also smiled dotingly. It seemed that she really liked this younger brother of hers. It's him. Chapter 3071. Translator. Nyoibo, Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, a virtuous son-in-law of striking appearance, seeing Yi Xian give him a gift as soon as they met. The young man was clearly a little surprised. However, after being stunned for a moment, he still raised his hand and accepted the gift. Moreover, he didn't seem to care about Yi Xian's congratulatory words. He subconsciously opened the small space box and let out a cry of surprise. His entire face was illuminated with dreamy 9 colors. He grinned at Yi Xian and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." With that, the young man turned and ran to the group of people waiting in front of the Xianyuan family's gate. He handed the small space box in his hand to an old man in the middle, as if he was presenting a treasure. His face was full of excitement and emotion. "Father, look, my brother-in-law gave me 10 ninth level 9 colored crystals." The group of people all looked at the small space box in his hand. The dreamy 9 colors were reflected on everyone's faces. Even the old man, suspected to be the head of the Xianyuan family, had a look of shock in his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Yi Xian's generosity. Following that, everyone became excited. They had already sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts just now, and they were also very valuable. Now, the young man had given 10 ninth-level, 9-colored crystals to curry favor with his brother-in-law. It seemed that Prince Xian really cared a lot about Ziying. Thinking of this, the group of Xianyuan family members all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Although these 10 ninth-level 9-colored crystals were put away by the old family head on the spot, and they probably wouldn't get a share of it. As long as Prince Xian became a family member, everyone present would benefit greatly in the future. They couldn't refuse it even if they didn't want to. At this moment, after putting away the small space box in the young man's hand, the old man had already led the group of Xianyuan family members to welcome Yi Xian. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Ayaya, my virtuous son-in-law is indeed a man of striking appearance. However, your etiquette is a little too thorough. This makes us seem distant. We're all family. Why do you have to be like this, brother-in-law?" Virtuous son-in-law. They were all family? As these words entered his ears one after another, Naples was grinning from ear to ear. The wretched mosquito slayer was more or less the same. Only the two people involved, Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler, had their mouths wide open as if they had agreed beforehand. Their faces were full of shock. It was as if lightning and thunder were rumbling in his mind. In an instant, his entire brain was numb from the explosion. At the same time, in the imperial capital, the Immortal Star, the Federation's Overwatch Council. After some investigation, the Overwatch Council's task force had a rough idea of the source of Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points. An investigation report was delivered to the desk of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. Although Long Huai was the great imperial uncle, on the surface, he looked younger than the second imperial uncle, Long Tianba. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a pale face and no beard. However, the light in his eyes occasionally flickered. His entire person imperceptibly exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was very frightening. On Yi Xian's side, the investigation of the 10 billion contribution points deduction was very fast because he only needed to recall what he had done. However, on the Overwatch Council side, it was not so simple. There were some things that even Naples did not know. He was only a 3-star general in the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty. This time, the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian were related to the interests of the entire Wanluo Federation. Thus, after the investigation began, there were many aspects that needed to be taken into consideration. The entire Wanluo Federation was in the first universe. Even if it was only in the demon territory, how could it be as simple as a few demon spies who had been bribed? In reality, for so many years, the Wanluo Federation had used similar methods to nibble away and even set up a few great void-killing formations in the first universe. In the future, when they fought a decisive battle with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, these great void-killing formations would have unimaginably terrifying effects. It could be said that the foundation of any one of these great void-killing formations was incomparably important. It was also absolutely enough to cause the Sky-ranking Federation interstellar mercenaries to have their contribution points deducted. Thus, this time, when the Federation's Overwatch Council launched an investigation into the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian, they took into consideration many aspects. This took a certain amount of time, and only now did they have a result. As for the investigation report that was placed on the desk of Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's director, right now in his hands, it showed the following information. All of the Great Void Killing Formations foundations were untouched. Some of the other arrangements and secrets were also completely normal, but there were still old connections. Only the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing, had been confirmed to have died not long ago, and the cause of death was unknown. As the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing's value was extremely high. His death was definitely not a small loss to the Wan Luo Federation. It was indeed enough to deduct 10 billion contribution points, or even more. Originally, on the Demon Emperor planet, Chanas had already reported the details of Wan Xing's death to the Demon Emperor, but the latter had blocked the news. After all, the High Priest of the Imperial City had died so sullenly. For the Demon Royal family, this was also a matter of loss of face. Thus, regarding the true cause of Wan Xing's death, the Federation's Overwatch Council did not receive any real information at all. So, he killed Wan Xing, and from the information that was sent back, no one knew how High Priest Wan Xing died. Could it be that he was assassinated? Putting down the investigation report in his hand, Long Huai gradually furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself, "This child has only gone through one ultimate trial, and he has already been reborn like this? From the weak and easily bullied in the past, he has grown to the point where he is now in the three great universes, and even his cultivation realm has become mysterious. He can even kill Wan Xing? What is even more frightening is his scheming. Whether it is taking advantage of the situation to kill Bai Jingjun, Zhao Long, and their henchmen on the Tiana planet, or deliberately leaving behind the impression of a benevolent heart on the Tiantian planet, all of this shows that this child is no longer the old Long Xian of the past. If Second Brother had not gone with the fleet and confirmed his identity, I would have almost suspected whether he was the real Prince Xian. How can a person change so much in such a short time? Unfortunately, Long Xian, no matter how powerful you are now, you still left behind some loopholes. Wan Xing's death is enough for the Federation's Overwatch Council to investigate you. Besides, a human being who has made such a name for himself among the demon race, and even reached the level of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Even if there is nothing fishy about it, just this point alone is enough for me to make some news. Chapter 3072. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Unexpected News of Marriage Immortal Planet, deep within the Imperial City. Just as the Federation's supervisor Long Huai gathered his trusted subordinates to frame Yi Xian for being a spy for the demons, deep within the Imperial City, Long Xian's mother, concubine Mei, was sitting in the back garden, conversing with a young and beautiful woman. There were many servant girls around them, all of them looking submissive and respectful. In fact, long before Yi Xian returned to the Third Universe with the Naples Fortress fleet and contacted the Immortal Dynasty, concubine Mei's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, had been completely relieved. This was because the daughter-in-law in front of her, whom she liked very much, had brought back the news that Yi Xian had successfully met up with the Naples Fortress fleet back to the Immortal Dynasty. The so-called daughter-in-law in front of concubine Mei was Ying Tai. Although she was a member of the automaton race, she was a high-ranking member of the automaton race. Her cultivation had reached the mystic light realm, and she had some secret concealment techniques of the automaton race. Therefore, even human experts who were 1 or 2 realms above the mystic light realm couldn't easily see through her true identity. That day, after Ying Tai left the Demon Star region, she immediately came to the Third Universe ruled by the human race and went straight to the Immortal Star, the capital of the Immortal Dynasty. After some twists and turns, Ying Tai got in touch with Consort Mei. She claimed that she was Prince Xian's confidant that he had gotten to know during the Imperial family's ultimate trials. She had returned early because of Prince Xian's instructions. He had asked Ying Tai to report to his mother that she was safe. Just the news of Prince Xian's safety was enough for the overjoyed concubine Mei to completely believe Ying Tai's words. In addition, Ying Tai deliberately tried to curry favor with concubine Mei. In just a few days, concubine Mei had completely accepted Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. She had even secretly hinted that she could only be Prince Xian's legal wife in the future. Ying Tai didn't care about this so-called identity of the main wife. She came to the human race, to the everlasting dynasty, with only one goal, and that was to start a passionate love affair with Prince Xian. Turning into a butterfly was originally a beautiful love story of a human race. Ever since Ying Tai was born from my consciousness and became a true member of the machine race, she was fascinated by this beautiful story. Ever since then, she had named herself Ingtai. Over the years, her cultivation had increased step by step. Now, she had reached the mystic light realm and had even become one of the upper echelons of the machinery race. However, her dream of becoming a butterfly had never come true. This time, when her predecessor, Shanbo, died at the hands of Yixin, Ingtai finally understood. Turning into a butterfly was a love story of the human race. Since that was the case, if her Shanbo was a member of the mechanical race, how could she feel the true meaning of turning into a butterfly? Thus, she decided to find a human to start her butterfly love. As for Prince Xian, as the most popular prince of a human race's technology faction and a dragon among the younger generation of the human race, he was obviously Ingtai's best choice. Ingtai indeed didn't care about being the main wife of Prince Xian, but she cared about Prince Xian. As such, she didn't have any objections to Consort Mei's arrangements. She was even secretly delighted. Prince Xian had always been avoiding her. This time, he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to, right? At this moment, a female official hurriedly walked into the back garden. After quickly glancing at Ingtai with a strange expression, she whispered a few words into Consort Mei's ear. Although the maids and female servants in the palace were all cultivators, including Consort Mei, there was still a gap between their cultivation and that of Ingtai, who was at the mystic light realm. As such, although the female official's voice was soft, Ingtai heard every single word clearly. Consort Mei, things aren't looking good. Prince Xian, he has already arrived at Tianming Imperial Capital. He just wanted the Xianyuan family and prepared a generous gift. He gave out 10 level 9, 9-colored pills in one go. The Xianyuan family is even more colorful. Right now, it's rumored that Prince Xian is going to marry the Xianyuan family's girling back to the palace. Hearing these words, Ingtai's expression immediately became unnatural. There was even a faint hint of anger. While she was currying favor with Prince Xian's mother, the latter was fooling around outside. This was the first time she had heard of the so-called Xianyuan family's girling. If she had known that this woman had an affair with Prince Xian, Ingtai would have definitely exterminated the entire Xianyuan family before coming here. Of course, whether or not she could exterminate them was another matter. After all, it was impossible that the Xianyuan family didn't even have a mystic light realm cultivator. However, at this moment, under her slight anger, this was indeed what she was thinking. After hearing the female official's words, Consort Mei frowned slightly. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Ingtai. From the other party's expression, she immediately understood that Ingtai had heard the female official's words. As Prince Xian's mother, she naturally had to consider many aspects. Ingtai was indeed not bad, but after all, she didn't have any foundation or background. She was just a female loose cultivator with decent cultivation. From Consort Mei's point of view, with the devoted Ingtai as the main wife and her powerful cultivation, she could intimidate the entire harem. As for the Xianyuan family's girling, she came from a prestigious family. Not only was she well-matched with Prince Xian, but more importantly, the Tianming Empire's Xianyuan family was one of the few families in the entire empire that possessed a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. With the support of the Xianyuan family, Prince Xian's chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. Just from this point alone, Consort Mei couldn't refuse the purplish warbler. Girl, Xian, or will most likely ascend the throne in the future. You know about the matters of the imperial family. Even I am just one of the masters of the harem. The girl from the Xianyuan family is actually not bad. More importantly, the Xianyuan family will be of great help to Xian Er's great undertaking. So, at this point, Consort Mei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She turned to look at the female official beside her, and her tone suddenly became serious. Then, she said, "Send out the order. Tell Xian to return to the imperial capital immediately. Tell him that Ingtai is waiting for him here. Once he returns, we will have the wedding immediately." After that, Consort Mei turned her head to look at Ingtai. She smiled kindly and said softly, "Girl, this is the fate of marrying into the royal family. However, although I can't promise you anything else, I will make sure that you will not lose the position of the Empress. So, I will definitely give it to you. Ingtai actually didn't care about all of this. However, Consort Mei's words for Prince Xian to immediately return to the imperial court and complete the wedding made Ingtai rather happy. She immediately stood up and bowed towards Consort Mei. I will listen to Consort Mei's decision. Chapter 3073. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Running Away from Marriage, Brother-in-Law. So you have another one on the Immortal Star? Actually, this is normal. Even if you can't ascend the throne and become a prince in the future, it's normal for you to have a lot of concubines. But the problem is that my sister can't handle it. You know her temperament. I think this is going to fail. Xian, Your Highness, why didn't you mention this before? That woman called Ingtai. From what Concubine Mei said, she wants you to immediately return to the palace to complete the marriage. In that case, won't Ingtai become your first wife? Ayaya. If that's the case, this old man can't guarantee anything for you, littling. Damn hooligan liar. I don't want to see you anymore. Woo. With the arrival of the Immortal Star's summons, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. The purplish warbler almost burst into tears. She stood up angrily and left the banquet. Even Naples and the wretched mosquito slayer were dumbfounded by this scene. For a moment, they were stunned. As for Yi Xian, he was in no mood to pay attention to all of this. At this moment, his entire mind was occupied by the two words, Ingtai. Ingtai, that love-struck woman who had the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, but was clearly a little crazy. She actually returned to the third universe one step ahead of time, and even went to find Prince Xian's mother, Concubine Mei. Moreover, from the sudden summons from Concubine Mei, it was obvious that Ingtai was doing well over there. Prince Xian's family and the entire immortal imperial family had probably been taken care of by that woman. Under such circumstances, if he really returned to the Immortal Star, he would be walking right into a trap. Although marriage wasn't something to be afraid of, Yi Xian never thought that he would become Dao companions with a strange woman like this. Even if this woman was Xian Yuan Xing, he wouldn't be completely unable to accept it. He might even be able to half push and half submit to her. However, if it was Ingtai, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't compromise no matter what. That woman was sick in the head. Why did she say that she wanted to start a love affair with him? It sounded good, but the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Ingtai was clearly a tragedy, okay? Only an idiot would play such a sick game with her. It seemed that he couldn't go to the Immortal Star, at least for the time being. Otherwise, once he returned, he would definitely be forced to complete the marriage. At that time, everything would be over. No matter what, he had to slip away first. He was clearly running away from the marriage. If that woman called Ingtai still had some face left, she might take the initiative to leave the Immortal Star soon. At that time, Yi Xian could just go back. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately had the thought of leaving Heavenly Underworld Planet. In any case, he'd already returned to the third universe of a human race, so he could go anywhere. Naples couldn't be involved in this matter. After all, it was an order from the Immortal Star. If it was found that Naples was related to Yi Xian's disobedience, Yi Xian would be fine as a prince, but Naples would be severely punished as a high-ranking general of the Immortal Army. He was now considered by Yi Xian to be his own direct descendant. No matter from which perspective, Yi Xian had to protect him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be best not to reveal to Naples even the fact that they were planning to run away at this moment. After all, the fact that Naples was equivalent to Prince Xian's direct line of descent must have been known to everyone in the imperial court. In order to suppress Prince Xian, his imperial brothers would not let go of any opportunity. Naples had definitely entered their sights and was listed as a target to be suppressed. At a time like this, Yi Xian had to be cautious and not leave any opportunity for the other party. Yi Xian couldn't stay too long, including on the Xianyuan family's side. Otherwise, once the fact that Prince Xian disobeyed orders was established, it was inevitable that someone would implicate the Xianyuan family. Thinking of this, he, who had originally planned to explain to the purplish warbler, immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to stay here. All right, we should go. Uncle Xianyuan, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Ziying. This is a misunderstanding. I'll definitely explain it later. After making the decision, Yixian immediately stood up and bowed to the purplish warbler's father, family head Xianyuan Bo. Then, he turned around and left the Xianyuan family with Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. Your Highness, after leaving the Xianyuan family, on the way back to the Imperial Gymnasium, Naples couldn't hold himself back and wanted to ask about it. He was also caught off guard by Consort May's edict. The key was that he didn't know what Yixian was thinking. This was something that, as a direct descendant of Yixian, he had to figure out first before making further plans. Don't ask anything, don't say anything. This prince has his own plans. Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Yixian immediately interrupted him. He turned around and gave Naples a meaningful glance. This was the imperial capital of Tianming Empire, and it was in the imperial city area. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every nook and cranny was under the surveillance of Tianming Empire's main Starry Sky network. It didn't mean that someone was monitoring them now. After all, with Prince Xian's status, there probably wasn't anyone in Tianming Empire who dared to do so. There was no need for them to do so. However, if Yixian disobeyed orders and left after the incident, if the other princes wanted to make things difficult for Naples, then if Yixian and Naples had any conversation that crossed the line, they could easily find out and use it as evidence to suppress Naples. Yixian had to take precautions against this. At this moment, as he turned and gave Naples a meaningful look, the latter almost instantly understood why Yixian avoided talking to him. At the same time, he naturally guessed why Yixian wanted to escape from the marriage. A bitter smile appeared on Naples' face. Since he was already a direct descendant of Prince Xian, then no matter what decision Prince Xian made, he had to obey without question. In fact, Yixian's action of stopping him from asking questions at this moment represented his protection for Naples. This made him feel quite touched. Just this alone made him feel that it was worth following Prince Xian to the end, even if it meant following him to the end. At this time, Prince Xian could still consider his safety. To be able to follow such a master, what more could he ask for? At this thought, Naples instantly made the decision to support Yixian. He cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, we will be returning to the immortal star tomorrow. This time, the journey is long and cannot be lost. This old subject will not go to the Imperial Gymnasium tonight. I will go to the fortress fleet and let the soldiers check the entire fortress overnight so as to not delay Your Highness' return to the Imperial Court. Chapter 3074. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio The Prince is Gone. Investigate a woman named Ing Tai immediately. She is Prince Xian's fiancée. After Naples left, Yixian returned to his room in the Imperial Gymnasium. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to investigate Ing Tai's background. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. Logically speaking, he was already on his way back to the immortal star of the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld empire. After entering the wormhole, he would reach the immortal star in a few days. Prince Xian's mother, Consort May, definitely wouldn't be in such a hurry to issue such an edict all of a sudden. Furthermore, she clearly stated the date of his wedding with Ing Tai in the edict. All of this was clearly Ing Tai's doing in the dark. As a result, Yixian recalled the 1 or 2 rare encounters he had with Ing Tai. He immediately became suspicious. Following Yixian's order, the devouring system immediately activated its auxiliary communication system to investigate. However, it found nothing. This result made Yixian even more suspicious. Ing Tai claimed to be Prince Xian's fiancée. How could there be no information at all? This was definitely not normal. Unwilling to give up, Yixian narrowed the scope of his search and gave only one search condition, which was Prince Xian's fiancée. The result was also a blank slate. Prince Xian did not have a fiancée at all. This result was within his expectations. Indeed, there is a problem. It seems that I can only ask the system to analyze it. With a frown, Yi Xian immediately used the process of his encounter with Ying Tai as an analysis element and transmitted it to the devouring system, requesting the system to analyze it. The final result gave him a huge shock. Ying Tai, 80% is from the Tianji clan, 15% is from a human with bad intentions, 5% is from a third race with bad intentions. Out of the three possibilities, the latter two were bad intentions. There was no need to talk about the first one. If she was from the Tianji clan, it was not just bad intentions. It was simply unfathomable. Furthermore, the possibility of her being from the Tianji clan was as high as 80%. This was the result of the devouring system's analysis. It was basically the truth. She's from the Tianji clan? Yi Xian's expression turned gloomy, and his mind quickly calculated. If this was the case, then Ying Tai should be one of the higher-ups of the Heavenly's legacy race's Star Fortress. Who would have thought that there would be two clansmen in the Tianji clan's Interstellar Fortress? One of them had been killed by him, while the other must have seen the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin bead and knew that he was no match for it. That was why he used such a scheme to confuse Yi Xian. Since the other party was willing to give up on an interstellar fortress, it meant that her scheme was huge. At the very least, it was worth more than an interstellar fortress. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that the other party had already infiltrated the undying star of the Undying Dynasty. Furthermore, she had successfully contacted Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei. It seemed that their relationship was quite good. At the very least, Consort Mei had already agreed to marry Prince Xian. This made Yi Xian quite suspicious. Although Ying Tai's cultivation was not bad, reaching the Mystic Light Realm, there should be quite a few existences below the Mystic Light Realm on the undying star of the Undying Dynasty's imperial capital, right? There were definitely existences several major realms stronger than the Mystic Light Realm. Naples was only a 3-star general. In the Undying Army of the Undying Dynasty, there were 4-star generals, 5-star generals, and the highest marshals. Their cultivation was definitely above that of Naples. And this was only the military. In reality, apart from military, how could the other departments of the Undying Dynasty not have such powerful existences? Under such circumstances, a Mystic Light Realm existence, even if she looked no different from a human and definitely had some secret methods of the Tianji clan, had infiltrated the imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, where the headquarters of the MyriadNet Federation was located. How could no one discover Ying Tai's true identity? Could it be that the devouring system's analysis was wrong? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian shook his head and shook it away. Although this didn't make sense, he would rather believe in the devouring system. In that case, he would treat Ying Tai as a member of the Tianji clan. Facing the situation before him, what Yi Xian needed to do wasn't just what he'd thought before. It was as simple as not going to the Immortal Star and temporarily escaping from the marriage to avoid the limelight. Since the other party wasn't Prince Xian's fiancée, she would definitely have a different excuse than what she had told Yi Xian if she wanted to deceive Consort Mei. She would most likely say that she was a close female friend that Prince Xian had gotten to know while he was out there undergoing the ultimate trial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick Consort Mei into trusting her. In short, Ying Tai's excuse for entering the Undying Star and coming into contact with Consort Mei was definitely related to Prince Xian. In this way, once the fact that she was a member of the Tianji clan was exposed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian. The power struggle in the imperial court was very intense. Who knew how many people were waiting for such an opportunity? Furthermore, Yi Xian hadn't resolved the issue of 10 billion Federation contribution points being deducted. Furthermore, Prince Xian still had a covetous first imperial uncle who held the important position of supervisor of the Myriad Luo Federation. Looks like I still have to rely on myself to expose Ying Tai's identity. Otherwise, this matter will definitely become an excuse for those people to use against me. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If not for the fact that his identity as Prince Xian was already established and that he could use the Starry Sky Net on the Undying Star to search for the devouring source with half the effort, he would have given up on this identity. He didn't like this kind of power struggle between the imperial family. Scheming against each other was really troublesome. After sighing, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. The Emperor Hall was the top VIP hall in the Tianming imperial capital. The interior space was very large, and even a small private warship could be easily summoned. After the wretched mosquito slayer entered the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly waved his hand again and stored the Dongshu shuttle again. After doing all this, he activated perfect oscillation and concealed his figure, aura, and everything else. He silently left the Emperor Hall. After leaving the Emperor Hall, Yi Xian soared into the sky and headed towards the starry sky passage outside the Tianming star. After a short while, he arrived outside the Tianming star's atmosphere. In the Tianming star's official star dock, not far away, the 5 starry sky fortresses commanded by Naples were clearly visible. However, Yi Xian couldn't go over at this moment. In order to protect Naples, he could only choose to leave alone. With another sigh, Yi Xian activated his cultivation and entered the starry sky in a state where his figure and aura were concealed. His physical body traversed the starry sky and quickly left. Chapter 3075. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The third imperial decree. It was nighttime. Before Yi Xian entered the Independent and that belonged to him temporarily, he had instructed everyone not to disturb him unless they were summoned. He was going into seclusion. Therefore, even though Yi Xian left that very night, no one in the entire Tianming imperial capital knew about it the next day. Even Naples, who knew that Yi Xian would definitely leave quietly, wasn't sure if he had really left. Since Prince Xian had instructed everyone not to disturb him and he was going into seclusion, no one dared to disturb him. Even Naples pretended to wait in the flagship fortress of the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Tianming star. As for food and drink, it was common for cultivators to not have a drop of water for a few days or even longer. Since he was going into seclusion, the desire for good food had to be put aside. Therefore, no one came to disturb him for the entire day, not even delivering food. As for the Xinyuan family, they also maintained their silence and didn't come to contact Prince Xin again. The second day, the third day, until the 6th day, it was still the same. Finally, the imperial capital couldn't sit still anymore. Concubine Mei's second imperial decree arrived at the Tianming imperial capital, requesting that Prince Xian end his seclusion immediately and set off by the end of the day. Concubine Mei had obviously seen through it. In fact, some of the bystanders, including the Xinyuan family, had also seen through it. Instead of going into seclusion earlier or later, Prince Xian chose to go into seclusion right after Concubine Mei's decree and the wedding announcement. Furthermore, he chose to go into seclusion on the way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. This was clearly a deliberate delay. Perhaps Prince Xian had been enjoying himself in that independent inn for the past few days and hadn't gone into seclusion at all. Concubine Mei's second decree was clearly a little angry. Furthermore, this second decree wasn't only issued to Prince Xian, but to Emperor Tianming as well. It was clear that they wanted Emperor Tianming to step in. No matter what, they had to get Prince Xian onto the fortress fleet and head for the Undying Star. Emperor Tianming did not appear, but the head steward of the Imperial Palace did. However, after the head steward of the Imperial Palace entered the Imperial Academy, his expression changed before he even entered Yi Xian's independent inn. He sighed. The prince has already left. Moreover, he's been gone for a long time. I'm afraid it's been 5 or 6 days. The Emperor Palace officials behind him were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. This wasn't a small matter. They were clearly disobeying the imperial edict. Although the imperial edict wasn't issued by the immortal emperor himself, Consort Mei was the most powerful concubine in the imperial harem. Her imperial edict couldn't be disobeyed. Even her own son had disobeyed her orders. To Concubine Mei, this was tantamount to a slap in the face. If Consort Mei was angered, many people in the Tianming imperial capital would suffer. After all, Prince Xian was lost here. Some people would not be able to escape the blame. Chief Steward, what should we do? A pale-faced official asked the chief steward who represented Imperial Emperor Tianming. They were indeed in a state of panic now that something like this had happened so suddenly. What else can we do? He's already gone. Don't tell me you still want to lie to Consort May? If that's the case, we'll lose our heads. The chief steward replied indifferently, then turned around and left. He had to report this matter to Emperor Tianming. Although a prince of the imperial capital was popular, in the eyes of Emperor Tianming, he was nothing. However, the other party had stirred up a lot of trouble. Emperor Tianming was probably angry about this. After the chief steward left, the follow-up work started quickly. On one hand, the imperial capital's undying star's reply was reported immediately. On the other hand, the Tianming imperial capital also launched a comprehensive investigation into Prince Xian's disappearance. After all, as the imperial capital of the Tianming Empire, the Tianming star's star defense system was incomparable to that of an administrative star of a small country. It was inexcusable for a person to disappear just like that. Ordinary concealment techniques would not be able to escape the detection of the Tianming star's star defense system. If they did not get to the bottom of this matter, they would not be able to answer to Consort May. However, when Yi Xian left, he used the perfect vibration of the Devil Cultivator's mental strength skill. The heavenly underworld star's star defense system couldn't sense it at all. As a result, the final result of this investigation caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Prince Xian had indeed gone missing. However, when and how he had left, and whether he had left on his own accord or had been abducted, no one knew anything about this. The investigation result was a blank slate. There were no clues at all. Such a result made everyone fall into a daze. With the defensive system of the heavenly underworld planet, even a mystic light realm expert, such as the Neapolitan Admiral, wouldn't be able to leave without leaving a trace if he used a concealment technique. However, Prince Xian had done it. Although his cultivation was still a mystery, and no one knew, no matter what, he shouldn't be as strong as a mystic light realm existence, right? Could it be that he was abducted by a supreme existence whose cultivation had surpassed the mystic light realm? Thinking of this possibility, the entire Tianming imperial capital started to panic. If this matter was investigated, who knew how many people would lose their heads? Prince Xian had fought alone in the demon territory of the first universe and returned safely. However, he had suffered such a crime in his own territory. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. Even if the everlasting dynasty didn't pursue this matter, the countless fans of the prince in the entire myriad Luo Federation would definitely not let this matter rest. Because of this matter, the entire Tianming Empire's imperial capital was in a state of panic. Even Emperor Tianming could not sit still. Only the commander of the Stronghold Fleet, Naples, who was docked in the Tianming Star Dock, seemed anxious on the surface, but his heart was calm and he sighed. Even he was amazed that Prince Xian had been able to leave the Tianming Star without anyone knowing. At the very least, he would not be able to do the same thing. Apart from that, the purplish warbler also knew what was going on. All of this seemed very mysterious to outsiders, but she knew that Yi Xian had the mental energy of a demon. This was not a difficult thing to do. The Tianming Empire's imperial capital was the core of the Third Universe's technological faction. The demon scouts of the Tianming race would not be able to infiltrate this place. As such, the Tianming Star defense system did not have many defensive measures against the mental energy of a demon. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to leave so easily. The purplish warbler was well aware of this. Furthermore, Yi Xian's actions of running away from the marriage at the expense of angering concubine may made her realize that perhaps she had really misunderstood this matter. As such, the purplish warbler's dissatisfaction gradually disappeared, and she began to worry about Yi Xian. It was also at this time that the third edict from the Undying Star finally arrived. Unlike the previous two edicts, this third edict wasn't issued by an immortal dynasty. Instead, it came from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Chapter 3076. Translator. Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The arrival of the monitoring team. The third edict came from the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, the Federation's Monitoring Council. It was personally issued by the Federation's monitoring chief, who was also the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Therefore, the weight of this edict surpassed the previous two edicts from Concubine Mei. Concubine Mei was only one of the immortal emperor's favored concubines, but Long Huai was different. He had an official status. In the royal family of the immortal dynasty, he was the great imperial uncle, the elder brother of the current immortal emperor, and an important figure in the royal family. In the Wanluo Federation, he was the head of the Federation's monitoring council. He had a high position and power. The content of the third edict was very simple, but the deeper meaning behind it made people wonder and even fear. The edict stated that the Federation's monitoring council of the Immortal Star had already sent an investigation team to Heavenly Underworld Planet to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance. At the same time, it requested the Xianyuan family's Naples fortress fleet to stay put and wait for orders. No one was to leave and wait for the arrival of the investigation team from the Federation's Monitoring Council to cooperate with the investigation of Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points. On the surface, this decree seemed to be quite normal, but after careful consideration, anyone could see that there was something wrong with it. First of all, the Immortal Dynasty should have sent an investigation team to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, not the Federation's Monitoring Council. The Federation's Monitoring Council was a monitoring department of the Federation. It was equivalent to discipline. The nature of this incident, whether it was the prince disobeying concubine Mei's edict and running away from the marriage or the prince being kidnapped, should not have alerted the Federation's Monitoring Council to investigate. This was an internal matter of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Besides, if they were really here to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, then the people mentioned in the edict to cooperate with the investigation should be the officials of the Tianming Empire, not the Xianyuan family and the Naples fortress fleet. Moreover, at the end of the edict, it specifically mentioned that Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points was wrong. This was even more unusual. It was clearly implying that Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points were deducted from him and his sudden disappearance this time. To put it bluntly, the hidden meaning of this imperial edict was clearly that the Federation's Overwatch Council was suspicious of Prince Xian. Even his sudden disappearance on Heavenly Underworld Planet was included in this. Long Huai, the Overwatch Council, suspected that he had fled in fear of punishment. Disobeying consort Mei's edict and running away from the marriage was just an excuse that Prince Xian used to cover up his escape from punishment when he got wind of it. Ordinary citizens of the Federation might not be able to see through all of this, but those who had some experience in politics would be able to figure it out after some thought. Of course, in view of the special status of supervising director Long Huai, he had always supported the Great Prince. Thus, when the Overwatch Council investigated Prince Xian, there was some personal grudge involved. This was something that everyone was well aware of. However, no one dared to casually discuss this matter. However, due to the arrival of this decree, the originally anxious Heaven Nether Imperial capital instead gradually calmed down. The officials of the Dark Nether capital were all shrewd people, and naturally saw that the nature of this matter had changed with a single glance. Even on Consort Mei's side, after the great imperial Uncle Long Huai interfered and caused trouble, her attention and resentment were drawn away from the Tianming Empire and toward the great imperial Uncle Long Huai. It was said that when immortals fought, the immortals suffered. That was true in normal battles. However, this was a battle for the throne within the royal family. It couldn't be too grand. At least, it couldn't be too obvious on the surface. Thus, both sides restrained themselves. Under these circumstances, when the immortals fought, the immortals became spectators. In short, the crisis of the Tianming Empire was basically resolved. However, for the people of Naples and the Xianyuan family, they immediately became nervous. One was from a large family in the imperial capital. The other was a high-ranking general who had been in the military for a long time. Naturally, they saw through the great imperial Uncle Long Huai's investigation order very clearly. Although they understood, they dared to be angry but did not dare to voice it. The great imperial Uncle Long Huai had justifiable reasons and excuses. Even if the essence of this investigation was indeed a battle for the throne, no one dared to rashly break this window paper. Even the immortal emperor would maintain his silence. On one hand, this concerned the face of the royal family. On the other hand, Long Huai was his brother and held a high position in the Wan Luo Federation. Even if the immortal emperor did not like this kind of overly intense battle for the throne on this matter, he could not take the initiative to express his opinion and be dragged into it. No matter when a battle for the throne appeared, as the holder of the throne at that time, he would usually maintain an aloof attitude of watching from the sidelines. Only when the situation developed into a situation that was difficult to resolve would the holder of the throne appear and quell the unrest. In reality, in the immortal emperor's eyes, this battle for the throne was an excellent opportunity to examine the great prince and Prince Xian, who had suddenly appeared like a dark horse. The grand imperial uncle, Long Huai, was well aware of this as well. Thus, he was extremely confident. So long as he controlled the situation and didn't make the situation too serious and cause the imperial clan to lose too much face, it was impossible for the eternal empires to stand out and interfere in this matter. The people of Naples and the Xianyuan family both knew this point. Thus, at this moment, the people of Naples and the Xianyuan family all appeared calm and composed on the surface. However, in their hearts, they were not calm long ago. Other than anger, they were actually more worried. The methods of the Federation's Overwatch Council were not ordinary. If the great imperial Uncle Long Huai hardened his heart, this time, when Prince Xian was struck down heavily, they would also suffer and even be buried with him. Other than the immortal emperor, the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, located in the immortal emperor, would also not express any opinion regarding Long Huai's abuse of power for personal gain this time. The Wan Luo Federation was the Wan Luo Federation of the human clan in the third universe and the various other Federation races in the second universe. In the headquarters of the Federation on the immortal planet, other than the human clan elites, there were also a large number of higher-ups from the other races in the second universe. There were even some important departments that controlled not the human clan elites, but the elites from the other races in the second universe. The human clan and the other races basically maintained a kind of relative balance. Although the human clan and the other races in the Federation were united on the matter of the Tianji race against the outside world, within the Federation, competition and even struggle had never stopped. This could be seen from the fact that the positions occupied by the top 10 on the heaven list were sensitive enough to tug at the heartstrings of the two universes. This time, although the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, was suspected of abusing his power for personal gain, this was, after all, an internal struggle within the human clan. The races in the second universe were naturally happy to sit on the fence and watch. Chapter 3077. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Second Order Planet Warrior Yixian, was still unaware of the third investigation order from the Wan Luo Federation headquarters. He was actually in the void near the heavenly underworld planet and had not gone far. After silently leaving the heavenly underworld planet that night, Yixian traversed the void with his physical body. When he was far enough away, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. Then, he activated the concealment array of the Dongshu shuttle and remained in the void near the heavenly underworld planet. This was because Yixian was quietly waiting for the follow-up response from Consort Mei on the Immortal Star. Not only did Prince Xian not return to the Immortal Star as ordered, but he also escaped the marriage and left quietly. This was tantamount to slapping Consort Mei in the face, so it was impossible for the Immortal Star not to respond. Yixian, on the other hand, would be able to analyze the intentions and movements of the suspected Tianji clan member, Ingtai, through the follow-up response from the Immortal Star. Then, he would be able to take countermeasures accordingly. Due to this consideration, he could not leave the heavenly underworld planet too far. This was because he had to activate his personal space communication system at any time to connect to the heavenly underworld planet space network and search for information. Furthermore, Before he entered the Imperial Dojo, he had instructed that he would be in seclusion and not to disturb him unless there was something important. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the news of his sudden disappearance would take at least 1 or 2 days to reach the immortal star. And by the time Consort Mei reacted, it would probably be 3 or 4 days later. Because of this, out of boredom, Yi Xian switched the Dongshu shuttle to self-propelled mode and took out the star core origin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he entered seclusion inside the Dongshu shuttle. Although he was now a planet-grade elite, this was clearly far from enough. Prince Xian's cultivation level could not only be at the 4th major realm. When he had first left the immortal star and started the imperial family's ultimate trial, his cultivation level had probably been much higher than this. Although everyone believed that Yi Xian was concealing his cultivation base and deliberately controlling what he revealed to the outside world at the planet grade, it was very likely that Yi Xian would encounter a situation where he would be forced to reveal his true cultivation base during the upcoming power struggle in the Immortal Dynasty. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian couldn't display a stronger cultivation base and was still a planet first order, it would immediately arouse suspicion. Therefore, whenever he was free, he would seize the time to cultivate. Fortunately, he had the devouring system to help him absorb the energy from the star core origin. His speed in this aspect was already very fast, and coupled with the fact that his mental state had improved several times in a row, he was able to make consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of time. He did not have to worry about the situation where his foundation would be unstable due to his cultivation level increasing too quickly. This time, during his closed-door training in the Void, Yi Xian still used level 9, 9-colored star core origins. In fact, he used 2 of them. In just 8 short days, when all the star core origins that he had thrown to the devouring system had been completely absorbed and finished his training, Yi Xian heard the familiar system prompt in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, planet 3rd order. Upon hearing this prompt, Yi Xian was delighted. His eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly. Sure enough, after using 2 level 9, 9-colored star cores, he had finally achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs during this closed-door training. He had broken through from the planet First Order to the planet Third Order. However, this situation could not be maintained for long. The planet realm was not very strong yet, so it was still possible to break through 2 small levels in a row by using 2 level 9, 9-colored star core origins. However, as his cultivation level increased again, he was afraid that he would only be able to break through 1 small level after using 4 or 5 level 9, 9-colored star cores at once. Because of this, he decided to take advantage of the fact that his foundation was still shallow and the effects of the level 9, 9-colored star core origins were still very obvious to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible during this period until his mental state reached a bottleneck, and he had no choice but to stop. In fact, he was the only one who could achieve such a thing. If it had been anyone else, even if they had a large number of level 9, 9-colored star core origins, they would not have been able to achieve this, as it took time to absorb the star core energy. The higher the level of the star core origin, the slower and more difficult it would be to absorb the star core energy within it. Yi Xian had the devouring system and the bloodline of the space-devouring beast, so he was not afraid of this. He could absorb the star core energy as quickly as he wanted. After breaking through once again, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He calculated the time and realized that he had actually spent 8 days in this closed-door training to make 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This gave him a huge fright. 8 days was enough for the Immortal Dynasty to react to his sudden disappearance. Consort Mei was probably furious. Prince Xian was her only son, and Consort Mei had always been proud of him. This time, Prince Xian was carrying out the royal family's ultimate trial outside, and she had always been very worried. Back when Yi Xian had used the Federation's contribution points to exchange for 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids on the Heavenly River planet, Consort Mei had even taken advantage of that opportunity to ask for a drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood from the Immortal Emperor. She had mixed it in and sent it to Yi Xian in violation of the rules. This time, Consort Mei was worried about Prince Xian's marriage. She had sent down an edict for him to return to the immortal star immediately and complete the wedding. However, Prince Xian did not care about his mother's feelings at all and skipped work halfway. Consort Mei would definitely be furious when faced with all this. Perhaps the entire heavenly underworld planet was in chaos by now. He did not know if the Naples and Xianyuan family were in trouble. He had considered protecting them at first, so he believed that no matter how furious Consort Mei was, she would not vent her anger on them. After all, anyone could see that the Naples and Xianyuan family had basically been branded with Prince Xian's brand. They were her son's direct descendants. Consort Mei was furious, but she could not completely fall out with them over this matter and wipe out her son's future direct descendants, right? If she really did that, she would definitely not be his biological mother. When he thought of this, Yi Xian, who had just been a little worried, immediately calmed down. Immediately after, he issued an order to the devouring system and immediately activated his personal Starry Sky communication system. He connected to the heavenly underworld planet's Starry Sky network and checked on the subsequent developments of this incident. Following the order, the devouring system immediately connected to the Starry Sky network. After it was successful, it began to collect information. After a short while, the collection process was completed. A series of information was fed back and turned into words that were projected into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian immediately browsed through it. After reading a few lines, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. In addition to being furious, he even subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. What? How could this be? Chapter 3078. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, studio isolation and investigation. Now that Prince Xian was at the peak of his power, it was not easy to find a chance to deal with him and suppress him. As the Federation's chief inspector, the great imperial Uncle Long Huai would not treat him lightly. This time, the investigation team of the Overwatch Council from the headquarters of the Undying Stars Wan Luo Federation was personally led by his deputy. They took a space fortress and descended on the heavenly underworld planet. Long Huai's deputy was also a member of the Undying Dynasty's royal family, so he also had the surname Long, and his name was Long Kuei. However, this person was only a side relative of the royal family and belonged to Long Huai's line. In terms of seniority, he was the same as Long Huai. If Yi Xian came into contact with him as Prince Xian, he would also call him uncle. However, compared to Long Huai, Long Tianba, and the other royal uncles, this uncle was clearly much less important. After all, he was only a side relative. Long Kuei and Long Huai were the same. They belonged to the radical and powerful faction. From the fact that the great imperial Uncle Long Huai had appointed him as the leader of the Overwatch Council's investigation team, it could be seen that Long Huai was determined to succeed this time. This was clearly a spurt of energy and wanted to push Prince Xian to the end. At the very least, he wanted to fiercely suppress the momentum of Prince Xian's limelight. Once the investigation team arrived on the heavenly underworld planet, they began a comprehensive investigation of Naples and the Xianyuan family on the same day. As for Prince Xian's disappearance, they did not waste their time at all. Tianming's imperial capital had already been thoroughly investigated. Since there was no result, then even if the Federation's Overwatch Council began another investigation, it would be impossible for them to find anything new. Although this was the truth, they didn't even bother to go through the formalities. As soon as they arrived, they began to investigate Naples and the Xianyuan family, who were closely related to Prince Xian. Sima Zhao's intentions were well known. The entire Tianming's imperial capital was incomparably quiet on this day. Everyone was closely watching the progress of this matter. Naples was immediately stripped of his position as the commander of the Stronghold Fleet. The entire Stronghold Fleet was temporarily led by Imperial Uncle Long Tianba and returned to the Immortal Star. The purpose of this was obviously to make it easier to investigate Naples in the future and to separate his direct troops for the commander. Following the forced departure of the Fortress Fleet and the return of the Immortal Army, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were brought to the Federation Fortress, where the investigation team was located by the monitoring officers of the Federation Overwatch Council and isolated for investigation. Naples was a good match, but when the Overwatch Council's censor went to the Xianyuan family to ask the Purplish Warbler to cooperate with the investigation, they were met with some obstacles, and a conflict almost broke out. In the end, the head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Bo, was injured. An ancestor of the Xianyuan family also appeared and ordered the family to restrain themselves. Thus, the officials of the Federation Overwatch Council were able to successfully take the Purplish Warbler away. This matter caused a stir in Qianming's imperial capital. Originally, because of their relationship with Prince Xian, the Xianyuan family could be said to be like the sun in the sky among the top families in Qianming's imperial capital. However, the world changed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court had already begun to suppress Prince Xian. The Xianyuan family was also implicated. This matter became a joke in Qianming's imperial capital. They said that they had not even hugged Prince Xian's thighs before they could warm up to him. In the Overwatch Council's Federation Fortress, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were locked up in two cabins that were quite far from each other and isolated for investigation. All the investigation was personally led by the leader of the investigation team, Long Kuei. At this time, this Federation Fortress had already left Tianming planet and was returning to the Undying planet. However, when they came, this starry fortress used wormholes all the way and used the fastest speed to get here. Now that they were returning, they were not in a hurry at all. This was because the interrogation work would be completed along the way. According to Censor Long Huai's instructions, they had to obtain the confessions of Naples and the Purplish Warbler along the way and confirm the crime of Prince Xian deliberately killing Wen Xing. It would be best if they could obtain all the progress in other aspects, such as Prince Xian colluding with the demons and being a demon spy. If they could obtain this kind of evidence, then Prince Xian's complete fall from power was almost certain. There would be no more changes. Because they could not be in two places, the interrogation of the Purplish Warbler had not yet begun. At this time, Long Huai was leading a few officials of the Overwatch Council to start the interrogation of Naples. Now, I can tell you that the High Priest of the Demon Race's Imperial City, Wen Xing, was something that the Federation had to pay an enormous price to win over. For many years, we didn't dare to use him, and we've always been in a nurturing state. Our goal is that he will play a critical role in the final battle with the Heaven's Legacy race in the future. Long Kuei looked at Naples with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, his expression gradually turned cold. After a short pause, he snorted coldly and continued. But now, Wen Xing is dead, and his death is unclear. After our investigation, we have confirmed that Wen Xing happened to be in the Black Mosquito Star Zone with Long Xian before you went to the first universe. But later, Long Xian was brought back by you, and Wen Xing inexplicably died. Long Xian also had 10 billion Federation contribution points deducted. You are also a high-ranking member of the Immortal Army, so you should know better than me about the rewards and punishments of military merit. What 10 billion Federation contribution points means, and what kind of great loss would cause so many points to be deducted? I don't think I need to say more. Do you have anything to say about this matter? Hearing this, Naples immediately frowned and sighed in his heart. He knew that Long Huai would not let this matter go easily and would definitely take the opportunity to make trouble. It was just that Naples did not expect the other party to make trouble so quickly. The only thing he could do now was to help Prince Xian as much as possible. After all, the other party's real target was Prince Xian. Naples had been branded as Prince Xian, so if Prince Xian was fine, he would be fine. If Prince Xian was really pushed to the end and fell in this fierce struggle for imperial power, then Naples, would definitely not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Naples secretly gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and gave a reply that he had already thought of. Wen Xing's death has nothing to do with your highness. At that time, we had not yet met up with Prince Xian. In order to force the Demon Royal Fleet stationed at the Black Mosquito Star to hand over Prince Xian, I ordered several Demon Royal fortresses to be bombarded. Wen Xing happened to be in one of them, so his death can only be considered an accident. Besides, before the fleet set off, no one told me about Wen Xing's identity. Even if I knew he was in that fortress, I would still have ordered the attack. If we really want to talk about it, the responsibility of this matter should be on the Federation's higher-ups in charge of contacting Wen Xing. Bang! Impudent. Chapter 3079. Translator. Endless Fantasy. Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy. Translation Snatch. Long Kuei? Long Kuei? How arrogant. How tyrannical. After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian ordered the Devouring System to activate his personal intergalactic communication system and connect to the heavenly underworld planet's intergalactic network to find out what happened next. He immediately found out about the arrival of the two subsequent edicts, as well as the Federation's Chief Inspector Long Huai sending an investigation team to the heavenly underworld planet, overthrowing Naples, arresting the Purplish Warbler, injuring the Xianyuan family head, and so on. A surge of anger and resentment instantly surged from Yi Xian's chest. This time, he was completely enraged. Yi Xian was actually not very interested in his identity as Prince Xian. In the Demon Star sector of the First Universe, Yi Xian had decided to replace the real Prince Xian after he had fallen and obtained his bloodline imprint. One reason was because he was about to return to the Third Universe. On the human side, it was very difficult to change the fact that he was Prince Xian. Even if Yi Xian tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would bring him more trouble. In addition, Prince Xian's identity was indeed very convenient for him to search for the source of devouring in the Third Universe, and even the Second Universe. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully accepted the identity of Prince Xian. Unfortunately, while this identity brought him great convenience, it also brought him a great deal of trouble. Putting everything else aside, as the prince of an eternal dynasty, and one whose reputation was like the sun in the sky, he could not avoid the struggle for the throne within the imperial family no matter what. Yi Xian had a foundation, so he was not afraid. He just found it troublesome. However, there was no reason for him to only want benefits and not find it troublesome. Therefore, he was already mentally prepared for this kind of annoying fight for the throne. However, Yi Xian had a bottom line when it came to this matter. Since I've gotten the convenience, I can play with you guys no matter how annoyed I am, but you can't touch my bottom line. Otherwise, I won't play anymore. It was fine if he didn't have the identity of Prince Xian. After all, the fragment of the super brain in the corner of his personal space communication system had already entered its infancy stage. Its search range and ability had greatly increased, and it was only a matter of time before it grew into a real superbrain. When that time came, Yi Xian wouldn't need to rely on the superbrain on the immortal star to obtain convenience and search for information on the devouring origin. As for personal strength and foundation, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through again and again, and he was no longer a weakling. As long as he maintained this state of rapid growth, Yi Xian would soon become a true Starry Sky Master. Furthermore, he did not lack the hardware and software required to maintain this kind of rapid growth. He had plenty of Yi Xian for devouring systems and various cultivation resources. This was only in terms of personal strength. When it came to foundation and overall strength, with the Thunder Origin Bead and the Headless Infant Corpse in hand, even in this vast Third Universe, who would he be afraid of? It could be said that the identity of Prince Xian was convenient for Yi Xian. Although he had to endure and deal with some troubles, all of this was definitely not to the extent that it could be considered a restriction to him. It was still the same old saying. If he was annoyed, he could just break up and quit playing. Therefore, this time, when Consort May suddenly issued an edict for Yi Xian to immediately return to the Immortal Star to complete the marriage ceremony with Ingtai, he felt no pressure and left without giving any face at all. It was because there was no need to force himself to compromise. Similarly, since Yi Xian had already regarded Naples and the Purplish Warbler as his own direct subordinates and friends, then they were also Yi Xian's bottom line. Yi Xian could not accept that he had implicated Naples and the Purplish Warbler because of his own matters. The severity of this matter was enough for him to turn hostile. At least, that was what Yi Xian thought. Long Kuei had been arrested by Naples and the Purplish Warbler, Not only did he injure the purplish warbler's father, but he was even prepared to take him to the Federation's Overwatch Council on the Immortal Star. This clearly showed that no matter what, even if it was a false accusation, the two of them would be taken down. Yi Xian could not tolerate this matter. Long Huai was the imperial uncle of the dynasty and the supervisor of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters. He was indeed powerful, but the other party had already made it clear that they were bullying him. If Yi Xian did not show his sword and blindly retreated, allowing Naples and the purplish warbler to be taken away by his assistant, Long Kuei, who would dare to draw close to Prince Xian in the future. After this incident, to what extent would Prince Xian's reputation be suppressed? In reality, Yi Xian did not consider these factors. The only thing in his mind right now was that he was unhappy, extremely unhappy. He was going to flip out. Didn't you want to bully me? That's fine. We'll just hurt each other. On the surface, his foundation and strength are indeed not as good as yours. But isn't this just a fight? How big of a deal is that? Even if I can't beat you, I dare to fight you head on. Besides, I have the confidence to win. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system. It immediately began to analyze the general position of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters and not the Immortal Federation stronghold. The analysis results came out quickly. The Federation stronghold had not left the heavenly underworld star for long, only half a day. Furthermore, when they left the heavenly underworld star, it seemed that they did not intend to go straight to the nearest wormhole and use the wormhole to quickly return to the immortal star. Since that was the case, it was naturally impossible for them to travel at full speed. As such, the distance between the Federation stronghold and the heavenly underworld star was not considered far. It's obvious that he wants to settle all the confessions on the way. Then, as soon as he arrives at the immortal star, he will immediately accuse me of framing him. That's a good plan. What a cruel heart. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and guessed Long Huai and Long Kuei's plan. He was so angry that he laughed and muttered a few words to himself. Then, he activated the Dongshu shuttle and rushed toward the nearest wormhole in the direction of the immortal star. Although he left half a day later than the other party, since the other party was not in a hurry, Yi Xian only needed to enter this wormhole to close the distance. In reality, according to his estimation, by the time the Dongshu shuttle rushed out from the other end of this wormhole, if there were no accidents, they should have already arrived in front of the Federation stronghold. This would allow him to make some necessary arrangements in advance on the star path that the other party had to take to reach the immortal star. Since they were robbing people, there was obviously no need to be polite. This time, Yi Xian was even mentally prepared to use the Heavenly Legacy clan stronghold. When he was just a commoner, he was not afraid of power. He even dared to provoke the Demon Scout Corps, let alone now that he had the identity of a prince on the surface. Chapter 3080. Fully prepared, although Yi Xian was infuriated, he wasn't so angry that he would lose his head. Their target this time was an interstellar fortress. If they wanted to take back Naples and the purplish warbler, they had to use their trump cards. However, Yi Xian had to consider clearly what could be used and what couldn't be used. Of course, the couldn't be used here didn't mean that they absolutely couldn't be used. Rather, it was best not to use them unless they had no other choice. For example, the Headless Infant's corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl. Either one of these two existences could be used to deal with this Federation fortress. However, if that happened, the consequences would be truly difficult to bear. On the one hand, Yi Xian's trump card would be exposed. On the other hand, if they used the Headless Infant's corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl, this Federation fortress guarded by Long Kuei would most likely be lost. That would be a major incident. Furthermore, Naples and the purplish warbler were still in this Federation fortress. If they really did leave them be and accidentally hurt them, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do so. As the Dongshu shuttle rushed into the wormhole, these questions quickly turned in Yi Xian's mind. He fell into deep thought. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly set the tone for this operation. Since they were rescuing people, it could also be said that they were robbing people. In that case, this operation would be considered a robbery. The purpose of a robbery was to rob. not to kill or destroy. Thus, in terms of strength, they had to intimidate. In terms of methods, they also had to be intimidating. Now that he had decided on this theme, it was easy to arrange the next step. It was nothing more than one sentence. Display a sufficiently intimidating force and force Long Kuei to hand over Naples and the Purplish Warbler. The other party only had one battleship, but it was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If Yi Xian wanted to form a sufficient deterrence against a force of this level, he would have to have at least one starry sky fortress. In other words, the Heavenly Legacy clan's fortress in the bank would have to be revealed this time. Yi Xian didn't care about this. This starry sky stronghold wasn't in existence like a trump card in his hands. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. This time, it was just a little earlier. In addition, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint, the three interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, could also be used. The fact that he had these three interstellar fortresses was no secret to the Myriad Federation and the Eternal Dynasty. Apart from that, the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 unkillable void soldiers could also be deployed in the void. However, there was no need to take out Prince Shui Ben, 8-star Wanghua, and the other high-end forces. Long Kuei was also a supreme existence in the profound light realm. The Bloodbend Prince was only at the Origin Realm, and the 8-star Wang Ladle was the same. The Origin Realm was only the 9th Great Realm, while the Profound Light Realm was the 11th Great Realm. With a difference of 2 Great Realms, it was useless to mobilize them. It was even possible that the other party would use them as a method to attack Yi Xian and kill them first. In addition, Yi Xian's Naboshin, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the other demon experts were only at the 8th realm of the Black Hole Realm. The strongest, Emo News Wafontai, was only at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. They couldn't be used this time either. Even if they were used, they would die. Furthermore, they were demons. It wasn't convenient for them to be exposed in this kind of situation. On the other hand, although the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 void soldiers were weak individually, they had the advantage in numbers. As they spread out in the void, they still had the visual effect of deterrence. Moreover, even if Long Kuei wanted to rely on killing these mosquito beasts and soldiers to deal a blow to Yi Xian, and he did indeed have the ability to do so. However, as a supreme expert with the cultivation of the profound light realm, how could he disregard his status and attack these mosquito beasts and soldiers? In short, using the mosquito beasts and void soldiers could achieve a deterrent effect and prevent too many losses. It was definitely worth it. Of course, this wasn't enough. Although the Headless Infant's corpse and the Lightning Origin Pearl couldn't be used, Yi Xian could use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Empress was a Grotto Heaven realm existence at the 10th level, but she was still suppressed by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. She couldn't even resist. Just from this point alone, it could be deduced that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn should be able to suppress Mystic Light Realm or even stronger existences. Apart from that, Yi Xian had to show some kind of powerful ability. This way, he could use this opportunity to create a deterrent effect that would be beneficial to him. However, the demon person's mental energy secret techniques and abilities, such as the Annihilation Spear, Destructive Whirlpool, Mental Lightning Technique, Mental Suppression, Mental Charm, and so on, weren't suitable to be used. With Yi Xian's current level of mental energy secret techniques and abilities, he wouldn't be able to threaten a Mystic Light Realm expert. The elementary demon soul pupil only had the ability to see through one source. It was a support type ability, so it wasn't suitable either. As for the Golden Divine Dragon's Bloodline Body Tempering Technique, it wasn't an offensive technique. Instead, it was a body tempering technique. Even the Giant Dragon's Roar and the Demon Dragon's Eye that he obtained after mutation were limited by Yi Xian's own strength. They weren't very strong right now, so it wasn't good to use them too early. Although the Rai D seal in the center of his sea of consciousness contained large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to control it once it was used. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as the Lightning Origin Orb, it would still be impossible for that universal fortress to remain undamaged. There was still the possibility of accidentally injuring Naples and the purplish warbler. Only the fallen sky bow was an exception. The fallen sky bow originated from the desolate era Yiksha. It was originally an imprint of a desolate era divine ability that was left in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Unlike the black gold dragon scales in his sea of consciousness that represented the bloodline of the divine dragon and the demonic dragon, as well as the other secret techniques and divine abilities of the demonic humans, this kind of primordial divine ability was not divided into elementary, intermediate, and so on. From the very beginning, the fallen sky bow didn't have any grades. Once it was used, it would absorb a large amount of the host's energy, including cultivation power, mental energy, life force, physical energy, and even the mysterious aura released by the void marrow crystal. All of this would turn into a golden energy arrow that shot towards the opponent. Of course, the more powerful Yi Xian was, the more energy the divine ability imprint could absorb. The golden energy arrow that shot out would be even more powerful. However, even with Yi Xian's current strength, as long as he controlled his speed and used a large amount of his cultivation power, mental energy, physical energy, and so on, this arrow might not be completely harmless to Mystic Light Realm experts. The only problem was that if he didn't control his speed well, and the golden arrow absorbed too much energy, Yi Xian would probably faint on the spot like the previous 2 times. However, if he stored up energy in advance and used a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals and star core origin to charge the arrow, this problem could be resolved. Chapter 3081. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Long Kuei's lobbying the Dongshu shuttle only stayed in the wormhole for 2 hours before it rushed out from the other end of the wormhole and stopped on one of the paths leading to the Undying Star. The distance covered by this 2-hour wormhole jump would take an entire day, even at the normal speed of an interstellar fortress. The Federation fortress that Naples and the purplish warbler were in had only left the heavenly underworld star half a day earlier. In other words, it would still take half a day to reach the space where Yi Xian was at. Moreover, it would definitely pass through here as long as it wanted to return to the Undying Star. In the vast universe, there were star paths everywhere. Every path led to Rome. Originally, there was no such thing as a path that had to be taken, but what kind of existence was the Undying Star? The imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, one of the 2 great human factions, was where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. Every year, countless warships would head there from all directions of the Undying Star. However, in general, there were only 3 fixed star paths that were the best choice. These 3 star paths were the fixed paths that led to the Undying Star from the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires. At this moment, Yi Xian was on one of these star paths, the main star path that led from the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld star to the Undying Star. In the void, there were many star paths that had been explored and confirmed to be safe, but most of the time, these star paths were very quiet. Although there were many fleets going back and forth between the various administrative planets, the universe was too big, resulting in such a situation. However, this kind of desolate atmosphere was almost impossible to see on the 3 main planets. Sailing on the 3 main planets, it didn't take long for them to see 1 or 2 fleets of various sizes. Some belonged to some forces, and some are merchant fleets. At this moment, when Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle appeared, there were fleets that could be seen from far and near. Yi Xian didn't care about these at all. Apart from rescuing Naples and the purplish warbler, he also had another purpose in robbing the Federation fortress. That was to show that he was domineering and not to be trifled with. Therefore, after stepping out of the Dongshu shuttle and waving his hand to keep it in his undying world, Yi Xian didn't care and directly brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Holy Child Scout fortresses. Some of the fleets in the nearby void were shocked. There is still a difference between the Demunkin Scout Fortress and the human race's Great Fortress. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance. This group of people thought that the Demonkin had attacked Universe 3 and had even attacked the Heavenly Underworld Empire. They were so scared that they were in a panic. They quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he activated the concealment formation of the 3 scout fortresses. Then he took out the Thunderbolt Star Fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter and stood in front of the 3 scout fortresses. He also activated the concealment formation, the Federation's fortress. In nearly a day, Long Kuei had finished interrogating Naples and the Purplish Warbler. At this moment, he was using another kind of conciliatory plan to persuade the two of them. Since it was a conciliatory plan, he naturally couldn't use isolation and interrogation that would easily make the two of them reject him. Long Kuei even arranged a sumptuous feast in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation's fortress. At this moment, he had just opened a bottle of 100-year-old red wine and planned to have dinner with Naples and the Purplish Warbler. He wanted to use this opportunity to persuade the two of them to cooperate with him and give a better testimony. Just at this moment, a Federation communications officer in the fortress sent an instant report. What was recorded was the feedback of the sudden appearance of 3 Demon Scout fortresses about 2 hours ahead of them. This was clearly the news spread by the merchant ships that were startled away. Long Kuei glanced at the report and immediately smiled. He casually put it down and poured the red wine as he said to Naples and Xin Yuanxing, "To be honest, even I feel that it's not worth it for the two of you to be so insistent. Do you know why? Because the guy you insist on protecting has proven with facts that he is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. He is not worth investing in at all. In front of us, about 2 hours away from the main star, there are 3 Demon Scout fortresses. Of course, this can't be, because the Demon Scout army has already reached the Heavenly Dark Empire. Those 3 Demon Scout fortresses are clearly the Black Mosquito ship, Black Wind ship, and Saint Child ship." Hearing this, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were stunned at first. Then their expressions changed at the same time and became gloomy. Long Kuei took in all of this, and the complacent look on his face became even more apparent. He felt extremely good about himself as he continued, "Pardon my bluntness, but if I were that Prince Xian of yours, what I would do at this time is to secretly return to the Immortal Star and find his recently favored mother. Perhaps I could even put in some pillow talk with the Immortal Emperor and escape this calamity. Unfortunately, this kid is too impulsive. 3 Demon Scout fortresses that I don't know how he got his hands on, and he dares to intercept a Federation fortress? Ha ha! Let's not talk about how arrogant and ridiculous his actions are. Just this action of openly going against the Overwatch Council of the Federation is enough to confirm some of his crimes. The two of you can be considered to have a bright future. One is a 3-star general of the Undying Army, and the other is a direct descendant of a Xianyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire. But you met the wrong person and were fooled by this guy's false reputation and chose to be loyal to him. This is really, Sai, what a pity. But it's not too late to turn back now. As long as you record a testimony according to my instructions, then dream on." Without waiting for Long Kuei to finish, the Purplish Warbler immediately interrupted him with a cold laugh. He then said, "Do you think Prince Xian is as childish as you say? In addition to the 3 demon fortresses, he also has a star fortress that is no weaker than yours. He also has an army of millions of mosquito beasts and tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts. You should know about the space-swallowing beasts, right? They are terrifying creatures that exist in the space-swallowing black holes of the Demon Star sector. Even the superstar destroyer cannons of a normal fortress cannot damage them. They can even swallow the void of the universe. An army of tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts is enough to gnaw your Federation fortress into a rotten watermelon." These words were actually what Yi Xian had said to Naples and the Purplish Warbler in the Shurjian fortress in Naples. It was just that the two of them didn't believe it at that time. In fact, even now, Naples didn't believe it. The Purplish Warbler was the same. She only said this because she didn't like Long Kuei's face and mouth. She just wanted to vent her anger. As for Long Kuei, it was obvious that he wouldn't believe Yi Xian. After hearing the Purplish Warbler's words, He was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and laughed. Chapter 3082. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. This prince is robbing. In the void in front of him, 3 10,000-meter-tall demon scout fortresses suddenly appeared. However, this clearly wasn't the reason for Long Kuei's astonishment. He was astonished because in front of these 3 demon scout fortresses, there was clearly a silver cosmic fortress. It was the kind with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was definitely a true cosmic fortress, just like the Federation fortress he was currently in. In addition, the huge death ray cannon of this silver fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this moment, a dark light so dark that it could cause one's soul to sink into it was clearly flashing. This was clearly the signal that the enemy's death ray cannon had finished charging and could shoot out a terrifying black beam of light at any time. Although the Federation fortress under his feet also had a 20,000-meter-long death ray cannon, it had yet to charge up. In order to fully charge up, it would take at least 10 minutes. This amount of time was enough for the enemy to blast a 20,000-meter-wide hole in this Federation fortress. This wasn't all. What shocked him even more was that in the 3 Demon Scout fortresses behind this silver cosmic fortress, there was clearly a large number of mosquito beasts and void-devouring beasts charging out from the main passageway of the fortress. After charging out, they gathered at the left and right sides of the fortress. The void-devouring beasts were in front, and the mosquito beasts were behind. In the blink of an eye, 2 seas of ferocious beasts had formed. It was a frightening sight. Looking at the scale, there was definitely more than 100 mosquito beasts. There was definitely more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts. Similarly, there was also more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts in the void in front of the silver fortress. Prince Xian's figure stood on the back of a 30-meter-long void-devouring beast. The latter's aura was that of a mid-stage Origin Realm expert. However, Prince Xian stood with his hands behind his back like his master. With a carefree expression, he said indifferently, "Long Kuei, right? This prince was bored, so I came over to rob you." Xian Yuanzing's face was originally filled with a sluggish expression. At this moment, when she heard these words from the sound transmission system of the Federation stronghold, and then looked at Yi Xian's incomparably annoying face on the screen, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Naples chuckled foolishly. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. At least, Prince Xian had not given up on him. He would rather bear the crime of robbing the official stronghold of the Federation Overwatch Council to come rescue him. Although Naples didn't think it was a wise move, and if possible, he would definitely try his best to stop it. But it really happened, and the ambiguity in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Following such a master, even if she was impulsive and ended up achieving nothing in the end, at least he would have no regrets in his heart. It was worth it. At this moment, a communications officer staggered into the lounge. His face was pale as he read the analysis report that he had just received. The enemy's interstellar fortress has been confirmed. It's the Deva butterfly of the Heavens legacy race. The main cannon has already finished charging. Also, the approximate number of mosquito beasts has been calculated. There are more than 10 million of them, and those above the black hole realm, there are more than 10,000 of them. As for the void-swallowing beasts, gurgle gurgle, more than 100,000 of them, at least 5,000 of them above the black hole realm. Oh, these are the void-swallowing beasts that even the fortress's super meteorite cannon couldn't kill. They can even eat up the void. If these 10,000 void-swallowing beasts swarmed forward, at least a quarter of the entire Federation stronghold would be eaten up before our death ray cannon finishes charging. The key is that even if our death ray cannon finishes charging, we won't be able to attack. All the void-swallowing beasts are already close to the walls of the stronghold. We won't be able to hit them. As he spoke, the communications officer of the Federation stronghold was on the verge of tears. He had never even thought about such a battle, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. It was too frightening. 10 million mosquito beasts? 100,000 void-swallowing beasts? Oh my God! Hearing this, The purplish warbler was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. So what this guy said before was the result of compressing the numbers by 10 times. I thought he was just bragging, but now it seems like he really is keeping a low profile. More than 15,000 black hole realm beasts? Oh my God, how did His Highness do it? Naples was so scared that his entire body trembled. Even though he was a mystic light realm expert, and it wasn't impossible for him to kill 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts, it would definitely tire him out. At this moment, he couldn't understand Prince Xian. Putting aside that origin realm mosquito emperor, that void-swallowing beast with 8 stars on its back is clearly at the origin realm as well. Adding on the fact that there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts. Even I can kill them, but if I want to subdue them, I won't be able to do it even if my cultivation breaks through another realm. His Highness is really a god. Long Kuei also fell into a daze. He had only casually glanced at the screen before. Even though he knew that there were many mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts, he didn't know that there were so many of them. This was the result of the Federation's scanning system being scanned and quickly analyzing the capabilities of the Federation's fortress, which was why the final result could be obtained so quickly. Normally, when a person's numbers reached a certain level, they would only think that there were a lot of them. However, when this a lot was turned into actual data, the kind of terrifying feeling would surface in one's heart. However, after being shocked for a while, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Long Kuei's face. He raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha! I finally caught your tail. You finally showed yourself. 10 million mosquito beasts. 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. Among them, there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts and above. Even a supreme existence that surpasses the mystic light realm, such as the experts of the dynasty's elder generation, wouldn't be able to subdue such a large army of beasts. How could Long Xian do it? Just this point alone is enough to make him unable to explain himself clearly. He won't be able to wash away the suspicion of being a spy of the Tianji race. Not to mention, he even took out a fortress of the Tianji race. That's a fortress that only the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can use. Only the Mystic Light realm upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can control such a fortress. Could it be that he has the strength to kill a Mystic Light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race? Everything that he has revealed at this moment has proven beyond doubt that he was bought over by the Heaven's Legacy race. As a prince of the dynasty, his reputation is like the sun in the sky, and he even made it to the heaven ranking. So, all of this was an investment of the Tianji race's spy? Unfortunately, what this idiot did today will probably make the higher-ups of the Tianji race vomit blood and die from anger. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3083. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Taking Action Robbery? Long Xian, do you know what you are doing? With a cold smile, Long Kuei stepped into the Federation's fortress and hovered in the air in front of the fortress. He scanned Yi Xian from head to toe and threatened, "In the Imperial Court, I am your uncle. In the Federation, I am the Deputy Supervisor of the Federation's Overwatch Council. You are robbing me. Are you rebelling against the Imperial Court and the Myriad Federation? Oh, right. You have done this a long time ago. Originally, we were still investigating you in secret. After all, this is related to the Imperial Court's reputation. But now it seems, after returning to the Federation's headquarters, I will immediately submit a report. The Federation will open a public investigation into the fact that you are a spy of the Tianji clan. We, the immortal Imperial family, will never tolerate spies. Even if it hurts the Imperial family's reputation, the Imperial family will never cover it up for you. If you know what's good for you, if you have even the slightest bit of remorse, surrender immediately and hand over all the warships and pet army resources you obtain when you were bribed by the Tianji clan. Who knows, we might even be able to atone for your crime and leave you with an intact corpse. This way, at least the immortal Imperial family will retain some of its reputation. For this reason, I can make the decision to plead with the immortal Emperor to spare your mother's life and not implicate her." Bah! Dog, you think you are worthy? Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other. He raised his hand and pointed at the 20,000-meter diameter death ray cannon on Thunderbolt behind him. He sneered. You saw it too. It has already finished charging and is just waiting for you to come. I can see that the fortress behind you is also charging, but it still needs 7 or 8 minutes, right? Hand over Naples and the purplish warbler within 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will step aside and the thunderbolt behind you will immediately shoot a hole through the fortress behind you. Of course, if you think you can stop it, then you can. I won't stop you. As for Naples and the purplish warbler, after saying that, Yi Xian's gaze swept towards the Federation stronghold behind Long Kuei. He grinned and said, General Naples, as a mystic light realm expert, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect that little girl Ziying when you're prepared, right? After all, I will choose to aim at the middle section of the fortress when I shoot the hole. You should be at the top cabin, right? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Federation officers and soldiers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress immediately changed. They knew about Prince Xian's ruthless methods on the Heavenly River planet. If he said he would do something, he would really do it. This was especially so for the Federation officers and soldiers who happened to be at the middle section of the fortress. Every one of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. A death ray cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was fired at them at such a close distance. Although they were also in a starry sky fortress, they would still be shot through even if their energy shields were fully activated. The other party had already nodded and would aim at the middle section of the fortress. That was clearly where they were at the moment. When the time came, that position would become a hole through. Would they be able to leave anything behind? If it weren't for the strict rules, these Federation officers and soldiers would have fled long ago. Long Kuei's expression instantly turned gloomy. Based on his understanding of Prince Xian, this guy would definitely do what he said he would do. In fact, since the other party had already shown his strength and revealed all the pet armies and even the starry sky fortress that he had obtained from the Heavenly Legacy race, it was obvious that he was determined to win today. If he didn't hand over the people, then this matter would definitely not end peacefully. As far as Long Kuei was concerned, he couldn't wait to hand over the people. That was because in that case, it would be no different from confirming the fact that Prince Xian had attacked the Federation's fortress and kidnapped his comrades. When that time came, not only would Prince Xian never be able to clear his name, but even Naples and the Purplish Warbler wouldn't be able to clear their names after they were rescued, even if they didn't know that he was a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. It was precisely because of this that Long Kuei couldn't wait for Yi Xian to succeed in this robbery. However, he couldn't be too obvious in order to facilitate this matter, either. If he was too obvious, people would criticize him. At the same time, it would be detrimental to his own official career. He would leave behind a stain that he was timid and easily let a suspect in custody be rescued by a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. Therefore, he had to hand over the people, but he had to at least pretend to struggle for a while. It would be best if he could make it seem like he had no choice but to bear the humiliation and hand over the suspects in custody after considering the big picture. Then, everything would be perfect. With this thought in mind, Long Kuei's heart immediately calmed down. He thought to himself that since it was going to be an act, he might as well make it more realistic. Why was Prince Xian's reputation so great? Wasn't it because he was fighting alone in the first universe of the Heavenly Legacy race? The times needed heroes, and he just happened to be born, so he hit the jackpot. Of course, this unexpected birth had now been proven. Everything was the result of the Heavenly Legacy race's manipulation behind the scenes. He had already exposed Prince Xian's identity as a spy of the Tianji race, which was already a great achievement. If he could perfect his performance further and display the image of a hero, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to replace Prince Xian and become the new hero idol in the hearts of the Federation citizens. It wouldn't be impossible for him to do so. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's heart was immediately moved. While he was secretly delighted, his face revealed a righteous expression, as if he was facing death with equanimity. He waved his hand and said, "Long Xian, you crazy guy, do you really dare to open fire? Fine, go ahead and open fire. As the deputy supervisor of the Federation, I will never compromise with a villain like you. You can try, but this deputy supervisor won't move a single step and will stand here. If you want to attack the Federation's fortress behind me, you'll have to step over my dead body first." "Are you sure?" Yi Xian saw through his thoughts and was instantly speechless. He didn't really want to blast a hole in the Federation's fortress. After all, he still had to clean up the mess afterward. It wouldn't be good to make a big deal out of it. But now, Long Kuei wanted to show off and said in public that he wouldn't move a single step. In that case, he wouldn't open fire and just give him a shot from the fallen sky bow. If the Federation's fortress was destroyed, it would be difficult to clean up the aftermath. But if Long Kuei died or was severely injured, he was a collateral member of the Imperial family. As long as the Imperial family didn't pursue the matter, the myriad Luo Federation headquarters would naturally avoid trouble. And this would be enough for Yi Xian to vent his anger. Even if he only severely injured this guy, Yi Xian's anger would be more or less appeased. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately raised his left hand and grinned. "Deputy Supervisor, you spoke so righteously just now. You won't be a coward when the time comes, right?" Chapter 3084. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What should be done is done. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand high up and pointed at Long Kuei. However, the palm of his left hand, which was originally empty, suddenly burst forth with a golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared without any suspense. To Yi Xian, all of this was very familiar. At both ends of the ancient and ferocious bow, the two humanoid creatures that formed the semi-arc of the bow opened their mouths wide in anger, just like how Yi Xian was roaring madly at this moment. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended out from the wide mouths of the two roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was clearly a golden energy arrow that quietly appeared, and the arrow was already on the bowstring. Before this, Yi Xian had thought about it and felt that he had to use this attack. His cultivation base was still only at 3rd Order Planet Warrior. Although no one in the Myriad Luo Federation really thought that his cultivation base was that weak, he could not be completely sure that no one would be suspicious. After all, no matter how shocking everything he did in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was, in this 3rd universe, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But now, if he used the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability, even if it was only to severely injure Long Kuei, then the loophole in his cultivation base would at least be delayed for a long time before anyone would suspect him. In order to prepare for this attack, Yi Xian had invested a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins. Of course, they were all low-grade goods. He had too many of these two resources in his hands, and as Yi Xian's cultivation base increased, their usefulness had gradually decreased. It was just right to use them here. However, even though he had used a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins as the energy source for this attack, at this moment, when Yi Xian used the Heaven-Falling Bow again, the small golden bow that was originally suspended above his sea of consciousness still absorbed a large amount of Yi Xian's physical strength, blood, cultivation base, spiritual power, and life force. It was not that he did not prepare enough energy, but that this divine ability had been branded in his flesh and soul. To activate it, most of the energy consumption could be prepared in advance, but to activate this small golden bow in his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian still had to rely on his own strength to complete it. A strong sense of weakness hit Yi Xian. Although it was not as extreme as when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability the previous 2 times, he still had the illusion that his soul was dizzy. After paying such a price, if he still could not kill or severely injure Long Kuei, all of this would not be worth it. As this thought flashed through his mind, a fierce light burst out of Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly said in a cold voice, "This bow is called the Heaven-Falling Bow. Today, this prince will use the power of this bow to send you to heaven." As these words rang out, Wisps of strange golden brilliance began to burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand, grabbed the arrow's tail, and suddenly exerted force, instantly drawing the bow to its full length. At the same time, a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. It was almost as tall as the sky and was 100,000 feet tall. It seemed to be a little smaller than the 100,000-meter wide starry sky fortress. However, for some unknown reason, this ferocious illusory figure gave off a feeling of disdain and a terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to destroy the world. This illusory figure was the ancient Yiksha that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow. The previous 2 times Yi Xian had used the heaven-falling bow's divine ability, the ancient Yiksha illusory figure had not appeared behind him. This time, even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by its unexpected appearance. He did not think too much about it, and simply attributed it to his own growth in strength and the fact that he had reached the planet realm. As for whether it was true or not, now was not the time to delve into it. He would think about it later. In any case, it was not a bad thing. At least, the Yiksha illusory figure behind Yi Xian had boosted the momentum of his attack to the extreme. This illusory figure was simply too terrifying and sinister. It had a pair of huge wings on its back like a demon, and it exuded a thick and ancient aura from head to toe. There was also an incomparably sharp, murderous aura that rushed toward him as soon as the illusory figure appeared. It made Long Kuei's heart beat violently, and a strong sense of life-or-death crisis surged in his heart. What is this? You? Long Kuei, who had originally held his head high and looked as if he was about to die, suddenly changed his expression, and his body began to tremble. He even stuttered as he cried out involuntarily. A coward was ultimately just a coward. In the face of the ancient Yiksha illusory figure and the inexplicable sense of life-or-death crisis, Long Kuei finally shrank back. Buzz, a murderous light flashed in his eyes, and a rapid, buzzing sound rang out. The giant energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrow on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the boundless void, closing in on Long Kuei and shooting out with a loud bang. The golden energy arrow from the fallen sky bow whistled out from Yi Xian's hand as if it had teleported. In the next instant, it had already traversed a vast distance and appeared in front of Long Kuei without any suspense. This is impossible. Although he knew that Yi Xian's cultivation was definitely not as simple as the 3rd level of the planet realm that he revealed on the surface, but now, the other party had only casually attacked from afar, and it gave Long Kuei, who was a mystic light realm expert, a sense of danger that he would die in the next instant. How could he be so strong? This was illogical. Unwillingness and doubt flashed through Long Kuei's mind in an instant, and he let out a miserable howl as if he had gone mad. In fact, before the golden arrow left the fallen sky bow in Yi Xian's hand, he had already turned around. As the deputy supervisor of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, and as a member of the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Kuei obviously had many life-saving treasures. Just as his body suddenly turned around and fled for his life, a green soul crystal appeared behind him. A drop of soul blood was clearly flowing within the translucent green soul crystal. Soul crystals could be formed by experts above the black hole realm. Once successfully formed, it was like a substitute for death. However, the price to pay for that drop of soul blood was extremely heavy, and ordinary experts rarely formed one. Those who truly formed one were either so strong that they did not care about losing a drop of soul blood, or they were extremely afraid of death. Long Kuei obviously belonged to the latter. At this moment, the aura of this soul crystal instantly surged and replaced Long Kuei's body, attracting the aura of the whistling golden arrow to lock onto it. At the same time that the aura of the soul crystal surged, Long Kuei happened to step into the Federation stronghold. This guy seemed to have forgotten the impassioned words he had said half a minute ago, and was running away like a stray dog. No matter what, he had lost a lot of face this time. At this critical juncture of life and death, the turtle head that should have shrunk back had shrunk back. Boom! Chapter 3085. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Run. This cyan soul crystal was Long Kuei's life replacement item, and it was extremely precious. However, it was destroyed today. This matter made his heart ache. After all, the cyan soul crystal contained a drop of his soul blood. Even Mystic Light Realm experts didn't have much soul blood. Every drop of soul blood he used was a great loss. Furthermore, this kind of soul crystal was extremely complicated and painful to refine. It was impossible to refine another soul crystal after using one. However, even though his heart ached, he couldn't care less at this moment. Yi Fuqian had expected that Prince Xian's current level of cultivation was definitely not weak. He was at least at the origin realm. After all, the Tianji clan was willing to spend so much on him. They couldn't just sit by and watch his cultivation level be too low. Even if Prince Xian didn't work hard, the Tianji clan would definitely think of ways to raise his cultivation level. Even so, Long Kuei did not expect Prince Xian to be so strong. Although the arrow just now could not kill him in an instant, it was completely possible for it to cause him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although part of the reason for this was because the divine ability Prince Xian had used was too strange and too powerful, Long Kuei believed that Prince Xian's current cultivation was at least in the Grotto Heaven realm, even if he hadn't reached the Mystic Light realm yet. Damn this guy. He's in the 10th Great Realm, but he only shows the cultivation of the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm. What a jerk. With such resentment, the moment Long Kuei stepped into the federal fortress, he roared and gave the order. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for the enemy to blast you? Jump! Start jumping now! At this moment, there was only one thought in Long Kuei's mind. Run, 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 run. The faster the better. In fact, when he stepped out of the Federation's fortress, he had already given the order to start charging the space jump. Even the charging of the death ray cannons was compromised because of this. It was just for show. At that time, Long Kuei had already analyzed the situation clearly. No matter what, Prince Xian had revealed his trump cards at all costs. This was enough to prove that he was a spy from the Tianji clan. Just this point alone made Long Kuei undefeatable. In that case, there was really no need to stay here and waste time with the other party. At most, he would put on a show and immediately perform a space jump, bringing the Federation fortress away and returning to the Undying Star as soon as possible. The other party was also a Starry Sky fortress, which was of the same grade as the Federation fortress that he was in charge of. As long as he took the initiative and jumped through space first, it wouldn't be easy for Prince Xian to catch up to him even if he immediately chased after him. In fact, it might even be impossible. This guy was a lunatic. This could be seen from the fact that in order to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler, he had completely revealed his background. This kind of lunatic could go crazy at any time. Wouldn't it be a waste to take a shot from him? It was precisely because of this consideration that Long Kuei had already changed his decision before he stepped out of the Federation fortress. The charging speed of the death ray cannons was slowed down to the minimum, just for show. However, the space jump system of the Federation fortress was secretly charging at full power. Space jump, as a life-saving method, charged very quickly. Although it had only been a minute, in reality, the entire charging process had just finished. The Federation fortress immediately began a space jump. As a dim light flashed, the huge Starry Sky fortress disappeared in an instant. The Starry Sky void where it was originally located trembled slightly and let out a faint buzzing sound. He actually ran away? After all this time, it turns out that the words of the deputy supervisor of the Federation are also farts. This result surprised Yi Xian greatly. The other party's identity was there. No matter whether it was in the Wan Luo Federation Overwatch Council or in the Undying Dynasty, he was extremely prominent. However, the words he had just said were farts in the blink of an eye. No one would have expected such a situation. He could only blame the other party for being too shameless. He was simply too shameless. Unwilling to accept this, Yi Xian immediately gave the order for all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to return to their nests. After that, with a wave of his hand, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian stepped into the Lightning Fortress and immediately gave the order to pursue at full speed. With a buzzing sound, the Lightning Fortress immediately began a space jump and rumbled away at full speed. An hour later, tens of millions of miles away from the wormhole entrance where the two starry sky fortresses were previously facing each other, in a vast galaxy void, the originally calm and waterless universe void suddenly seemed to be disturbed by an external force. Suddenly, a layer of invisible ripples appeared. Faintly, there seemed to be a buzzing sound of space trembling extremely violently. A starry sky fortress with the insignia of the Wan Luo Federation engraved on its hull suddenly appeared in this void without any warning. Without stopping for a moment, it immediately sped towards the nearest wormhole entrance at full speed. This ship was the Starry Sky Fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council and was commanded by Long Kuei. Even for a Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, not to mention the wormhole jump, if it only used the Starry Sky Fortress's jumping ability to launch an extreme distance space jump, it would still not be able to continuously perform it. Just like how a cannon barrel needed to be cooled down after the Starry Sky Fortress's space jump equipment had been fully operated once, it also needed a buffer period before it could perform a second jump. This buffer period, after a full load extreme jump, would be at least 12 hours, which was half a day. Therefore, after completing an extreme jump, this Federation fortress could only use this method of traveling at full speed to rush towards the nearest wormhole. Although it was very likely that the Tianji race silver fortress chasing after them was of the same grade as Long Kuei's Federation fortress, the enemy's death ray cannon had long since finished charging. The terrifying death ray energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters could be fired at any moment. However, Long Kuei's Federation fortress was different. The entire Starry Sky Fortress's kinetic energy was already in a state of full operation. In order to ensure full speed travel, it had no time to charge the main cannon of the Starry Sky Fortress. If it chose the latter, its speed would definitely decrease greatly. At that time, before the main cannon of the Starry Sky Fortress could finish charging, the Silver Fortress chasing after it would have already caught up. At that time, when that crazy Long Xian fired his cannon, even a supreme existence like Long Kuei, who had the cultivation of the mystic light realm, would feel extremely uncomfortable even if the terrifying death ray cannon energy beam brushed past him. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. The two Starry Sky Fortresses were of the same level, but because the Silver Fortress had the upper hand and was already prepared, it was able to completely control the situation as soon as they met. Right now, Long Kuei was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he had no other choice but to escape. Chapter 3086. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Uproar. As the Federation fortress commanded by Long Kuei suddenly appeared in the void, it continued to move forward at an extremely high speed without stopping for a moment before quickly disappearing. About 10 minutes later, not far away, the void of the galaxy, which had just returned to normal, once again rippled with a layer of formless ripples. The same buzzing sound of the void trembling rang out. Immediately after, Yi Xian's lightning fortress appeared. It paused for a few seconds to confirm the direction, then immediately swept out with a loud rumble, turning into a silver ray of light as it chased forward at an extremely high speed. The position it had locked onto was precisely the direction of the void where Long Kuei's Federation fortress had disappeared 10 minutes ago. Although the two interstellar fortresses were of the same level, both were entry-level standard fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The Federation fortress commanded by Long Kuei was somewhat different from Yi Xian's lightning fortress. After all, the former was built by the human race's science and technology camp in the third universe, while the latter was a product of the Tianji clan in the first universe. Although the general configuration and functions were similar, there was still a slight difference in the performance index. The official members of the Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. True members of the Celestial clan couldn't do the hard work of building battleships, space fortresses, and interstellar fortresses themselves, but the technology was still under their control. The actual execution was done by the highly intelligent robots that hadn't yet developed their own sentience. There was no doubt about the creativity of the human race. Among the thousands of races in the universe, there was a reason why the human race could be called the leader of all living things. However, when it came to mechanical manufacturing technology, the human race was really no match for the intelligent robots of the Tianji clan. Apart from a human pioneer of star-sky technology, Xing Bo, among the current human race experts, even the imperial preceptor of the everlasting dynasty, Di dared not say that he was superior to the Tianji clan in this aspect. In fact, Di was also an intelligent robot. Usually, no one would pay too much attention to the slight difference in mechanical manufacturing between the human race and the robots. Even the existence of such a slight difference could not be truly confirmed. However, at this moment, as the two starry fortresses that belonged to the human race and the androids, which were respectively built by the human race and the androids respectively, were chasing each other in the vast void of Universe 3, this originally extremely weak gap was vividly displayed like never before. The two space fortresses had used all of their kinetic energy to increase their sailing speed. They were moving at full speed in the void. However, the distance between the two was constantly shrinking, and Lightning Fortress, which was closely following behind, was getting closer and closer. After only a day's time, the void distance that was originally 10 minutes at full speed was shortened to about 8 minutes. At this rate, Lightning Fortress would be able to catch up with the Federation Fortress in another 4 days. As for the Federation Fortress, even if it entered the universe wormhole again and again, it would not be able to reach the immortal planet in 4 days. The two interstellar fortresses, which had a diameter of 100,000 meters, were as if they had gone crazy. They displayed extreme speed, chasing one another endlessly in the void of the galaxy. Such a scene could not be said to be unprecedented, but at least it had not appeared in the third universe. Along the way, all of the strong men of the Federation, or the existences in the commercial fleet, after seeing this scene, without exception, had a shocked and stunned expression on their faces. The interstellar fortress in front of them was clearly engraved with the emblem of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Could it be a dream? In the third universe, there was actually someone who dared to chase after the interstellar fortress of the Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, as if they were chasing a dog. It was as if they would not give up until they killed it. When did such a fierce person appear in the third universe? In the command hall on the top floor of the Federation Fortress. Bah, damn it, is clearly the same standard entry-level fortress. Why is that little bastard behind us getting closer and closer? This is too much a bully. Long Kuei fiercely slammed the analysis report in his hand on the table in front of him, gritting his teeth and cursing endlessly. This report was the result of the analysis that the Central Intelligence of the Federation Fortress had just obtained after rigorous calculations. It clearly stated the exact time that the interstellar fortress behind them would be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. If the speed of the two interstellar fortresses did not change, then it would only take 3 days, 10 hours, and 47 minutes for the enemy fortress to be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. I must ask for help from the dynasty. Even if I use wormholes again and again, I will definitely not be able to reach the immortal star in less than 4 days. Long Kei, who was full of anger, forced himself to calm down as his chest violently heaved up and down. He said to himself, however, if the headquarters of the Federation receives the request for help and immediately sends the interstellar fortress fleet over, it will be enough to meet up with me before that madman behind us gets within the firing range of the interstellar fortress. Then, there will be nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head and gave a new order to the communications officer beside him. Immediately contact the Federation's main network and request the headquarters of the Federation to immediately send the Interstellar Fortress fleet over to help. Make the situation more serious. Just say that this deputy supervisor has already verified that Prince Xian has betrayed the dynasty and was bought over by the Tianji clan. Not only does he have the Interstellar Fortress that the Tianji clan gave him, he even has an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. The so-called genius of the dynasty, the so-called pride of the human race, and the idol of the Federation, is just a typical example of the opposite that the Tianji clan deliberately supported at all costs with ulterior motives. As for this supervisor, it was precisely because I discovered this shocking secret that I was desperately ambushed and hunted down by Prince Xian. Although this supervisor is not afraid, considering that this information must be sent back to the headquarters of the Federation, including witnesses, I could only choose to endure and flee all the way back to the dynasty. Let's put it this way. That's the gist of it. You can think of the specific wording carefully. After he finished speaking, Long Kuei waved his hand, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. Although he was quite frightened this time, at least with this great contribution, everything was worth it. At the side, the communications officer, who had hurriedly finished his statement, immediately turned around and rushed toward the Interstellar Fortress's main control hub. Looking at his face, it was obvious that his forehead was full of black lines. Clearly, he was quite shocked. Half a day later, a heavy bomb was suddenly thrown into the official website of the Wanluo Federation without warning. Prince Xian was actually a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, he was on the starry sky, main route from the heavenly underworld star to the imperial capital, the Immortal Star. He was desperately chasing after the Federation's deputy supervisor, Long Kuei, who had dug out this shocking secret. He wanted to silence him. Although this matter only appeared and spread in the form of gossip, the source was said to be from the federal headquarters, the Overwatch Council. Therefore, in the shortest amount of time, it blew up countless powerhouses of the human clan in the entire third universe. They were all fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Chapter 3087. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio 4th Order Planet Warrior. As this shocking secret spread rapidly, countless powerhouses from the three universes were all stunned in an instant. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the human race of the third universe. Now, Prince Xian's reputation was so great that he had almost become the pride of the entire human race. The Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp was slightly better, but on the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology Camp, almost all of the young generation of Starry Sky Masters were fans of Prince Xian. Such a monstrous change was obviously unacceptable. As the news spread, the countless administrative planets in the three empires of the entire Immortal Dynasty and the territories of a large number of small countries were completely thrown into chaos. Doubts, protests, and angry curses resounded through the sky. Most of them were in support of Prince Xian. The same scene occurred in the cultivation camp and the second universe, but it was far from being as intense as it was on the Immortal Dynasty's side. The officials of the various races of the Federation of the second universe seemed to be enjoying the show. On the surface, it didn't make any comments, but in private, the higher-ups of the various races were probably overjoyed. Regardless of whether this was true or not, this time, the human race had lost a lot of face. After all, although Long Kuei was the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, he was also a human and a collateral member of the Immortal Dynasty. It seemed that Prince Xian would have to call him uncle when he saw him. If he revealed such shocking secrets with such a sensitive identity, it would only be the human race and the Eternal Dynasty that would be embarrassed if the truth was not verified. Nobody would deliberately consider his position as the deputy supervisor of the Federation, compared to the various races of the Federation of the second universe, who were gloating. The Tianji race of the first universe and its hundreds of slave races were obviously even more confused. The hundreds of slave races in the first universe, including the demon race, were still fine. However, whether or not Prince Xian was a spy that the Tianji race had secretly nurtured and supported was something they couldn't be sure of. Their hearts were filled with suspicion. At most, they could only make wild guesses and nothing more. But the Tianji race was different, especially some of the higher-ups. After suddenly hearing this news, almost all of the core higher-ups of the Tianji race were dumbfounded. What was the human race playing at? Had the infighting of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family reached such a deranged state? Even Prince Xian, who had such a great reputation and was the pride of the royal family of the three universes, dared to slander him and say that he was a spy of the human race bribed by the Tianji race? The hole in his brain was simply catching up to the skylight. Less than half a day later, after a period of shock and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp suddenly issued an edict, informing all the administrative planets of the First Universe's Servant 100 races that the First Universe's arrest warrant issued against Prince Xian was completely canceled. Hope that Prince Xian could escape from the human race and turn to the embrace of the Immortal Dynasty. The gate of the Immortal Dynasty race, the Immortal Dynasty, Xian, that Prince Xian Li. This was the news was realm race, realm. World Xian, Zhou Xian realm. Xian Studio, and Xian was Xian Studio News. Xian to say X. Even some of the prince's fans were shaken and fell into silence. But even more people were still supporting Prince Xian, pointing out that this was just the Tianji race's deliberate plan to confuse the public. They wanted to make the third universe, and even the entire myriad Luo Federation, even more chaotic. However, no matter what kind of opinion they held, at this moment, the gazes of the countless human clan masters in the third universe were all focused on the same star field. In that star sector, Prince Xian and the Federation's supervisor Long Kuei were having a great time chasing after each other. They were chasing after each other as if they had gone mad and didn't give up. Those who fled were chased like stray dogs, and they were in a sorry state. In fact, the gazes that were paying attention to that star sector were not limited to the human race in the third universe. Even the various races of the Federation in the second universe, as well as the Tianji race and their servant races in the first universe, were all paying close attention to all the news from the third universe that was related to this star sector. No one knew what kind of situation this sudden incident would develop into. But this question had unwittingly tugged at the heartstrings of countless experts in the three universes. As the person involved, and even the instigator of this incident, Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. He didn't even know that Long Kuei had already officially reported the conclusion that he was a spy of the Tianji race to the Federation's Overwatch Council while he was running for his life. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew all this, he didn't care. When he decided to use such a high-profile and tough method to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler, he had already anticipated that such a situation would occur. From a certain point of view, all of this was actually what Yi Xian wanted to see. His goal was to use the final result of this incident to make a statement to his royal brother, who had been eyeing him covetously and most likely had been secretly plotting against him for a long time, as well as the upper echelons of the royal family that supported him behind the scenes. If one had to insist on saying that it was a show of strength, it was actually not impossible. At least, Yi Xian would not deny it. As for what the final result of this incident would be, on this point, perhaps countless experts in the three universes were secretly guessing and analyzing. But for Yi Xian, he had already confirmed it without a doubt long before he officially launched the operation. Right now, what he needed to do, and what he was doing, was to turn this result, which could not possibly have any suspense, into an established fact bit by bit. In this regard, Yi Xian had a well-thought-out plan. Therefore, in the past 1.5 days, although Thunderbolt had been chasing at full speed like a madman, Yi Xian, who was in the Commander-in-Chief cabin on the top floor of Thunderbolt Fortress, had been extremely calm and collected. Even the control of Thunderbolt Fortress had been temporarily handed over to Zhuofengtai. As for Yi Xian himself, he sat cross-legged on the sofa in the Commander-in-Chief's resting area as if no one else was around. He took out a small pile of star core origin and took a break from his busy schedule to start cultivating, according to the calculations and analysis of the devouring system. Under the premise of maintaining the current speed, it would take at least 3 days to catch up with that stray dog in front of them and get within the range of the fortress's antimatter death ray cannons. For other human experts, 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye, so it was meaningless to cultivate or not. But for Yi Xian, 3 days of all-out cultivation was enough for him to make another small breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Since he had nothing to do, why not chase after the dog and raise his cultivation realm to 4th Order Planet Warrior at the same time? Chapter 3088. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Body Odor. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the primordial super ability Skyfall Bow once again, he had been prepared. He had used a large amount of Star Core Origin and Multi-Pupil Essence Crystal as the energy source to absorb them in advance and store them in the devouring system. When the Skyfall Bow was activated, it was immediately transferred out and injected into the small golden bow. Therefore, the amount of cultivation, spirit power, chi and blood force, life force, and so on that had been taken away from his body was actually not much this time. It was far from the level where he was able to achieve a breakthrough like the last time in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. However, there was still the effect of digging out his potential. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. For Yi Xian, this was the best time to make another breakthrough. And it was indeed so. When the last 2 hours of the 3rd day had passed, the Star Core Origin energy from the devouring system completely stopped. Yi Xian relaxed and opened his eyes. The next moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your realm has increased. Current realm, 4th Order Planet Warrior. Only a few more hours, and I will be within the range of the Death Ray Cannon. After getting up from the sofa, Yi Xian took back the temporary control of Lightning Fortress from Zhuo Fengtai's hands. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and ordered it to enter it. After all, he was the commander of the Demon Tribe's foreign tribe. He was considered to be one of the higher-ups of the Demon Tribe. Even though he had become Yi Xian's demon slave, it was still not suitable for him to show up in Universe 3. At least for now. Anyway, he was not the only Origin Realm subordinate under Yi Xian. There was no regret or helplessness in temporarily hiding him. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the huge virtual screen of the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress. On the screen was a dark and endless void of the galaxy. It was dotted with countless stars of varying brightness. Right in front of him was a huge, mysterious star that looked like a nebula vortex. That was one of the more than 10 wormholes on the main space route from Heavenly Underworld Star to Immortal Star. In the past 3 days, Long Kuei's Federation Stronghold and Yi Xian's Lightning Stronghold had completed a total of 3 wormhole jumps. The distance was both short and long, but at the very least, it was far beyond the limit of what the Starry Sky Stronghold could reach. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless to enter a wormhole and perform a space jump in this kind of space. The nebula-like vortex in front of them was the entrance to the 4th wormhole. In fact, it should be the 5th wormhole that was not included. The closest wormhole to planet Heavenly Underworld Star was not included in it. That was the start of the chase from there. At this moment, Long Kuei's light blue fortress happened to arrive at the edge of the wormhole. Without any hesitation, it dived into the wormhole and disappeared. Lightning Fortress followed closely behind. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, it also entered the wormhole entrance. Although a wormhole jump was not a normal interstellar travel, the speed of the jump was also related to the performance of the warship. Regardless of whether it was a warship, a fortress, or a space fortress, or the same wormhole, it was impossible for 2 warships of the same level to spend the same amount of time in this process. There would always be a difference in speed, even if the difference was very small. Currently, the distance between Lightning Fortress and Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was only 1 minute and 23 seconds at full speed. According to the analysis of the devouring system, this 1 minute and 23 seconds difference could be completely erased by Lightning Fortress during the current wormhole jump. It might even exceed it by a little. The jump distance of this wormhole was not close. Even if it was a space fortress, with its jump equipment operating at full capacity, the time it would stay in the wormhole would still be close to 6 hours. Although the performance of the space jump equipment of Lightning Fortress was only slightly better than that of Long Kuei's Federation Fortress, to the point of being negligible, the entire 6-hour jump only shortened the distance between the two by 1 minute and 23 seconds. This was obviously no pressure at all. The analysis of the devouring system actually gave it 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In other words, although Yi Xian's Lightning Fortress entered the wormhole right after Long Kuei, when this wormhole jump was completed and they arrive at the exit on the other side of the wormhole, Lightning Fortress would silently overtake Long Kuei and rush out of the wormhole exit 40 seconds in advance. 40 seconds was enough for Yi Xian to complete some necessary arrangements in the space near the exit on the other side of the wormhole. Let's see how you escape this time. A light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke softly, a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. He did not rest for the last 6 hours. His mind was spinning rapidly as he reorganized everything. After confirming that there were no oversights, Yi Xian immediately began all kinds of preparations. 40 seconds was really not a lot of time. Wong, the space vibrated at a terrifyingly high frequency. It was far beyond the limits of the space oscillator equipped on the 10,000-meter diameter space fortress. This was clearly the space oscillation effect produced by the super oscillator equipped on the space fortress. Moreover, it was at full power and at full capacity. The space oscillation effect of this intensity would cause even a 10,000-meter diameter space fortress to feel as if it had fallen into an extremely sticky swamp. Normal navigation would be difficult to continue. An ordinary 3,000-meter long stellar-level warship could even be directly shaken to the point of being extinguished. Needless to say, a 1,000-meter long planet-level warship would be even more so. If the quality of the warship was slightly lower, it would probably disintegrate before long. As for a 10,000-meter long space fortress of the same level, although it would not be so difficult to move if it was caught off guard and accidentally entered a space with such a strong oscillation effect, even if it was originally flying at full speed, once it entered the area of oscillation, its speed would instantly drop by 70%. The remaining 30% of its speed would also be undulating like a small boat floating at the mouth of the storm. Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was in such a situation at this time. He had just rushed out of the wormhole when he encountered such a situation. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. In this kind of situation, even a fool would be able to guess who was waiting outside the wormhole and activating the stronghold level space oscillator. It wasn't that Long Kuei hadn't thought that Yi Xian might be able to overtake him in this wormhole jump. He'd even made some preparations to deal with it, but he never thought that the other party would actually use such a harmful move. What was the difference between this and pouring a large pot of oil in front of someone's house? The moment they stepped out of the wormhole, they would fall flat on their backs. This was simply too dirty. In addition, because they had just rushed out of the wormhole and immediately entered the area of oscillation, their speed dropped by 70%. The effect was clearly like the sudden break of a starry sky level warship. Therefore, while the entire Federation fortress came to a halt, a large number of Federation supervisors in the top floor command module were thrown off their feet and rolled on the ground. Chapter 3089. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio certain death as the Federation fortress charged out of the wormhole. Its extreme speed encountered the effect of the space oscillation and was momentarily stopped. As a result, it suddenly came to a halt. The entire Federation fortress was in chaos. Even the command cabin on the top floor was like a pot of porridge. Everyone was rolling around on the floor and squeezing into a pile. However, this chaos did not last for too long. After all, this was a starry sky fortress. Although it was still under the effect of the space oscillation, the initial panic caused by the sudden stop disappeared in a few short seconds. The entire fortress was still shaking, but it was not to the point where people could not even stand steadily. After the green-faced Long Kuei climbed to his feet, the first thing he did was roar, "Damn Tianji clan! Damn Long Xian! Also, who among you has body odor? Damn it, stand up and get out of the top floor immediately. Otherwise, when I find out later, humph." Hearing that the first thing he investigated after climbing to his feet was this matter, all of the Federation officials around him looked at each other, their faces full of shock. The purplish warbler in Naples rolled their eyes and did not pay him any attention. Their gazes swept toward the giant virtual screen not far away at the same time. They clearly could not understand how Long Kuei had almost reached out to strangle himself and kill himself just now because of the smell. Although the sudden stop had caught them off guard because the two of them were sitting on the sofa and had their backs to the Federation fortress, their bodies were blocked by the sofa. They were not like most of the other people who were thrown to the ground by the terrifying force of inertia and rolled into a pile. In the crowd, a Federation official quickly withdrew from the top floor command cabin with his neck shrunk. This was clearly the unlucky person with body odor. Looking at his deathly pale expression, he presumably also realized his end. It was clearly impossible for him to just leave the top floor command cabin. This matter had to be carefully calculated later. If it was serious, he would not be able to keep his life. If it was light, he would be expelled from the Overwatch Council. In any case, it was over. Following this person's departure, Long Kuei, whose chest was still rising and falling violently, temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. His gaze quickly swept toward the holographic virtual screen. Then, he was slightly startled and immediately laughed sinisterly. That little bastard is quite bold. He actually dared to use this move? Did he really think I was scared? The giant virtual screen displayed the scene of the void in front of them. Thousands of miles away, a silver Tianji clan fortress was blocking the front. Behind it, 3 Demon Scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were lined. In a void on the left and the right warbler, the Federation fortress, which had just rushed out of the wormhole, was completely surrounded. The Federation fortress. They could either retreat and return to the wormhole. Otherwise, no matter which direction they chose to break through, they would encounter resistance. Coupled with the effect of the extreme vibration of space, the possibility of escaping from this area was basically zero. The current situation was exactly the same as the one that had happened before. Unfortunately, the same method could be used the first time, but the second time, the effect might not be the same. At least for now, Long Kuei did not care. He already had a plan in mind. Calculating the time, the inspection fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council on the immortal planet should have arrived. If there were no accidents, they would be here in at most 4 to 6 hours. At that time, with the arrival of the inspection fleet, everything would be easily solved. What Long Kuei needed to do was to delay the time as much as possible. You should be able to guess. On the immortal planet, the fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council is rushing here to help. If there are no accidents, they will most likely arrive immediately. Stepping out of the top cabin of the fortress, Long Kuei's figure stood in the void and looked at Yi Xian, who had been waiting for a long time in the void. His tone was full of ridicule and confidence. "So, I advise you to get the hell out of here before they arrive. You are about to lose your life. Why are you still so pretentious and worried about the life and death of others? Don't mention the death ray cannon to me. No matter where you hit, I can guarantee that Naples and the purplish warbler will not be spared. This kind of threat has already appeared once. How can I not be prepared? Besides, although the magic you used before was amazing and could seriously injure me, the deputy supervisor, this kind of magic must consume a lot of energy, right? At least, it will not be completely recovered in a few days. Don't try to use it to scare people. I can see that you are bluffing. You should end this as soon as possible." Humph! If it were not for the fact that I am too lazy to waste my energy to deal with a dying man and delay the time, I would not have said these words to you. This imperial uncle is too lazy to even say these words of advice to you. My good nephew, this time, you are completely finished. Ha! Speaking of which, Long Kuei could not restrain himself. He raised his head and laughed wildly. This time, he had made a great contribution. In the future, his position in the headquarters of the Federation would be improved. When the time came, he could remove the word deputy in front of his official hat and become one of the few supreme elders in the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. Then, even the everlasting dynasty would not be able to do anything to him. You are right. On the opposite side, in a void thousands of kilometers away, Yi Xian was still standing on the back of the 8-star Imperial ladle. He had his hands behind his back and looked calm. After listening to Long Kuei's words, he even grinned and shrugged. Apparently, he was not stressed at all. But there is a slight difference. I don't dare to use the Death Ray Cannon, and I don't want to use the Heaven Falling Bow again. But the latter is not my trump card. Even a method that will send you to the Western Paradise is the same. You want me to use my trump card? You are not worthy. Whoosh! When the last word left his mouth, Yi Xian waved his hand. A faint blood-red light rushed out from his palm and instantly shot out. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. This blood-red light was the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. During the last wormhole jump, Yi Xian had obtained a mysterious mark from the headless baby corpse that could control the Bloodhorn. It could be said that Long Kuei's death was already predestined at that moment. After the blood-red light rushed out from Yi Xian's right palm, it grew with the wind. Its speed was so fast that it was basically no different from breaking through the void and descending directly. In less than an instant, a gigantic blood-colored horn had already appeared above Long Kuei's head. A terrifying pressure that caused even his mind to shatter enveloped him with a rumble, instantly imprisoning his body. Not to mention walking, the reason why he was able to stand straight and not lie down was actually because all the muscles in his body had completely stiffened and his knees could not bend down. This. Chapter 3090. Boom! Screech! An incomparably shrill shriek resounded. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that was like a ferocious creature of the heavens and earth suddenly shook above Long Kuei. Boom! At practically the exact same time, Long Kuei, whose figure had been completely restrained by the pressure of the bloody horn, exploded into a mist of blood and flesh without any suspense. Before he died, he didn't even have the time to say a complete sentence of his last words. Immediately after, the mist of blood and flesh that had been rapidly exploding suddenly shrank, as if there was a huge suction force that appeared and sucked all of them into the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Whoosh! After doing all this, the Bloodhorn didn't stop at all. After circling for a moment, it immediately returned the way it came. In less than a breath's time, it once again turned into a faint blood-colored light and entered Yi Xian's body from his chest, completely disappearing. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, like a fleeting glimpse, but the result of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn in less than 3 seconds was enough to shock the world. A supreme existence with the cultivation of the mystic light realm, which was the 11th realm, was gone so easily. It was so easy and casual that it couldn't even crush an ant to death with such ease. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by this. Although he was sure that Long Kuei would definitely die this time, it was still a little too shocking that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could kill a mystic light realm expert so easily. After all, the strongest expert it had crushed before was the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the Black Hole of Life, who was an existence of the Void Transformation Realm. Although the difference between the Void Transformation Realm and the Mystic Light Realm was only one realm, the further one went, the more obvious the difference between the two adjacent realms was. Even the difference of a small realm within the same realm was like heaven and earth. Crushing a Void Transformation Realm expert and crushing a Mystic Light Realm expert were two completely different concepts. It seems that this prince's estimation of the strength of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was a little too conservative. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. However, the opponent changed from the Void Transformation Realm to the Mystic Light Realm, but still crushed him without any suspense, and the time it took was even shorter. This is clearly not scientific. Could it be that the power of the Bloodhorn has increased? The infant corpse has been refining it all this time. In addition, the 9-star Ladybird Empress didn't seem to absorb like this before. Today's method is a bit brutal. It directly caused the opponent's divine soul and body to explode, turning them into a bloody mist and swallowing them like a whale. Could it be that this is also due to the influence of the infant corpses? In the meantime, in the command cabin on the top floor of the fortress of the Federation in the void up ahead, a lot of gasps were echoing nonstop. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the giant virtual screen on the top floor of the command cabin. Through this virtual screen, they saw a mystic light realm expert being crushed to death in less than 3 seconds like an ant. Their souls were destroyed, turning into flesh and blood to fuel the Slayer's ferocious flames. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Heavens, he's in a mystic light realm. After being stunned for a full 4 to 5 seconds, the purplish warbler finally closed her mouth. However, the look in her eyes became even more complicated. As she muttered to herself, she shook her head and sighed incessantly. She suddenly felt a strong sense of self-mockery. Prince Xian could even kill a supreme existence in a mystic light realm in an instant. With such terrifying strength and methods, he didn't even have the slightest bit of danger in the Demon Dweller Star Zone of the first universe. Was her previous worries in vain? Naples, who was at the side, clearly felt the same. When the purplish warbler sighed, he also recovered from his daze. The expression on his face quickly turned awkward and even slightly red. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed. Previously, he had been complacent about having saved the Emperor this time, but now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. The strongest expert in the Demon Dweller Star Zone, the Demon Emperor Mo Wention, was only at the 10th realm, the profound Void Realm. As long as Prince Xian didn't go to the central region of the first universe and cause trouble, no one would be able to easily take him down. Even if an upper echelon of the Heavens legacy race with cultivation above the Mystic Light Realm came to the Demon Dweller Star Zone, even if the prince couldn't beat them, couldn't he just run away? Just that stunning blood-colored horn from before was enough to buy some time. After all this time, this so-called rescue mission is completely meaningless in the eyes of the prince. He might even feel that we interrupted and didn't have enough fun. Naples turned his head and looked at the purplish warbler. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around the former's body. With a step, he brought the former out of the Federation fortress and appeared in the void outside the ship. The only mystic light realm expert in the entire Federation fortress was Long Kuei. Now that he had died, there was no one left here who could stop Naples. In reality, he could have left at any time before, but because Long Kuei was also at the 3rd level of the mystic light realm like him, Naples wasn't confident that he could successfully take the purplish warbler away under Long Kuei's obstruction. Furthermore, Long Kuei didn't have solid evidence that Prince Xian was a spy of the Heavens legacy race, so there was no need for the two of them to forcefully leave. If they did, it would be like running away for fear of punishment. However, it was different now. They had to immediately meet up with the prince and discuss a follow-up plan. Not only was Long Kuei an upper echelon of the Thousand Luo Federation and the vice head of the Overwatch Council, he was also a descendant of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty. If one thought about it carefully, he was clearly Prince Xian's uncle. With his death, this matter had completely blown up. Deeply worried, Naples stepped out of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress and didn't stop at all. He immediately spread his body and rushed toward the void in the distance. After a short while, he arrived in front of Yi Xian. The three of them met again, but they didn't say anything. Naples smiled bitterly, and the purplish warbler sighed. However, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He grinned at the two of them and said, "How many days has it been? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for Long Kuei so quickly. He's dead. Do you have to be like this?" Naturally, this was a joke. Furthermore, Yi Xian didn't say much. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned his head and swept his gaze toward the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers in the void in the distance. He gave the order to retreat. His goal was only to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler, although it was more or less to kill Long Kuei along the way and draw out some future hidden dangers ahead of time. He had resolved everything in one go. Now that Long Kuei was dead, the effect was enough. Naturally, there was no need to continue making a ruckus. It was fine if Long Kuei died, but the Federation fortress in front of them could not be touched. Otherwise, even if he could resolve it afterward, it would probably leave behind the impression that he had killed indiscriminately. It was very unwise. In short, what needed to be done was done. Let's retreat first and talk later. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 30-91. Translator, Nyoibo, Studio Editor. Nyoibo, Studio Sinlin Fleet, although the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation was located on the Immortal Planet. In reality, the Federation's status was above that of the Immortal Dynasty. The entire Wan Luo Federation was a colossal entity formed by the countless other races in the first and second universes. Even without mentioning the second universe, just in the first universe, it nominally ruled over the human race's technology and cultivation camps. The purpose of the Wan Luo Federation's existence was to fight against the Tianji race. During times of war with the Tianji race, the Federation had the right to transfer military power from all the races in the alliance. However, during times of no war, whether it was the human race's technology and cultivation camps or the countless other races in the second universe, they all minded their own business. The Federation would not interfere too much. However, even during times of no war, the Wan Luo Federation still controlled a powerful fleet. The Wan Luo Federation was just a federation. It did not have its own territory. Even the Federation headquarters in a certain area on the Immortal Planet was only borrowed. The authority to own it did not belong to the Wan Luo Federation. Of course, it could also be said that the entire first and second universes could be considered its territory. It was just a matter of opinion. An organization or power, regardless of whether it had territory or not, had to ensure the existence of an independent military force. Otherwise, the organization would not be able to continue existing and would not be able to effectively display the purpose of its existence. The Federation fleet in the hands of the Wan Luo Federation was formed at the beginning of the Federation's establishment based on the ratio of strength between all the races in the two universes. The size of the entire Federation fleet was not bad, and its combat power was strong. Although all the battleships in the fleet, including the service personnel on the battleships, came from the countless races and powers in the two universes, the command authority belonged to the Wan Luo Federation. Only the Federation headquarters could mobilize them. No other race, even the Immortal Dynasty headquarters, could interfere. The Federation headquarters had 8 academies. The Overwatch Council was one of them, and it was one of the more powerful academies. After all, it was a supervisory department, and its authority was there. The Sunlan Fleet was a branch of the entire Federation fleet. It was under the control of the Overwatch Council and was equivalent to an independent internal inspection force. The reason it was called the Blue Fleet was because in this powerful fleet that only followed the orders of the Federation's Overwatch Council, all of the battleships, including the uniforms of the soldiers in the fleet, were blue and black. It was an extremely deep blue. Furthermore, since they were from the internal inspection force, they would either not make a move, or once they did, they would definitely be ruthless, giving off a cold and merciless feeling. This was where the name Sun Lan came from. Turning his head, he saw a huge battleship in the distance. Without exception, the hull of the battleship was a deep blue. This was enough to explain their origins. It was one of the small action teams of the Sunlan fleet in the hands of the Overwatch Council. Since they belonged to the Overwatch Council of the Federation, their sudden arrival was clearly because they had received the instructions of the head inspector, the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Neither the Federation headquarters nor the Everlasting Dynasty had the right to interfere in this matter. In other words, all of this was still an independent action of the Overwatch Council. It did not represent the attitude of the Wan Luo Federation, much less the position of the Everlasting Dynasty. As long as this premise existed, the situation was still within the scope of control. At least, this was what Yi Xian believed. Thus, even at this moment, he was still as calm and steady as ever. There was no sign of panic. 2 strongholds in the sky. 8 small strongholds of the cosmic level with a diameter of 50,000 meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. That old devil Long Huai is really generous. If we add in the one in front of the wormhole, won't I have to fight one against 3 and also add in 8 small strongholds with the nature of harassment? Looking at the Sunlan fleet in front of him that had just completed a space jump and was now approaching in formation with a rumble, the corners of Yi Xian's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. He continued with a cold laugh. Such an iron-blooded and ruthless suppression. How much does that great imperial uncle of mine want me to be finished before he can do this? Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this time his old eyes are blurred and he's about to kick an iron plate. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze. At the very least, these few strongholds in the sky are far from enough. Yi Xian was only muttering these words to himself. There was no emotion in them at all. However, when they reached the ears of Naples and the purplish warbler beside him, it was no different from a series of claps of thunder exploding. It immediately made them open their mouths wide. They turned their heads to look at Yi Xian with faces full of shock. They were earnestly persuading him with words of advice. Prince, you're not thinking of staying behind to fight head-on with them, are you? My goodness, let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Just the consequences of doing this will definitely pierce through the sky. That's right, we can't continue like this. Right now, only Long Kuei is dead, so we can still salvage the situation. But if we start a war with the Sunlan fleet, it will be tantamount to completely breaking off relations with the Federation. Although the third universe is big, there will be no place for you to go. Impulse is the devil. You'll regret it after you do it. Your Highness, restrain yourself. You must restrain yourself. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, it will be too late if they open fire first. We have to guard against them using this kind of dirty trick. Who knows, maybe the Sir Supervisor is planning this kind of scheme. No matter what, he will first forcibly accuse them of framing us. Yes or no, although we're not afraid. The key is that we can't be tricked, right? That would be too unfair. The purplish warbler's bold speculation made Naples deeply agree with it. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice, as if he was worried that Yi Xian would not fall for it. His words were actually roundabout, and he even prepared a way out for Yi Xian. But the latter had no intention of backing down at all, not even a little bit. That's right, it really doesn't feel good to be tricked by others. We can't suffer this kind of loss. It's too sullen. So, the expression on his face remained the same as before. Yi Xian smiled as he turned around and glanced at Naples and Xian Yuan Xing respectively. The words that came out of his mouth instantly caused the hearts of the two of them, which had already reached their throats, to instantly calm down by more than half. Unfortunately, the style of the second half of the sentence changed in an instant. Yi Xian spoke while panting heavily, which shocked the two on the spot again. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning, and they were in a bad mood. That's why we can't let them open fire first. If we want to fight, we have to make the first move. We can't let them get the upper hand. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He stepped into the lightning stronghold. This was clearly the rhythm of giving orders. Chapter 3092. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Hongdu Liefeng. This blue fleet was indeed sent by the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, who was Long Xian's great imperial uncle, Long Huai, personally signed an order to come to their aid. However, Long Huai was the head of the Overwatch Council, a pillar of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty, and a transcendent being who had surpassed the mystic light realm and stepped into the 12th realm, the void realm. Naturally, he couldn't personally lead a team. The temporary commander of the fleet in charge of this rescue mission was another deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council. That's right, Long Kuei was only one of the deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council. For a colossal organization like the Wanluo Federation, its headquarters were only in the 8 great departments. The 8 heads also had transcendent statuses. Basically, they only expressed their opinions and made decisions on important decisions. The specific matters were actually handed over to the deputies to complete. Therefore, No matter which school the headmaster was from, it was absolutely impossible for them to only set up a deputy headmaster position. They had to at least ensure balance. With a few more deputies, they could check and balance each other. Only then could the headmaster be at ease. Not to mention the other 7 great departments of the Federation. Just in the Overwatch Council of the Federation, Long Huai had set up as many as 6 deputy supervisors. One of them was basically vacant for a long time. Naturally, this was done deliberately. Leaving an empty position that would only further incite all the officials in the Overwatch Council below the deputy supervisor level. It was good to quench one's thirst by looking at plums. Among the 5 actual deputy supervisors, Long Kuei was one of them. The deputy supervisor who was entrusted by Long Huai to lead this blue fleet was Hongdu Laifeng. This person's appearance was that of a middle-aged expert in his 40s. He had a short beard and long hair. He was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people an incomparably steady and mature feeling. His cultivation was also not bad, slightly stronger than Naples and Long Kuei. He was at the 5th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Among the 5 deputy supervisors, Hongdu Laifeng was ranked first. If one really counted carefully, he could be considered Long Huai's most trusted aide. Even Long Kuei, who was also a descendant of the Eternal Dynasty like Long Huai, was not as powerful as this person in front of Long Huai. Just this alone was enough to show his means and ability. Similarly, from the fact that Long Huai had sent Hongdu Laifeng over this time, it was obvious that he was determined to obtain Chen Shi, and he seemed to be deeply afraid that if it was any other assistant, Chen Shi would allow his imperial nephew to escape. At this moment, Hongdu Laifeng was standing in the command cabin on the top floor of Grim Wind, the flagship fortress of the Blue Fleet. Frowning, he watched the playback of a holographic image. The video lasted for only a dozen or so seconds, starting from the moment the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn appeared above Long Kuei's head, until the moment when Naples and the Purplish Warbler stepped out and followed Yi Xian into Lightning Fortress and disappeared. At that time, although the fierce wind battleship was tens of thousands of miles away in the distant void, it wasn't difficult to record this holographic image through some secret means. Don't forget, this is Universe 3, the territory of the Wan Luo Federation. This was the 13th consecutive playback of this short holographic image. In the previous 12 replays, Hongdu Laifeng watched it seriously, as if he wanted to find some kind of clue from this short holographic image. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Long Huai's high regard for him was not accidental. A cultivation base of Mystic Light Realm Level 5 might not be much in the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, but there were definitely many people stronger than him. But when one's cultivation and position reached such a level, they were still able to maintain a calm heart like him. No matter what kind of situation or unforeseen event they faced, they were like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples of emotion. There was absolutely no one else like them. If it were any other deputy supervisor, they would be a little surprised when they suddenly saw the scene of Long Kuei being killed in an instant. However, Hongdu Laifeng had watched this scene 13 times in a row, and the expression on his face and aura were as calm as ever. Even his eyes did not flicker in the slightest. At this moment, just as the 13th playback was about to end, a bright light finally burst out from the depths of his eyes, with a hint of joy. It was clear that he had obtained something. Immediately connect to the main network of the Federation. After that, directly contact the Overwatch Council. Say that I have important information that needs to be reported to the supervisor personally. As this bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes, Hongdu Laifeng turned his head to look at the communications officer beside him and issued a new order. But the communications officer was startled and unconsciously glanced at the other holographic screen. Without thinking, he asked, "What about the silver fortress up ahead? We have just entered the range of the main ship's cannons. Furthermore, the death ray cannons need a certain amount of time to charge. What if the other side opens fire first?" The meaning behind his words was clearly a tactful question to Hongdu Laifeng as to whether or not he would also give the order to immediately begin charging at full power at the same time. Although he was a little worried and even suspected of overstepping his authority, he was, after all, a person in the situation. He was worried about his little life, so it was understandable for him to be more careful. Do as I say. There is no need to ask any more questions. Go and carry it out. Hongdo Liefeng's face still did not have any expression. He only turned his head again and swept a glance at the communications officer, but he quickly moved it away. His gaze was still the same, and his tone was still calm. Also, this is the last time you will carry out an order personally given by me. After you complete it, leave the command cabin on the top floor. In the future, don't appear in front of me again. This way, you should be able to live a few more years. The communications officer's body froze, and he shuddered. The existence in front of him, in such a calm tone, said words that were undoubtedly murderous. Although this was not the first time he felt this kind of strange feeling, this was the only time it was related to him. The feeling of fear was naturally far different from the past. Under the chill all over his body, the communications officer did not wait for the trembling to finish. He had already turned around in a panic and left in a hurry, as if he was running for his life. Soon, the Federation's main network channel was successfully connected, and the Star Network signal was connected to Hongdo Liefeng's personal communication terminal. Almost in the next moment, Hongdo Liefeng waved his hand and cast a simple isolation barrier. All the images and sounds in the barrier, including even the aura, completely disappeared and could not be detected. 27 seconds later, when the isolation barrier was removed and his figure reappeared, the mysterious Star Network communication had clearly ended. Hongdo Liefeng's face still did not show the slightest change in emotion. He immediately gave a second order. Immediately send a communication request to the fortress in front of us. Remember, it's a request. Don't forget, the other party is Prince Xian, who is at the peak of his power. This time, there was a very faint hint of mockery in Hongdo Liefeng's tone. The communications officer, who had just taken over from the previous communications officer, was dumbfounded. Chapter 3093. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The smell of conspiracy. Xian had no idea what was going on in the command cabin on the top floor of the Grimwind Fortress, nor did he have any interest in it. At this moment, he had just finished dealing with Naples and the Purplish Warbler's incessant persuasion and was about to give the order to open fire immediately, giving the other side a death ray energy beam as an appetizer. Meanwhile, the communication request from the Grimwind Fortress was received by the Star supercomputer in the control center of Lightning Fortress at this moment. As mentioned before, Lightning Fortress was a product of the Heaven's Legacy race. Under normal circumstances, the entire fortress only needed one Heaven's Legacy race clansman who had developed self-awareness to oversee it. This would also ensure that all functions of the fortress would operate normally and efficiently. Therefore, the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress did not have the existence of a communications officer at all. At most, there were some highly intelligent robots. The entire fortress was basically always in an automatic mode. In this mode, Yi Xian, who had already refined the supercomputer that was the main control center of the fortress, could send out any order with just a thought, even if he was outside the fortress. But similarly, when the main control center of Lightning Fortress received any signal from the galactic web, no matter where it came from, and no matter whether Yi Xian was willing to receive it or not, as long as he did not specifically notify Yi Xian in advance, the supercomputer would immediately relay the received signal to Yi Xian. In addition, the supercomputer of Lightning Fortress had also automatically completed the automatic reading of the request along with the signal. At this moment, it had also been transmitted and appeared in Yi Xian's mind without missing a word. It was impossible to reject it, even if he wanted to. Damn, I actually forgot about that. I almost let the other side take advantage of the loophole. The signal and postscript directly appeared in this prince's mind without even asking. Fortunately, they didn't open their mouths and curse. Otherwise, this prince would have been caught off guard and suffered such a calamity. Wouldn't I have died on the spot? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. While muttering, he also sent a new order to the fortress supercomputer. Then, he He suddenly changed the topic and looked at Naples. Do you know Hondo Lifephone? This guy just sent a communication request over, and there were a few postscripts in the signal. His tone was extremely respectful. Not only did he lower himself and take the initiative to reveal his identity, but he also addressed me as Your Highness. He even said the purpose of his visit. He was only representing the supervisor of the Federation headquarters to ask this prince to cooperate with the investigation. He definitely did not mean to offend. In the end, he even sincerely asked this prince to be understanding. Hondo Lifephone. Naples was stunned when he heard this. He sucked in a cold breath, and his expression immediately became more serious. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But if it was him, there's no way he would lower himself and be so respectful. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy behind this. This person is the head of the 5 deputies of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Although he's not a member of the royal family, he's highly regarded by Long Hawaii. He's the most shrewd, and the expression on his face hasn't changed for thousands of years. Even the light in his eyes is almost the same. It's said that in these hundreds of years, no one has ever seen any change in emotions like joy or anger on his face. He's definitely a highly dangerous guy. Oh, if that's the case, then it's a little strange. Once he heard that the other side was such an existence, but he had to lower himself in front of him. Moreover, the aura revealed in these postscripts was so obvious. As long as one had a little understanding of him, they would be suspicious. This was something that the other side could not possibly not understand. But he still did it. Could it be on purpose? Then what was the purpose? Yi Xian did not know that this was just a small misunderstanding unintentionally made by an insignificant communications officer. But at this moment, his curiosity was precisely because of this small misunderstanding. Given his personality, this communication request would have been directly ignored. Without saying anything else, he would have fired a cannon first. But now, as Yi Xian's interest was successfully attracted, the idea of being the first to fire a cannon was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision and immediately sent a new order to the stronghold Starbrain. That was to accept the other side's request and temporarily activate the restriction authority to allow the other side's communication signal to enter and complete the communication connection. Hondo Lifephone, is it? Hee. I'd like to see what kind of medicine you have up your sleeve. With a grin, Yi Xian immediately walked to the command cabin's resting area and calmly sat down on the sofa, waiting for the other side's communication signal to be transferred. At the same time, Yi Xian's mind was rapidly calculating. In fact, according to his original plan, no matter the result of the confrontation with Long Kuei, no matter whether the reinforcement fleet would arrive or not, and no matter what their attitude was, he would still have to return to the immortal planet in the end after dealing with all the minor details. Only when he reached the immortal planet would everything officially begin. Everything that happened on the way was just an appetizer. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, after this communication was over, Yi Xian's trip to the immortal planet would most likely begin immediately. So what if the other side has a conspiracy? This prince also has a plan long ago, and victory is already in my grasp. It's just scheming against each other. Who's afraid of who? A faint smile slowly curved up the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. There was clearly a strong sense of treachery and playfulness in it. As for all of this, Yi Xian didn't have time to clearly explain it to Naples and the purplish warbler. After all, it was still early. Even if they set off immediately and jumped through as many wormholes as possible, it would take at least a few days to arrive. When they returned, there would be plenty of time to explain it in detail to them. With a strange expression, Naples and the purplish warbler turned their heads to look at each other. They quickly followed him to the resting area and sat down on the sofa on either side. Although this matter was strange, it was better than not saying anything and directly firing a cannon at the other side first. It could be considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Far away in the immortal planet's east, in the endless galaxy and void, there was a vast plain that had been indefinitely and unconditionally lent to the Wan Luo Federation. In the center of the plain stood a large modern steel city. This steel city was the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. The Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies of the Federation, was located on the west side of this majestic headquarters. At this moment, in a building deep in the Overwatch Council, a cold harumph full of endless viciousness rang out without the slightest scruple. Immediately after, the slightly proud voice of the supervisor, Long Huai, floated out intermittently. Humph! A hero of the human race? An idol of the Federation? Bah! He's just an audacious impostor. Nothing more than a spy from the Heaven's Legacy race. Chapter 3094. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation making a pair like the demonic royal star. The immortal star was the capital star of a dynasty and the core of the government. However, the latter could not be compared with the former. Even though the demonic royal dynasty represented the entire demonic race, and the immortal royal dynasty was only one of the 2 camps of the human race, the demonic race was much more prosperous than the demonic race. The demonic race was only a servant race of the celestial fate race, the overlord of the first universe. Speaking of population, the demonic race was not even 1/1,000,000th of the human race. The demonic royal star was a relatively large star, and it was protected by 2 satellites. However, as the core of the human race's science and technology camp, the immortal star was also much more powerful than the demonic royal star. In terms of the diameter of the star, the immortal star was several times larger than the demonic royal star. If an ordinary administrative star was an apple, the demonic royal star was a slightly smaller watermelon. As for the immortal star, well, you could imagine the size of the basket used to hold the watermelon. That was the approximate ratio. In addition, around the immortal star, there were a total of 9 satellites, all of which were habitable planets suitable for human habitation. This situation was almost impossible in the vast Milky Way. 10 planets, 1 big and 9 small, crowded together, all of which were rare habitable planets. How could it be possible? In fact, the 9 satellites of the immortal star were all outsiders. It was said that when the dynasty was just established, the first-generation immortal emperor of the immortal royal dynasty gathered some top-notch strong men and worked together to move them from other star areas. The 9 satellites, some near and some far away, formed a huge star formation in the Milky Way void around the immortal star. This star formation was the first layer of the immortal star's huge defense system. It was worth mentioning that this formation of void stars was changing almost every second. After all, the 9 satellites were orbiting the immortal star over and over again. As the 9 satellites moved, the entire formation of void stars changed almost every second. Based on this, it was not difficult to analyze how complex and terrifying this formation of void stars was. The 9 satellites were the first layer of the defense system of the imperishable star. They were also the 9 auxiliary formation eyes of the void star formation. As for the main formation eye, it was naturally the imperishable star in the center. There is no need to elaborate on the importance of the main formation eye, but the 9 satellites that served as the secondary formation eyes were equally important. The highest ranking commander in charge of these 9 satellites was the imperial uncle. They could be said to be the cornerstone of the entire undying imperial family. The dynasty had been established for many years, and the royal family had reproduced generation after generation. The size of the bloodline descendants was probably unimaginable. Not to mention the large number of collateral family members, just the number of direct descendants that represented the royal family was extremely terrifying. There were many direct descendants of the immortal emperor in each generation. For example, Long Xian was known as the 18th prince of the immortal emperor. In fact, there were many younger brothers behind him. The current immortal emperor's generation was the same. The pillars of the royal family that guarded the 9 satellites were all his brothers, and they were all relatively powerful existences in the entire royal family. For example, the second Uncle Long Tianba, who went with Naples to the demon sector in the first universe, was the commander of one of the satellites. Not to mention the elders of the royal family, who rarely showed themselves. The 9 imperial uncles who oversaw the 9 satellites, as well as the great imperial uncle Long Huai, who represented the immortal dynasty stationed in the Federation headquarters and was then the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were the most authoritative existences in the entire royal family. Although the current immortal emperor had many princes, only 5 of them had obtained his approval and had the qualifications to fight for the throne. The great imperial prince Long Xiang, the second imperial prince Long Shao, the 6th imperial prince Long Yuan, the 9th imperial prince Long Qian, the 13th imperial prince Long Shu. These 5 princes were the most powerful of the direct descendants of the royal family in Long Xian's generation. They were extremely active, and the resources of the royal family were also provided by the 5 of them. After all, before the Dark Horse Prince Xian appeared, almost everyone had already determined that one of the 5 princes would become the next immortal emperor. As for the other princes, even if they were not completely unknown, they were at least extremely low-key. Even if they occasionally appeared in public, they would not take the initiative to mention their identities as princes. The 10 imperial uncles had already chosen a supporter from these 5 princes. Among them, the great imperial uncles supported the great imperial prince Long Xiang the most, with a total of 4 people. The other 6 imperial uncles supported the other 4 princes respectively. Regardless of whether it was the open struggle between the 5 princes or the secret confrontation between the 10 imperial uncles, after these years of adjustment, they had gradually stabilized. The various powers that fought for the throne restrained each other, forming a delicate balance. However, with the appearance of Prince Xian, these powers that fought for the throne could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether it was the 5 princes or the 10 imperial uncles, all of them were worried about their gains and losses. However, other than Long Huai, who supported the great imperial prince, and Long Tianba, who supported the second imperial prince, who made a move, the other princes and the other imperial uncles all maintained their silence and observed the changes. Until a few days ago, when news spread from the Federation's Overwatch Council that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan, these fellows seemed to have been collectively injected with chicken blood. Suddenly, they became spirited and returned to their usual liveliness, appearing frequently. Just at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news exploded out of nowhere. Prince Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere and quickly become popular, was not the real Long Xian at all. He was an imposter. This news also came from the Federation's Overwatch Council, but it was different from the previous rumor that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan. This time, the news came from the mouth of the great imperial Uncle Long Huai. Furthermore, it was reported to all the members of the royal family through official channels within the royal family. Although it had not been announced to the public, the entire royal family was thoroughly stirred up in an instant. This was especially so for the 5 princes. Each of them was jumping up and down in excitement. Their excitement was not something that could be achieved by a few shots of chicken blood. This was especially so when they found out that the imposter Prince Xian had fallen into their trap and had been tricked by the great imperial Uncle Long Huai's people and was heading to the immortal planet to receive the news. They were instantly even more excited, rubbing their palms and stretching their necks, waiting for the imposter to arrive so that they could vent their anger. On the other hand, the immortal emperor did not have any reaction to this news for some reason. He maintained his silence and did not even have the intention to make a statement. In fact, as soon as the news spread, the immortal emperor immediately went to the imperial advisor's hall. Afterward, the imperial advisor D'Air's light laughter was heard. Whether it is or not, we will know at a glance when the time comes. Anyway, there's already one in the harem. Making a pair. Haha, isn't that more interesting? Achoo! In the back garden of Concubine May Palace, Ingtai suddenly sneezed. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 3095. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio 5th Order Planet Warrior Yixin was completely unaware of everything that happened on the immortal star in the imperial capital. At this moment, he was indeed on his way back to the immortal star and would arrive at the imperial capital in 4 or 5 days at most. A few hours ago, after ending the short communication with Hongdo Lifeng, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The 3 major fortresses, including the Lightning Fortress and the Black Mosquito ship, were all kept in the undying world in his body. Then, together with Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he entered the flagship fortress of the Sunlan fleet, where Hongdo Lifeng was in charge. After entering the fortress, Hongdo Lifeng only accompanied them for a while out of courtesy. Then, he excused himself and did not appear again. Yi Xian and the other 2 just happened to have some peace and quiet. After entering an independent suite cabin specially arranged for them, the door was closed, and Naples waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier that enveloped the entire cabin. Then, they could speak freely. Since Hongdo Lifeng did not make a move just now, his purpose is obviously only to bring us back to the immortal star. No matter what schemes Long Huai has, everything will only be revealed after we arrive at the immortal star. After sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Long Xian turned his head and glanced at Naples and the Purplish Warbler. With a relaxed face, he said with a smile, "There are still 4 or 5 days before we arrive. Do you intend to keep a straight face like this? You get cramps." The Purplish Warbler immediately rolled his eyes and did not respond at all. However, Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed worriedly and said, "Isn't this old minister worried? I really didn't do it on purpose. This time, when we return to the immortal star, Long Huai will definitely make things difficult for us. Moreover, with his style, he will either not make a move, or he will definitely make a move. Forget about Wen Xing. No matter how he framed us, the truth is the truth. We don't know his true identity. Besides, who knows if he's in that big fortress? The key is still Long Kuei's death. This is not a small problem. After all, that guy is the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. He can be considered a high-ranking member of the Federation. Long Huai will definitely not let go of this matter and make a big fuss about it. However, this is a matter of the Wanluo Federation. Even the imperial court cannot interfere. This makes him even more unbridled. After saying that, Naples once again shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. Whether it's Wen Xing or Long Huai's death, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, I have my own plans. The more Long Huai tossed and turned, the harder he fell in the end. In short, you don't have to worry about anything. Just wait and watch the show. In the next few days, this prince will be cultivating in seclusion. If there's nothing important, don't call me." After saying that, Yi Xian got up and walked to the inner cabin of the suite at the side of the living room. He shook his head and sighed. I'm really worried about his old body. What if he falls and breaks it? In the living room, Naples and the Purplish Warbler both opened their mouths wide at the same time. They looked at Yi Xian's back as he left, their faces full of shock. After returning to the cabin and closing the cabin door, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system to connect to the internal network of this flagship fortress, invade the core of the star brain, and start a search for information. As for the information to be searched, it was naturally everything related to Long Huai, including the recent communication between Hongdo and Lifeng on the immortal star. The reason he did this was not because Yi Xian lacked confidence. What he had just said to Naples and the Purplish Warbler was all true. This trip to the immortal star this time, he had a card up his sleeve and was not afraid at all. However, Long Huai was not an ordinary existence after all. Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate the enemy. If he could find out what the enemy's scheme was in advance, at least he would know himself and his enemy. Unfortunately, this idea was obviously not going to work. The system's reply came out very quickly. However, it was not the search information Yi Xian wanted, but a confirmation request. This starry sky fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council did not seem to be easy to deal with. As the control center of the fortress, the core of the star brain was set up with a special defense layer. Although Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system could be hacked, he could not come and go without leaving traces. He would definitely leave some traces. If it was any other starry sky, it would not be a big deal even if he left traces of invasion. However, This was not the case in the immortal Starry Sky Fortress because there was an immortal-level superbrain here. The central star brain of Yi Xian's personal Starry Sky communication system was also immortal level. Previously, it was just a fragment, but now, because it had absorbed a large amount of energy from the cognition crystal, it had entered the growth stage. Even so, it still could not be compared to the mature, immortal-level superbrain on the immortal star. If the latter were to be seen as a lion, then the immortal superbrain in Yi Xian's hands that had just entered the growth stage was at most a wild rabbit. Starry Sky superbrains could also devour each other. A matured immortal superbrain was simply the best supplement for the other party. Even if it devoured countless ordinary superbrains, it could not compare. Therefore, no matter what traces Yi Xian's immortal superbrain left behind, it could be detected by the lion on the immortal star. When that time came, the lion would definitely use all its strength to hunt the rabbit. With the abilities of the matured immortal superbrain, it could follow the clues to find the melon, and the result would be obvious. In addition, the energy of the multi-pupil consciousness crystal was also very tempting to the immortal-level Starry Sky superbrain. If the other party knew that Yi Xian's Starry Sky superbrain was an immortal star brain in its growth stage, even he would be implicated and schemed against. This was because the immortal superbrain in Yi Xian's hands left behind traces of the cognition crystal's energy. After all, the energy it had absorbed recently was all from the multi-pupil cognition crystal. There were many kinds of energy that the superbrain consumed on a daily basis. Planetary core sources and gene cultivation fluids could be used, but those were only consumable energies. It was like the daily diet of humans. No matter how much one ate, it would not have any effect on the evolution of life form. However, the cognition crystal's energy contained in the multi-pupil cognition crystal was different. It could greatly increase the superbrain's growth and evolution speed, but this kind of thing was very rare even in the Demon Devil Star region, let alone the third universe of the human race. If the other party really found out, it would be quite troublesome. All of this was the result of the devouring system's analysis. After understanding the pros and cons, Yi Xian could only sigh and choose to give up. This matter was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Immediately after, Yi Xian took out some planetary core sources from his undying world and gave them to the devouring system to absorb. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed in the cabin and closed his eyes to enter a closed state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian finished absorbing and refining all the energy. When he opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your realm has increased. Current realm: 5th Order Planet Warrior. Chapter 3096. Translator: Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Imperial capital. Moments later, when Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler walked out of the inner cabin and arrived at the command cabin resting area on the top floor of the flagship fortress, Hongdo Lifeng, whom they hadn't seen for a few days, was already waiting there. Seeing Yi Xian arrive, Hongdo Lifeng nodded slightly. Prince Xian, in an hour, the fleet will directly dock at the Northern Region Star Dock on the Immortal Planet. At that time, a small ship will take us into the Immortal Planet. The inspector intends to send you directly to the Federation's headquarters. Of course, I will also be accompanying you. When he said this, although Hongdo Liefeng's face was as expressionless as usual, there was clearly a hint of coldness. Even his tone was different from a few days ago. There was clearly no longer that respectful tone, and it was as cold as water. It was clear that he was certain that Yi Xian couldn't escape this time. However, they hadn't even arrived at the Immortal Planet yet. Wasn't it a little too fast to change faces? With this thought flashing through his mind, Yi Xian turned around and exchanged glances with Naples and the purplish warbler. His expression darkened, and he said sarcastically, "Yo, it's only been a few days since we last met, and the Vice Commander's entire person has changed. You're practically flipping pages faster than a book. No wonder your face is as stiff as a corpse's." Your facial muscles and nerves will probably be injured by you every few days. What a sin. Uft. These words were truly sinister. How much force would it take to injure one's facial muscles just by changing faces? At the side, the purplish warbler pondered for a moment and couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud on the spot. Even Naples' eyes twitched a few times and his neck turned red. He finally managed to hold back his laughter. Prince Xian really knows how to joke. Excuse me for a moment. I'll come back when the fortress docks. After he finished speaking, Hongdou Lai Feng turned around and left. Yi Xian's derogatory words seemed to have caused even him to be unable to bear it. There was clearly a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. For nearly an hour after that, Yi Xian was admiring the galactic void outside. His gaze passed through the large one-way, transparent wall at the edge of the command cabin and into the depths of the void outside the ship. Not long after, 1 big and 9 small stars appeared in the void in front of them. Some were far, some were close, but they were all within their field of vision. They had finally arrived at the undying star of the undying dynasty. Hongdou Lai Feng, who had left not long ago, reappeared. He didn't pay attention to Yi Xian and the other two. Not far away, he was giving orders to some of the gathered Overwatch Council officials. Very quickly, the fleet sailed into a giant star dock outside the atmosphere of the undying star. When a main passageway to the command cabin on the top floor opened, Hongdou Lai Feng walked over. Prince Xian, we should move. The supervisor is still waiting. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to reply. He turned around and walked toward the exit of the passageway with Naples and the purplish warbler. Hongdou Lai Feng followed closely behind with a few Overwatch Council officials. On one side of the star dock outside the flagship fortress, a small battleship had long been prepared. After exiting the passageway, Hongdou Lai Feng walked quickly to the front and led Yi Xian and the other two into the small battleship. He then gave the order to set sail. They left the corner of the star dock and quickly passed through a public checkpoint in the star defense formation. They entered the undying star's atmosphere and headed straight for the vast plain where the Federation's headquarters was. Almost at the same time that the Blue Fleet entered the star dock and returned to the port, the news that Prince Xian had finally arrived on the undying star was quietly learned by many existences from all sides. Among them included Yi Xian's royal brothers in name, as well as most of the royal relatives. However, no one in Imperial Concubine Mei's palace dared to reveal a single word. After all, the Prince Xian who had returned this time was clearly a fake. Once Imperial Concubine Mei heard this news, she would probably collapse on the spot. The fake had dared to come to their door. Was there any need to say the real thing? Most likely, he had been cleaned up long ago. For the members of the royal family who wanted to make things difficult for Yi Xian, this was the best excuse. With this excuse as a reason, even if they gathered in groups and swarmed toward the Federation's headquarters to make a ruckus, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished afterward. No one would investigate. Secure in the knowledge that they had backing, the 5 princes all gathered some of the younger members of the royal family and rushed toward the Federation's headquarters with a murderous aura. In particular, the great Prince Long Xiang gathered the most trusted aides and royal family members. There were over 100 of them. A large group of royal family warriors swarmed together like a swarm of bees. It was very eye-catching, but Long Xiang felt no pressure. The head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, had always been his main supporter. This time, they were going to the Overwatch Council, their own territory. There was no pressure, no matter how they made a ruckus. The reason the 5 princes were so concerned about this matter was not only because of Prince Xian's recent rise in popularity, but also because today's opportunity was rare. They could take revenge and vent their anger. The more important reason was, to put it bluntly, the battle for the royal power. Although Prince Xian was useless and had died in the outer realms during the trial, his death still had some value. After all, he was a direct descendant of the immortal emperor's bloodline. He had been silently killed by an outsider. This matter had already damaged the royal family's reputation. The 5 princes all wanted to perform well in this matter. They could at least make a good impression of themselves in front of the immortal emperor and the royal family's resident elders. In reality, other than the 5 princes, Even among the 10 royal uncles, a few of them had brought trusted aides and were hurrying toward the Federation's headquarters. At this time, the small shuttle carrying Yi Xian had finally arrived at the vast plains. Without any delay, it plunged into the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters. In the depths of the Federation's Overwatch Council, on the 8th floor of a large, ancient-style building, a certain figure was standing by the window. He was a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a dignified aura. He had a square face and a short beard. He appeared very serious and cold. This person was the head of the Overwatch Council, the cornerstone of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, and the supreme warrior whose cultivation had reached the 12th realm of the Void Realm, Long Huai. Had we finally arrived? Before the small shuttle Yi Xian had entered the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters, Long Huai's gaze had already locked onto the shuttle. It was not until it plunged into the majestic city that Long Huai, who had been expressionless until now, finally revealed a faint smile. As he muttered to himself, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Unconsciously, he swept a glance in the direction of the immortal royal city. The smile on his face inexplicably became complicated and unpleasant. At this moment, old Eight's heart is most likely in his throat. Unfortunately, his last glimmer of hope will soon be destroyed. When that time comes, what can he do even if he is unwilling? Chapter 30-97. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Here comes the opportunist. Although the Federation headquarters allowed these small shuttles to travel at low altitudes, the 8 great departments of the headquarters each had different rules on this matter. The Overwatch Council was the organization in charge of law enforcement among the 8 departments of the Federation headquarters. Just from the perspective of maintaining a certain dignified image, it was impossible for the chaotic scene of large numbers of shuttles flying about in the internal areas of its departments. Thus, the Overwatch Council strictly prohibited all shuttles from entering, even at low altitudes. However, the small shuttle Yi Xian did not even slow down in the slightest after arriving at the outer area of the Overwatch Council. It charged directly into the depths of the council. This was the intention of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. It could be considered a precedent. A dozen seconds later, the small shuttle slowly landed in a large square deep within the Overwatch Council. Yi Xian, Naples, and Purplish Warbler walked out of the cabin door. Behind them were Hongdo Lifeng and a dozen other Federation supervisors. Across from the square was a large building. It was the headquarters of the Sky Department of the Overwatch Council's 4 major supervision systems. Hongdo Lifeng bringing Yi Xian here already demonstrated the severity of the problem. Purplish Warbler and Yi Xian did not understand the situation and did not have much of a reaction. However, Liefeng's expression immediately changed. Although he was not a member of the Overwatch Council, he had always been on the Undying Planet. Even if he had never been to the headquarters of the Sky Department, he had long heard of it like thunder. Within the Federation's Overwatch Council, the Sky, Earth, Xian, and Huang departments were responsible for different kinds of supervision tasks and areas with different levels of security. The Huang department was the lowest, and the Sky Department was the highest. Generally speaking, to be able to alarm the Sky Department of Supervision, it had to be at least a case or mission that concerned the survival of the Federation. It had the highest level of security. Furthermore, the Sky Department of Supervision was the only one of the 4 departments that had the right to make arbitrary decisions. The cases they were responsible for could be decided without a trial if there was a special reason. Thus, when a case fell into the hands of the Sky Department, it was basically the final word. There was no need to argue or struggle. Hongdo Lifeng, what is the meaning of this? You actually dared to bring His Highness to the Celestial Faction's headquarters. Could it be that you dare to forcibly convict a prince? Under the shock of his heart, a look of anger instantly appeared on his face. He immediately turned his head to stare at Hongdo Lifeng and roared. Yi Xian and the Purplish Warbler were startled at the same time. The former frowned and immediately asked Naples. Beside them, Hongdo Lifeng didn't intend to explain anything at all. He was still expressionless as he turned to look at the Heaven Department headquarters building in front of the square. Very soon, the infuriated Naples explained the uniqueness of the Heavenly Series in just a few sentences. Yi Xian was suddenly enlightened, and his anger rose. And here I thought that the Tianji clan spy this time was some kind of three-headed, six-armed character. To think that he would be so arrogant as to disguise himself as a prince and sneak into the imperial court. Now that I've seen him, he's just so. As these words full of ridicule and contempt sounded, a group of dozens of figures walked over from the main hall of the Heavenly Series headquarters at the edge of the square. The one in the lead was the dean here, the chief inspector of the Federation, Long Huai. When Yi Xian and the others turned to look, Long Huai's figure was already standing on the stairs of the headquarters building in front of them. His gaze swept past Yi Xian and quickly looked at Naples and the purplish warbler. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he sternly reprimanded. The matter between the two of you will be investigated carefully later. Now leave quickly. If you don't make a decision within 3 seconds, take both of you. Tianji clan spy, impersonating a prince? Naples and the purplish warbler were startled at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. Forget about being a Tianji clan spy. They were already aware of this accusation. But what was with the accusation of impersonating a prince? They were already on the immortal planet. There were only a few people in the entire imperial city who could prove Prince Xian's identity. Putting Consort Mei aside, just looking at the other members of the imperial family, one could easily find a handful of them with one's eyes closed. Could Long Huai have lost his mind? How dare he frame such a childish and stupid accusation? This didn't make sense. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Naples and the purplish warbler's expressions finally changed again. Their heartstrings instantly tightened to the extreme. The last bold guess that appeared in their minds almost scared them out of their wits. 3 seconds have passed. I hope you don't regret it. Yi Xian took in all the changes in their expressions, causing him to sigh in his heart. However, Naples and the purplish warbler ultimately chose to stay where they were and didn't waver from leaving. This made him feel a little warm in his heart. When it came to this matter, he didn't intend to hide it. Similarly, he couldn't help it. Everything was caused by a coincidence. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Since you're so stubborn, then take both of you down. It'll save us the trouble of investigating you later. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Long Huai's voice rang out from the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters. Halfway through his words, his gaze swept towards Yi Xian again as he sneered and continued. You're still so calm in the face of death. Your mentality isn't weak, but unfortunately, it won't change anything. I know you have some tricks up your sleeve. You can even instantly kill Long Kuei, who's at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Although you relied on an external object, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the Overwatch Council of the Federation's headquarters. I like to see how powerful that external object of yours can be. Take him down. Long Huai roared out the last sentence. Before he finished speaking, among the dozens of experts of the Overwatch Council standing behind him, 3 figures had already rushed out at the first possible moment, heading straight for Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler. The auras of their cultivations were vast and boundless, and when they leaked out, it caused a dull rumbling sound to ring out in the air. They were all terrifying cultivations of the 6th level of the Mystic Light Realm. The expressions of Naples and the purplish warbler changed again. Facing a 6th level Mystic Light Realm expert, they had no ability to resist at all. Needless to say, the purplish warbler, even Naples, was only at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, an unexpected shout suddenly sounded out. Over 100 figures appeared in midair in the distance, and they were rushing over swiftly. The person in the lead was the first prince, Long Xiang, whom Long Huai supported. At this moment, when he saw that everyone had turned their heads to look over and that the 3 figures that were charging towards the plaza had stopped abruptly, Long Xiang cupped his hands towards Long Huai from afar and said, Lord Supervisor, this person dares to impersonate my 18th brother and act wantonly. I'm afraid he is already. This is the great enmity of the imperial family. Even if we don't kill him first, the matter of taking him down should be done by me, an Emperor realm expert. This is not a small matter, and it concerns the dignity of the imperial family. I hope that the supervisor will allow it. Well said. As expected of the leader of the princes, you should bear such responsibility. I allow it. Chapter 3098. Playing the target, the words head of the princes directly revealed the identity of the person who had come. Yi Xian, who was originally muttering about who this person was from the imperial family, instantly understood, and an expression of disgust appeared on his face. Among the 10 imperial uncles, First Imperial Uncle Long Huai had always supported First Prince Long Xiang. These two people were practically on the same side, but now they were acting as if they didn't. Especially Long Huai. It was one thing for him to be accurate, but he actually instantly got into the act and cooperated with Long Xiang on the spot without any trace of connection. He spouted nonsense like how he was worthy of being the head of the imperial family. This was originally not a big deal, but the key was that aside from himself and the purplish warbler, who didn't know what the two of them were doing, to be able to act so wholeheartedly in this kind of situation, there was really no one with such thick skin. No, it wasn't just thick skin. He was clearly shameless, especially the first prince, Long Xiang, who was rushing over. He could even rush over to take advantage of this kind of situation and even mobilized hundreds of people. There was probably nothing that he wouldn't do. Thank you for your help, Academy Master. Just as Yi Xian was looking down on him and didn't hide the strange expression of disgust on his face, Long Xian had already led the hundreds of imperial family members behind him to the other side of the square. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards Yi Xian. Bold thief, the crime of falsely using the identity of the imperial family is enough for you to die 100 times. If you let this prince investigate and prove that you plotted to kill my 18th brother, this prince will definitely make you beg for death. At the head of the group, First Prince Long Xiang stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest and looking very righteous. As he spoke to this point, his tone turned sharp, and he raised his hand to point at Yi Xian and the others as he roared, "Quickly capture them." Among the hundreds of figures behind him, 3 royal experts in their 40s and 50s walked out. Their auras were all at the Mystic Light Realm, but only one of them was at the rank 6 Mystic Light Realm. The other 2 were at the rank 5 Mystic Light Realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian grinned in amusement. As if returning the favor, he raised his hand and struck the first Prince Long Xiang from afar. He purposely raised his voice and mocked loudly, acting like a calf. After all this fuss, it turns out that you still want others to take action. I guess the 3 of them are just collateral relatives of the imperial family, right? You're the head of the direct bloodline, yet you only care about putting on an act when it comes to saving the face of the imperial family. You're all talk and no action. You're taking advantage of her when she's putting in the effort. You're amazing, my brother. Long Xiang was so angry that his neck was thick. Just as he was about to flare up, 4 other figures appeared in different directions around the square. Prince Ming and a few of the 10 imperial uncles appeared one after another. While they were still quite a distance away, the voices of the imperial uncles could already be heard from afar. Humph! What a smooth talker. When we get back, this old man will definitely cut open your gallbladder and pull out to see how big your head is. Why waste your breath on him? Just take him down quickly. Why don't we brothers take action? To be able to be personally taken down by the direct bloodline imperial uncles. This brat has taken advantage of us. As these words rang out one after another, nearly 10 groups of people arrived one after another. They landed in different directions around the plaza and instantly surrounded Yi Xian and the other 2 in the center of the plaza. They all glared at Yi Xian and the other 2 with angry gazes. Seeing this, the first Prince Long Xiang and the first Imperial Uncle Long Huai's faces darkened at the same time. There was even an undisguised cold snort coming out from their noses. They seemed extremely dissatisfied. With the help of the Imperial uncles who supported the other princes, the first prince's idea of taking advantage of the situation to gain some impression points was completely out of the question. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great princes and nearly half of the imperial uncles in power had all arrived. There were even 300 to 400 other members of the imperial family. However, no matter which one it was, they were all glaring at Yi Xian. Naples' heart trembled, and he finally panicked a little. He nervously turned his head to look at Yi Xian again. This guy was obviously frightened. Not only was his voice trembling, he even stuttered a little. "What's going on? Your Highness. Your Highness, this, why are they all saying this? None of them can recognize you? This shouldn't be. Why don't we just revert to our original appearance? Don't make this a big misunderstanding." On the other hand, although Purplish Warbler's brows were tightly knitted, she only glanced at Yi Xian thoughtfully in the face of this obviously problematic situation. She did not say a single word. If one can prove one's identity with just a face, with so many people here, including your Ziying, who doesn't know the art of changing one's appearance, wouldn't anyone be able to say that they are Prince Xian just by changing their face? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and pointed at the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters in front of the plaza. "That's right, except for that guy. He definitely can't change his face. He's already spoiled it by himself." Pfft. Hongdo Lai Feng's body swayed. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to come up or down. His neck had turned blue from holding it in. His expression finally changed as he gritted his teeth. His face was full of anger. Even at this time, Yi Xian did not forget to stab him in the back. No wonder he was so angry. Also, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that this group of people arrived in the blink of an eye? Not when the 5 princes was missing, and more than half of the 10 great imperial uncles were here in person. Without waiting for Hongdo Lai Feng to spit out blood, Yi Xian had already retracted his gaze and changed the topic. They even revealed such a magnificent lineup. In their eyes, does it make a difference whether Prince Xian is real or not? Hearing this, Naples was stunned. He instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. All the factions that were fighting for the imperial power had temporarily joined forces, and the first imperial uncle, Long Huai, was the one leading the attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Prince Xian hadn't entered the palace yet, although this was a bit daring, it was not completely impossible. After all, the identities of the participants were not to be underestimated. With existences of this level joining forces, it was not a big deal to make the sky of the undying star turn dark for a short while. Impudent, full of nonsense. Take action immediately and quickly take him down. This brat's mouth is too powerful. Every word he says is heart-wrenching. He can even bring the dead back to life. The expressions of the group of princes and imperial uncles, including Long Huai, changed. They immediately roared furiously. Yi Xian's words shocked them. After all, there were many Federation supervisors watching coldly from the sidelines. Some of them had not even seen Prince Xian's face before. After hearing such words, who could guarantee that they would not overthink? What if someone secretly spread this news after this impostor was executed? Wouldn't all the members of the imperial family present today die an unjust death? Yellow mud fell into one's pants. Even if it wasn't SH*T, it was SH*T. Chapter 30-99. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Atavism. Are you trying to silence us? Are you all angry now that you've been stabbed in the back? With a glint in his eyes, Yi Xian added another stab. The imperial uncles, who had just leaped into the air, trembled at the same time. They were so angry that they almost fell back to the ground. Some of the Federation inspectors, who were secretly watching from afar, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. They clearly believed Yi Xian's words, or at least began to suspect him. However, this was clearly far from enough for Yi Xian. His words were still ringing in their ears when he spoke again. "Since all of you are unanimous in saying that this prince is a fake, then I might as well make a big fuss today and let all the imperial officials on the Immortal Star judge whether this prince is real or fake." Dragon's roar. He had clearly roared the last 4 words. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation power was fully activated at this moment. It surged wildly through all the meridians in his body, both inside and outside. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness was also pierced by a strand of level 6 spiritual power from his spiritual power source core. In the next instant, as the power of the black gold dragon scale was suddenly activated to the limit by Yi Xian, a strong and ancient power surged out from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the cultivation power that was madly circulating in his body without regard for the cost. In an instant, it completely activated a certain bloodline brand in his physical body and blood and merged with it. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was completed in the blink of an eye. The mutated divine dragon power of the black gold dragon scale. The cultivation power of Yi Xian's own incomplete infinity insight technique. Finally, there was the immortal royal bloodline power that had merged with Yi Xian's bloodline after devouring Long Xian's immortal blood crystal. These three powers were fully activated by Yi Xian at all costs and successfully merged with each other. Then, they surged out of Yi Xian's body like a violent flash flood. Roar! Yi Xian suddenly looked up at the sky, clenched his fists, and raised his arms high. His expression suddenly became even more ferocious. He opened his mouth and roared, letting out a loud and clear dragon's roar that pierced the clouds. The bloodline power that surged out from his body seemed to respond and instantly transformed into a gigantic black gold dragon. As Yi Xian's furious dragon roar pierced through the clouds and tore through the air, it appeared behind him and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless imperial citizens in the human cities on the immortal star subconsciously did the same thing. They all looked up at the sky, then opened their mouths, and their expressions quickly became sluggish. Bam! Bam! Even the few imperial uncles that had just soared into the air and were shooting towards Yi Xian were all shocked by the dragon's roar. The second after the dragon's shadow appeared, their bodies suddenly froze in midair and then fell from the sky like dumplings. As for the other experts inside and outside the square, no matter whether they were near or far, including the Neapolitan and purplish warbler, without exception, all of them had their mouths wide open and were collectively petrified. All of their faces were filled with shock, horror, or stupefaction. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. In the imperial city, in the imperial advisor's hall, the imperial advisor, Dier, and another middle-aged man who exuded a formless aura also exclaimed at this moment. Where did the dragon's roar come from? SSS. What a pure aura of the royal blood crystal. It can actually manifest a huge dragon shadow. Who is it? He has actually entered the bloodline reversion realm. Black gold dragon scales? This is clearly the rhythm of a mutation, but the bloodline is extremely pure, without any impurities. Could it be the mutation of the bloodline itself? Before the exclamations had died down, a slightly thin old figure quietly swept out from the imperial advisor's hall. After stepping into the void, he shook his shoulders and disappeared without a trace. Sigh. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was suspected to be the current immortal emperor in the imperial advisor's hall spoke again. Although there were no words, only a long sigh, there was clearly a strong sense of bitterness and helplessness. After a few breaths, as Yi Xian loosened his fists and lowered his arms above his head, the clear dragon's roar that had resounded through most of the immortal star from his mouth came to an abrupt end. The huge black gold dragon shadow that had rushed into the sky also quickly faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the petrified experts around the square finally came to their senses. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes immediately converged on Yi Xian. After that, exclamations sounded one after another. Some were confused, some were shocked, but most of them revealed a deep sense of unwillingness and despair. How is this possible? He is actually real? Such a pure aura of the royal blood crystal is enough to prove his identity as a direct descendant of the royal family. It doesn't matter whether he is the 18th elder or not. If he is not the 18th elder, then he is the wild. Oh my God, even the dragon shadow has manifested? This is clearly the sign of the bloodline reversion realm. After thousands of years, the second bloodline reversion realm in the royal family has finally appeared after the old monster from the old pavilion. His name has shaken the 3 universes. He is close to the top 10 on the heaven list. In addition to the direct descendants bloodline reversion realm, the word freak is not enough to describe him. How can we play this game? Sigh, God is making fun of us. Along with these exclamations of surprise, the expressions of the few imperial uncles in power, including Long Huai, became even gloomier, whereas the 5 princes, including Long Xiang, were even more unbearable. The expressions on their faces were either despair or ghastly pale, but the gazes that shot out from their eyes were filled with dense unwillingness and resentment. Lord Inspector, it has already come to this. Shouldn't you say something? At least let me know who exactly I am. With his hands behind his back, Yi Xian grinned as he turned around to look at Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who was on the steps of the Sky Association's headquarters, and at the same time, he ridiculed Long Huai at the same time. Even though I don't know how you did it, but if I say you are the 18th elder, then I'll say the same thing. Impossible. The corners of Long Huai's eyes trembled slightly as he stared at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. His tone was calm, but his gaze was sharp like a blade, and it was as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian completely. He actually spoke bluntly, and he still didn't approve of Yi Xian's identity as the 18th Prince Long Xian. So, in this way, not only is the imperial bloodline in this prince's body pure, its even reversion realm is fake. Yi Xian puckered his lips and pressed Long Huai once more, and he seemed as if he wouldn't budge an inch until the end. Even if Long Huai only wanted a way to save face, Long Huai would absolutely not compromise. This time, Long Huai was angered to the point his face twitched fiercely a few times. He was unable to answer this question and could only maintain silence, and he held it in to the point his eyeballs were on the verge of squeezing out of their sockets. If looks could kill, then Yi Xian would have probably died countless times in this short period of a few breaths. Chapter 3100. Yi Xian goes crazy. This person was Hongdo Lifeng. The reason he'd suddenly stepped forward at this moment was actually because he had no other choice. Long Huai's silence clearly indicated that he intended to give up, so he had no other choice but to do this. He had been in contact with Yi Xian all this time, so he had already offended him. If he allowed the other party to leave safely today, he would not be able to escape this calamity sooner or later. He might as well grit his teeth and fight head-on while he still had a chance. It was precisely because of this thought that when Hongdo Lifeng took a step forward, he had already hardened his heart. Without any trace of politeness, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian, reprimanding him harshly. So what if he can prove that you are a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty's imperial family? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Even the laws of the everlasting empire support this point, let alone the fact that your crimes have already affected the Myriad Net Federation. Leaving aside the fact that you impersonated a prince, the Overwatch Council has the right to arrest and imprison you for killing Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei. Wen's unexpected fall can be said to be a heavy loss to the Federation. Even if you have a glib tongue, the 10 billion contribution points deducted by the Federation's main network is still a fact, right? Could it be that the central hub of the main network has wronged you? As for Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei, there's no need to talk about him. He was killed by you in front of everyone, and there's even a real-time video of it. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you're a prince, do you dare to resist arrest? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of being exiled by the imperial family? Don't tell me that you think you can do whatever you want in the Myriad Luo Federation. Hongdo Lifeng had been thinking about this string of words for a long time. Now that he roared them out, not only was his train of thought clear and impassioned, each word piercing the heart. While he questioned endlessly, even his grasp of the rhythm was rather subtle. With just a few simple words, he had unknowingly pushed Yi Xian to the opposite side of the Eternal Dynasty and the Myriad Luo Federation. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught unprepared by his stern questioning. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Every cloud has a silver lining. The eyes of Long Huai, the other imperial uncles, and the five princes lit up at the same time, and they were instantly excited. Since they couldn't kill him, it was good to lock him up. It was the same as thinking of other methods later. When he thought up to here, Long Huai's face immediately sank, and he sneered as he glared at Yixian while cold lights flickered within his eyes. Did all of you hear clearly? Since there is evidence, I have the right to arrest you. No matter how you defend yourself, that will be after you are arrested. Give me. Take my ass. I haven't even said anything yet. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Just as Long Huai raised his hand and gestured as if he was about to give the order to arrest Yixian again, the latter rudely retorted and interrupted him. He even rolled his eyes. That's right. I did kill Long Kuei with my own hands. I don't like him. What's wrong? As for that old bastard Wen Xing's death, although I am somewhat involved, that's all. Even if I have to bear some responsibility, the 10 billion points deducted from me are enough to offset it. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I have to make myself clear. Besides, even if I admit to this matter, what can I do? I don't like him, so I killed him. It's not a big deal. Why are you so agitated? Silence. A deathly silence. As Yixian finished speaking, all the experts around the square fell into a state of shock again. They stared at him with slightly open mouths and collectively lost their voices. They had seen unreasonable people, but they had never heard of such unreasonable people. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, there was probably no one other than the person in front of them who dared to say such words in front of the Federation's heavenly Overwatch Council headquarters. What was the point of playing with one's life at the slightest disagreement? He played with one's life at the slightest disagreement. Your Highness, we were just joking, right? After being stunned for a few moments, Naples, who was beside Yixian, was the first to come back to his senses. He could be considered quick-witted. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered to find an excuse for Yixian to smooth things over. If he had gone along with this, he could have just barely managed to deal with the bold words just now. Unfortunately, Yixian had no intention of doing that. He waved his hand and directly denied it. What kind of joke is this? Who's joking? Didn't we just kill that old bastard Wen and Long Kuei? It's just a fart. Who has the time to joke about it? If we killed them, we killed them. If we don't like them, we'll feel uncomfortable if we don't kill them. Can't our hands itch? Naples was completely at his wit's end. He covered his face and let out a pained groan. He finally understood. After all this time, there was something wrong with the prince's head, and it was intermittent. It suddenly flared up. You're courting death, so don't blame me for this. At this time, Long Huai finally came back to his senses. The cold smile on his face surfaced again. His right hand, which was raised halfway, finally swung down fiercely. He sternly rebuked. Those who are arrogant and obstinate will be punished severely. This is clearly stated in the Federation's laws. Take them down immediately and put them in prison. Wait. Before the dozens of Federation inspectors behind Long Huai could react, Yixian's shout suddenly rang out. I'll say the same thing again. Whether it's old bastard Wen or Long Kuei, this prince doesn't like them, so I'll kill them. But you, Sir Inspector, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to hold the prince accountable for this matter. Don't even mention the obstinate and obstinate things. It doesn't exist at all because this prince is just stating a fact. It has nothing to do with arrogance or obstinacy. This time, even the purplish warbler couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his face. The others seemed to have seen the problem as well. How was this still arrogance? This was clearly abnormal. It most likely had something to do with the brain. As they thought of this, the expressions on everyone's faces immediately became a little strange. Even the look in their eyes changed. Do you know what this is? At the same time, Yixian's words changed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. In the blink of an eye, a huge starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters appeared. It was bright silver in color and floated above the Overwatch Council, completely covering the entire large square below. Without waiting for everyone to sort out their thoughts and follow his rhythm, Yixian stretched out his hand and pointed up saying again, "A starry fortress. The Tianji clan's starry fortress. Do you know where it came from? It was given to me. This prince's future wife gave it to me. Don't doubt me. She can barely be considered a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan. She's at the middle stage of the mystic light realm. Can't she afford a starry fortress?" At this point, all the powerhouses present, including Long Huai and the purplish warbler, were certain, without exception, that this guy in front of them was absolutely crazy. A second ago, he was still talking about killing Long Kuei, and a second later, he was talking about the starry fortress that his future wife had given him. The change of topic was so fast and silent, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. There was no sense of wrongness at all. If this kind of person wasn't crazy, where was the justice?